Moreta, Dragonlady of Pern, by McCaffrey. This book is dedicated to my daughter George Ann Johnson, with great affection and respect for her courage. Contents. Prologue, Side 1. 1. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.10.43, 1541, and Ruatha Hold, Side 1. 2. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.10.43, Side 1. 3. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.11.43, Side 2. 4. South Bowl and Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.11.43, Side 2. 5. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.11.43, Side 2. 6. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.11.43, Side 3. 7. Healer Hall, Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.11.43, Side 4. 8. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.12.43, Side 4. 9. Healer Hall, Present Pass, 3.13.43, Butte Meeting in Fort Weir, 3.14.43, Healer Hall, 3.15.43, Side 5. 10. Fort Weir and Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.16.43, Side 6. 11. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.17.43, Side 6. 12. Fort Hold, Fort and High Reaches Weyrs, Present Pass, 3.18.43, Side 7. 13. Ruatha Hold and Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.19.43, Side 7. 14. Healer Hall, Ruatha Hold, Fort Weir, Ista Hold, Present Pass, 3.20.43, Side 7. 15. Fort, Bendon, Ista, Eigen, Telgar, and High Reaches Weyrs, Present Pass, 3.21.43, Side 8. Aftermath, Present Pass, 4.23.43, Side 10. Dragon Decks, Side 10. Prologue. Ruckbat in the Sagittarian sector was a golden G-type star. It had 5 planets, 2 asteroid belts, and a stray planet that it had attracted and held in recent millennia. When men first settled on Ruckbat's third world and called it Pern, they had taken little notice of the strange planet swinging around its adopted primary in a wildly erratic orbit. For 2 generations, the colonists gave the bright red star little thought, until the path of the wanderer brought it close to its stepsister at perihelion. When such aspects were harmonious and not distorted by conjunctions with other planets in the system, the indigenous life form of the wandering planet sought to bridge the space gap between its home and the more temperate and hospitable planet. At these times, silver threads dropped through Pern's skies, destroying anything they touched. The initial losses the colonists suffered were staggering. As a result, during the subsequent struggle to survive and combat the menace, Pern's tenuous contact with the mother planet was broken. To control the incursions of the dreadful threads, for the Pernese had cannibalized their transport ships early on and abandoned such technological sophistication as was irrelevant to the pastoral planet, the more resourceful men embarked on a long-term plan. The first phase involved breeding a highly specialized variety of fire lizard, a life form indigenous to their new world. Men and women with high empathy ratings and some innate telepathic ability were trained to use and preserve the unusual animals. The dragons, named for the mythical Terran beast they resembled, had 2 valuable characteristics. They could instantaneously travel from one place to another, and after chewing a phosphine-bearing rock, they could emit a flaming gas. Because the dragons could fly, they could intercept and char the thread in midair before it reached the surface. It took generations to develop to the fullest the potential of the dragons. The second phase of the proposed defense against the deadly incursions would take even longer. For thread, a space-traveling mycorrhizoid spore, devoured with mindless voracity all organic matter and, once grounded, burrowed and proliferated with terrifying speed. So a symbiote of the same strain was developed to counter this parasite, and the resulting grub was introduced into the soil of the southern continent. It was planned that the dragons would be a visible protection, charring thread while it was still skyborne, and protecting the dwellings and the livestock of the colonists. The grub symbiote would protect vegetation by devouring what thread managed to evade the dragon's fire. The originators of the two-stage defense did not allow for change or for hard geological fact. The southern continent, though seemingly more attractive than the harsher northern land, proved unstable, and the entire colony was eventually forced to seek refuge from the threads on the continental shield rock of the north. On the northern continent, the original fort, Fort Hold, constructed on the eastern face of the great West Mountain Range, was soon outgrown by the colonists, and its capacious beast hold could not contain the growing numbers of dragons. Another settlement was started slightly to the north, where a great lake had formed near a cave-filled cliff, but Ruatha Hold, too, became overcrowded within a few generations. Since the Red Star rose in the east, the people of Pern decided to establish a holding in the eastern mountains, providing a suitable cave site could be found. Only solid rock and metal, both of which were in distressingly short supply on Pern, were impervious to the burning score of thread. The winged, tailed, fire-breathing dragons had by then been bred to a size that required more spacious accommodations than the cliffside holds could provide. The cave-pocked cones of extinct volcanoes, one high above the first fort, the other in the Bendon Mountains, proved to be adequate and required only a few improvements to be made habitable. However, such projects took the last of the fuel for the great stonecutters, which had been programmed only for regular mining operations, not for wholesale cliff excavations. Subsequent holds and weirs had to be hand-hewn. The dragons and their riders in their high places and the people in their cave holds went about their separate tasks, and each developed habits that became custom, which solidified into tradition, as incontrovertible as law. And when a fall of thread was imminent, when the Red Star was visible at dawn through the star stones erected on the rim of each weir, the dragons and their riders mobilized to protect the people of Pern. Then came an interval of 200 turns of the planet Pern around its primary, when the Red Star was at the far end of its erratic orbit, a frozen, lonely captive. No thread fell on Pern. The inhabitants erased the signs of thread depredation and grew crops, planted orchards, and thought of reforestation for the slopes denuded by thread. They even managed to forget that they had once been in great danger of extinction. Then, when the wandering planet returned, the threads fell again, bringing another 50 years of attack from the skies. Once again the Pernese thanked their ancestors, now many generations removed, for providing the dragons whose fiery breath seared the falling thread mid-air. Dragonkind, too, had prospered during that interval and had settled in 4 other locations, following the master plan of interim defense. Recollections of Earth receded further from Pernese memories with each generation, until knowledge of mankind's origins degenerated into a myth. The significance of the southern hemisphere and the instructions formulated by the colonial defenders of dragon and grub became garbled and lost in the more immediate struggle to survive. By the 6th pass of the Red Star, a complicated socio-political economic structure had been developed to deal with the recurrent evil. The 6 Weyrs, as the old volcanic habitations of the dragon folk were called, pledged themselves to protect Pern, each Weyr having a geographical section of the northern continent literally under its wing. The rest of the population agreed to tithe support to the Weyrs, since the dragon men did not have arable land in their volcanic homes, could not afford to take time away from nurturing their dragons to learn other trades during peacetime, and could not take time away from protecting the planet during passes. Settlements, called holds, developed wherever natural caves were found, some, of course, more extensive or strategically placed than others. It took a strong man to exercise control over terrified people during thread attacks. It took wise administration to conserve victuals when nothing could be safely grown, and it took extraordinary measures to control population and keep it productive and healthy until such time as the menace passed. Men with special skills in metalworking, weaving, animal husbandry, farming, fishing, and mining formed craft halls in each large hold and looked to one master craft hall where the precepts of their craft were taught and craft skills were preserved and guarded from one generation to another. One lord holder could not deny the products of the craft hall situated in his hold to others, since the crafts were deemed independent of a hold affiliation. Each craft master of a hall owed allegiance to the master of his particular craft, an elected office based on proficiency in the craft and on administrative ability. The master craftsman was responsible for the output of his halls and the distribution, fair and unprejudiced, of all craft products on a planetary rather than parochial basis. Certain rights and privileges accrued to different leaders of hold and masters of crafts, and naturally to the Dragonriders, whom all Pern looked to for protection during the threadfalls. It was within the Weyrs that the greatest social revolution took place, for the needs of the dragons took priority over all other considerations. Of the dragons, the gold and green were female, the bronze, brown, and blue male. Of the female dragons, only the golden were fertile. The greens were rendered sterile by the chewing of firestone, which was as well, since the sexual proclivities of the small greens would soon have resulted in overpopulation. They were the most agile, however, and invaluable as fighters of thread, fearless and aggressive. But the price of fertility was inconvenience, and riders of queen dragons carried flamethrowers to char thread. The blue males were sturdier than their smaller sisters, while the browns and bronzes had the staying power for long, arduous battles against thread. In theory, the great golden fertile queens were mated with whichever dragon could catch them in their strenuous mating flights. Generally speaking, the bronzes did the honor. Consequently, the rider of the bronze dragon who flew the senior queen of a Weyr became its leader and had charge of the fighting wings during a pass. The rider of the senior queen dragon, however, held the most responsibility for the Weyr during and after a pass, when it was the Weyrwoman's job to nurture and preserve the dragons, to sustain and improve the Weyr and all its folk. A strong Weyrwoman was as essential to the survival of the Weyr as dragons were to the survival of Pern. To her fell the task of supplying the Weyr, fostering its children, and searching for likely candidates from hall and hold to pair with the newly hatched candidates. As life in the Weyrs was not only prestigious but easier for women and men alike, hold and hall were proud to have their children taken on search and boasted of the illustrious members of the bloodline who had become Dragonriders. We begin our story toward the end of the 6th pass of the Red Star, some 1,400 turns after men first came to Pern. Moreta, Dragonlady of Pern. Chapter 1. Fort Weyr, present pass, 3.10.43, 1541, and Ruatha Hold. Chagall is out on other Weyr business, Moreta told Nesso for the 3rd time, beginning to loosen her sweat and oil-stained tunic as a hint. His Weyr business should be accompanying you to Ruatha Gather. Nesso's voice had a whining note to it in the best of her humors. Now the Fort Weyr headwoman was filled with aggrieved indignation at the fancied slight to her Weyrwoman, and her voice grated like a bone saw in Moreta's ear. He saw Lord Alessan yesterday. A gather is not a time to discuss serious matters. Moreta rose, seeking to end an interview she hadn't wanted to give, one that could continue as long as Nesso could dredge up complaints, real or imaginary, against Chagall. Their antagonism was mutual, and Moreta often found herself in the position of placating or explaining the one to the other. She could not change Chagall, and was loath to displace Nesso, for, despite her faults, the woman was an exceedingly efficient and hard-working headwoman. "I must bathe, Nesso, or I'll be unpardonably late at Ruatha. I know you've arranged a good meal for those who remain. Kalan's comfortable now that the fever is broken. Birchar will look in on him. Just leave him alone." Moreta fixed Nesso with an admonitory gaze, reinforcing her injunction. Nesso had an officious habit of taking Moreta's place whenever the Weyrwoman was absent, unless specifically ordered not to. "Away with you now, Nesso. You've enough to do, and I'm longing to be clean." Moreta accompanied her words with a smile as she gave Nesso a gentle shove toward the exit from her sleeping room. "Chagall should go with you. He should," the irrepressible woman muttered as Moreta held aside the vivid door-curtain. Only when Nesso neared the sleeping queen dragon did she cease her imprecations. Heavy with egg, Orlith dozed on, oblivious to the woman's passing. The golden dragon had arranged herself on the stony couch so as not to mar the fine gleam of oil that Moreta had rubbed into her hide, as part of the morning's preparation for the gather at Ruatha. Moreta was heading for her own much-needed wash when she was asked to examine Kalan, so she'd been late for her chat with Leroy to be sure the old Weyrwoman had what she required for the day. Leroy would have no ministrations from Nesso's hands. The interview with Nesso had proved unavoidable. The head woman had heard that Chagall and Moreta had had words that had caused the Weyr leader's abrupt departure, dressed in riding gear rather than in his gather finery. Nesso had also to be reassured that Kalan was not wasting from a virulent fever that would spread rapidly through the Weyr, it being only 3 days to a fall. Moreta stripped off her clothes. She ought to have been at the gather long since, getting through the obligatory courtesies before the racing started. "Orlith?" Moreta called softly, concentrating the strength of her gentle summons in her head. As always, the sleepy response of her queen cheered her of Nesso's petulance. "Rouse yourself, my golden beauty. We'll be leaving soon for Ruatha's gather day." "It's still sunny at Ruatha?" Orlith asked hopefully. "It should be. Toral did the morning sweep," Moreta said, opening her robe chest. The new gown lay in gold and soft, warm brown folds, colors that would accent Moreta's eyes. "You know how accurate Toral's weather sense is." The dragon rumbled with satisfaction, and Moreta could hear her stretching and turning. "Don't roll too much now," Moreta said politely. "I know. I mustn't lose my shine." Orlith spoke with patient acknowledgment. "I will keep clean until we reach Ruatha, and then I'll sun. When I get hot enough, I'll swim in Ruatha Lake." "Would that be wise, so close to clutching, my dear? That lake's cold as between." Moreta shivered at her memory of those ice-fed waters. "Nothing is colder than between," Orlith spoke definitively. Having laid out her gather finery, Moreta strode into the bathing room. She grabbed a handful of sweet sand, then swung her legs over the lip of the raised pool, whose surface was faintly steaming. Standing waist-deep, she sanded her body until her skin tingled. Submerging for a moment, she surfaced, tipping her head until her short hair fanned out in the water. Then she pushed back to the edge of the pool, reaching for more sand, which she scrubbed into her scalp and hair. "You take a long time to get clean, though there's not much of you," Orlith remarked, somewhat impatient now that she was fully awake. "There may not be much of me, but there was a great deal of you to be bathed and oiled." "You always say that." "So do you." The counter-complaints were lodged with total affection and understanding. Queen and rider had been partnered for nearly 20 turns, though they had only recently become the leading pair at Fort Weyr, when Leroy's Holt had not risen to mate the previous winter. Moreta gave her head a final drubbing, then flicked her fingers through her hair to make the short crop settle into natural waves. Wearing a leather cap during threadfall made her scalp sweat so much that the long blonde braids in which she had taken so much pride as a Holder girl had been shorn. Once this pass was completed, she could grow her hair. Once the pass was completed. In the act of pulling on a clean undertunic, Moreta paused in surprise. Why, this pass would end in another 8 turns. No, 7 if one counted this turn a quarter gone. Moreta sternly corrected an optimistic attitude. The turn was barely 70 days old. 8 turns, then. In 8 turns, she, Moreta, would no longer have to fly with Orlith against Thread. The Red Star would have passed too far to rain the devastating parasitic thread over Pern's tired continent. Dragonriders would not have to fly because no thread would blur the sky. Did Thread just stop, Moreta wondered as she slipped on her soft brown shoes, like a sudden summer storm? Or did it dribble off like a winter rain? They could use some rain. Snow would be even better. Or a good hard frost. Frost was always a Weyr ally. She slipped into the dress now, smoothing it over her rather too broad shoulders, over breasts firm rather than large, a waist that was trim, and buttocks flat from long hours of riding astride. The gown hid muscled thighs that she sometimes resented, but they, too, were the legacy of 20 turns riding a dragon, and little enough inconvenience for being a queen's rider. She did wish that Chagall had chosen to come with her. She wasn't acquainted with the new Ruathan Lord Holder, Lessa. She had a vague recollection that he was the leggy young man with light green eyes that were an odd contrast to his dark complexion and shaggy black hair. He had always stood most correctly behind the old Lord Holder, his father. Lord Leaf had been a stern, if just Holder, from whom the Weyr could expect every traditional duty and the last tittle of tithe, just the sort of man the Weyr and Pern needed in command of such a prosperous hold. But then, at Ruatha, traditions had always been zealously maintained, and many of that bloodline had impressed Queen as well as Bronze. None of the many sons that the old Lord Leaf had bred had known which would be named his successor. Lord Leaf had kept the whole tangle of them in hand, preventing discord. Despite threadfall and the other dangers of a pass, Lord Leaf had contrived to build several new holes into the sides of Ruatha's steep valleys to accommodate the worthiest of his sons and their families. Such expansion had been one of his many schemes to keep order in his hold. Lord Leaf had planned ahead for the end of the pass as well as for an orderly succession. Moreta could not fault such provisions, though Chagall, among other dragon riders, had become concerned over the creeping expansion of the hold populations. 6 Weyrs, 2,300 dragons, were hard-pressed to keep cultivated lands thread-free in this pass. There had been talk of founding another Weyr during the interval. That would not be her problem, however. Moreta set the gold and green jeweled band at her neck and slipped on her heavy bracelets. The light-eyed man must be a Lessa. She had often seen him at the end of fall with the flamethrower gangs. Always correct in his manner, nevertheless Lessan's presence was felt despite his reserve. For the life of her, Moreta couldn't remember as distinctly any of the other 9 sons, though they all seemed to have inherited the strong, craggy features of their sire, rather than those of their various mothers. Today would be Lessan's first gather since the conclave of Lord Holders had confirmed his accession to Ruathan honors at the beginning of the turn. Rest days, thread-free days, and clear weather combined infrequently. "Since there are the 2 gathers, I shall attend Istas," Chagall had told her that morning. "I told Lessan so yesterday, and it didn't displease him." Chagall gave a scornful snort. "He's got every rag and tag at the race meeting of his, so you should enjoy yourself." Chagall did not approve of Moreta's uninhibited enjoyment of racing, and on those few occasions when they had attended a gather since Orlith's mating flight with Cadith, he had put quite a damper on her pleasure in the sport. "I shall enjoy the sun and the seafood. Lord Fitzpatrick always provides superb feasts. I can only hope you'll do as well at Ruatha." "I've never found fault with Ruathan hospitality." Something in Chagall's tone required her to defend the hold. Chagall had been awed by Lord Leaf, but not by the new young lord. Moreta did not always agree with Chagall's snap judgments, so she would wait and form her own opinion of a Lessan. "Besides, I've promised to convey Lord Ratoshagan to Ista. He does not care to attend Ruatha. He does wish to see the curious new animal to be displayed at Ista." "Oh?" "Thought you might have heard." Chagall's tone implied she should have known what he was talking about. "Seamen from Eigen's sea-hold found the beast adrift in the great current, clinging to a floating tree. They'd never seen its like and took it to the master herdsman in Karoon." Ah, Moreta thought, that was why she should have known. Why Chagall assumed she knew everything that transpired in her native hold she did not know. She was firmly and totally committed to Fort Weir, and had been for 10 turns. "It's some species of feline, I hear," Chagall added. "Probably something left behind on the southern continent. Quite a fierce beast. Why is it to leave that sort?" "With the way we're being overrun by tunnel snakes, a fierce, hungry feline might be useful. The canines aren't quick enough." Her comment annoyed Chagall, who gave her one of his dark, ambiguous glares and stalked out of the weir. His unexpected reaction irritated Moreta. Not for the first time, she heartily wished that Chagall's Cadith had not flown Orlith a second time. Then she told herself firmly that old Lamal had considered Chagall one of the ablest wing leaders. Until the end of the pass, Fort Weir needed the ablest wing leader. Everyone had thought Lamal would last out the pass, so his sudden illness and death had been a great loss. Moreta had always liked Lamal, and Lerai spoke very highly of him as a weir mate. Chagall was young, Moreta reminded herself. This was not an easy time to assume weir leadership, and Chagall suffered by comparison to the older, more experienced Lamal. Time would teach Chagall tolerance and understanding. Meanwhile, Moreta must have those qualities in full measure to survive his learning period. As Moreta lifted the fur cape about her shoulders, the bracelets slid up her arms. They had been the gift of old Lord Leaf for her having ridden thread down, perilously close for the safety of Orlith, to the Lord's cherished fruit trees, which were threatened by the parasite. Aided by Orlith's agile maneuvering, Moreta had seared the thread to harmless char with her flamethrower. She had been very young then, just transferred to Fort Weir from Ista, and eager to prove to her new folk just how keen and clever Orlith was. She wouldn't take such a risk now, though it was not due to the memory of the rage in the eyes of Lamal, who had been weir leader then, when he had berated her for recklessness. Leaf's gift had not appreciably lessened her disgrace or eased her conscience, but they looked well with her new gown. "Are we going to the gather at all?" Orlith asked wistfully. "Yes, we are going to the gather," Moreta replied, shaking her head clear of such reflections. She'd have a good gather, too, for Ruatha Hold would be gay and bright, dominated by the young Alessan's young friends. Chagall had said that they were still full of their success, that he'd had to remind Alessan that thread brought no joy, and he must attend his duties as Lord Holder before attending to his pleasures. Perhaps it's just as well Chagall decided to go to Ista, and take Lord Ratoshagan with him, Moreta told Orlith, convincing herself in the process. "He and Cadith are well occupied," Orlith said complacently as she followed her rider from their weir. Orlith paused on the ledge, glancing around the weir bowl. Most of the sun-struck ledges usually occupied by dragons were empty. "Have they all gone?" Orlith asked in surprise, craning her neck to see the shadowed west ledges. "With 2 gathers? Of course. I hope we're not too late for the racing." Orlith blinked her great, many-faceted eyes. You and your racing. You enjoy it as much as I do, and generally have a far better view on the fire heights. Don't fret. It's fun to watch, but I ride only you." Mollified by her rider's teasing assurance, Orlith crouched, setting her forearm so Moreta could climb to her place between the last two neck ridges above her shoulder. Moreta settled her skirts and pulled the cloak about her. Nothing would really keep her warm in the awesome total cold of between, but the transition lasted only a few breaths, which anyone could endure. Orlith sprang from the ledge. Though gravid, she was not a lazy dragon to tumble off into the air before making first use of her wings. The old queen, Holth, trumpeted a farewell. The watch-dragon spread his wings, masking the star stones on the summit. The watch-rider extended his arm, completing the salute as Moreta waved acknowledgment. Orlith caught the wind flowing down the oblong bowl, the crater of an extinct volcano which was home to the Weyr. In a distant turn, an earth-slide had rampaged down the range, broken through the southwest part of the Weyr and into the lake. Stone craftsmen had cleared the lake and shored up the edge in a massive wall, but little could be done to clear the lost caverns and weirs, or restore the symmetry of the bowl. "Surveying your weir, O Queen?" Moreta asked, indulging Orlith's leisurely glide. "At height, one sees many details in proper order. All is well." Moreta's laugh was blown from her lips, and she had to hang on to the riding straps. Orlith constantly surprised her with gratuitous observations. Conversely, when Moreta needed guidance, Orlith might reply that she didn't understand any rider but Moreta. The Queen could be counted on to comment on the Weyr in general, or on the morale of the fighting wings, or to supply information about the Weyr leader's dragon, Cadith. Orlith was not so forthcoming about Chagall, but after 20 turns of their symbiotic relationship, Moreta had learned to discover as much in the Queen's impartiality or evasion as from her candid remarks. Being a Queen's rider was never easy. Being the Weyrwoman, Leroy had more than once told Moreta, doubled both honors and horrors. One took the good with the bad and used Fellas sparingly. Now Moreta visualized the fire heights of Ruatha Hold, with its distinctive pattern of fire gutters and beacons, and the eastern watch rampart. "Take us to Ruatha," she said to Orlith, and clenched her teeth against the cold of between. Black, blacker, blackest, colder beyond frozen things, where is between when there is naught to life but fragile dragon wings. Moreta often held the words of the old song as a talisman against the bitter, breathless journey. Ruatha was not far from Fort Weir by any means of travel, and Moreta had only reached colder when the warm sun shone on them and on Ruatha's fire heights below. The host of dragons lounging on the rocky cliff summit, whole wings of them, voiced greetings at Orlith's appearance in the air. Orlith's thoughts echoed her pleasure in the accolade. Dragons met so rarely for pleasure, Moreta mused. Thread was the cause. Soon, in 8 turns. As the Queen glided down, Moreta recognized some of the dragons from other weirs by the scar patterns on their bodies and wings. "Bronzes from Telgar and High Reaches," Orlith reported, making her own identifications. "Browns, blues, and greens. But Bendon has been and gone. We should have come earlier." The last held a plaintive note because Orlith had a partiality for the Bendon bronze Tuzeth. "Sorry, dear heart, but I had so much to do." Orlith snorted. Moreta felt the jerk of chest muscles through the dragon's withers. She had begun to circle, dropping toward the fire heights. Anticipating a landing, Moreta tightened her hold on the straps. Orlith overshot the heights, clearly headed down over the roadway, crowded with the stalls of the gather, and a milling throng of folk gaily dressed for the occasion. Suddenly, Moreta realized that Orlith meant to land in the empty dancing square ringed by lamp standards, trestle tables, and benches. "I do not forget that we are senior now," Orlith said primly, "and that the hold's honors are due the Fort Weyrwomen." Orlith landed with neat precision in the dance square. Her broad pinions vaned high to avoid excessive backwinds. The banners on the lamp standards flapped vigorously, but little dust rose from the square, already swept to hard ground. "Well done, dear heart," Moreta said, scratching her mount's back ridge affectionately. She glanced over at the imposing precipice that housed Ruatha Hold, magnificently topped by ranks of sunbathing dragons. The hold's unshuttered windows displayed banners and brightly woven rugs. Tables and chairs had been set out on the open forecourt, so distinguished visitors could view the gather stalls and the dancing square without obstruction. Moreta glanced quickly in the other direction, toward the flats where the racing was held. She could see the picket lines off to the right. The brightly painted starting poles were not in position, so she hadn't missed any racing. The entire gather had ceased its activity to watch Orlith's landing. Now there was a stir among the onlookers, who parted to allow a man to step from their midst. "See, the Lord Holder approaches," Orlith said. Moreta swung her right leg over Orlith's neck, pulling her skirts about, preparatory to dismounting. Then she glanced at the man approaching them. She could just make out his features, which corresponded to her recollection of Lord Leif's light-eyed son. His broad shoulders were held at a confident angle, and his rangy stride was assured, neither diffident nor hasty. He came to an abrupt halt, bowing to Orlith, who lowered her head to acknowledge his greeting. Then he moved on quickly to assist Moreta to dismount, looking intently up at her. His light green eyes, unusual in one so dark-skinned, caught hers. His gaze was as formal and impersonal as his hands, as he seized her by the waist and swung her down from Orlith's forearm. He bowed, and Moreta couldn't help but notice that his shaggy hair had been neatly trimmed and attractively shaped. "Weyrwomen, welcome to Ruatha Hold. I had begun to think that you and Orlith were not going to attend." His voice was unexpectedly tenor for a man so tall and lean, his words clearly spoken. "I bring the Weyr leader's regrets." He gave them in advance yesterday. "It would have been your regrets which I and Ruatha would have been sad to receive. Orlith is in splendid color," he added, his voice unexpectedly warming, "for a queen so near clutching." The queen blinked her rainbow-hued eyes, echoing the surprise that Moreta felt in a Lessan's adherence to formalities. Moreta hadn't expected so polished a delivery from so young a man, but, after all, Leif had drilled his heir in the proprieties. Besides, she was always ready to discuss Orlith. "She's in great health, and she's always that unusual shade." As her reply deviated from the tradition, a Lessan hesitated. "Now, some dragons are so light as to be more pale yellow than gold, while others are dark enough to vie with the bronzes. Yet she is not." Moreta eyed her queen candidly. "The classic shade." Lessan chuckled. "Does shade make any difference?" "Certainly not to me. I would scarcely mind if Orlith were green gold. She is my queen, and I'm her rider." She glanced at Lessan, wondering if he was mocking her, but his green eyes, with their tiny flecks of brown around the pupil, registered only polite query. Lessan smiled. "And senior at Fort Weyr." "As you are, Lord of Ruatha." She felt slightly defensive, for, despite the innocuous and formal phrases, she sensed an undercurrent in his speech. Had Chagall discussed his Weyrwoman with a Lord Holder? "Orlith, the fire height is warm in the full sun," the dragon replied evasively, swinging her head toward her rider. The many facets of her eyes were tinged with the blue of longing. "Off you go, dear heart." Moreta gave Orlith's shoulder a loving thump, and then, with Lessa at her side, she walked from the dancing square. As they reached the edge, Orlith leaped, her broad wings clearing the ground in the first downward sweep. The dragon had launched herself in a very shallow angle toward the sheer rock of Ruatha. As the queen flew a mere length above the stalls and gatherers, Moreta could hear the spate of startled cries. Beside her, Lessa stiffened. "Do you know what you're doing, my love?" Moreta asked, reasonably but firm. "You're a bit egg-heavy for antics." "I am demonstrating the abilities of their queen. It will do them good and me no harm. See?" Orlith had judged her angle finely, though from Moreta's perspective she looked to be in danger of clipping her forearms on the cliff edge. But Orlith cleared the cliff easily, and dropping her shoulder, spun almost on wingtip. She set her hindquarters down directly over the hold's main entrance, in the space vacated by other dragons. Then she flipped her wings to her back, sank down, and rested her triangular head on her forearms. "Exhibitionist," Moreta sent without rancor. "She's comfortable now, Lord Lessa." "I had heard of Orlith's reputation for close flying," he replied, his eyes flicking to the jewelry Moreta wore. So the young lord knew of the old lord's gift. An advantage in threadfall. "This is a gather." With that slight emphasis on the pronoun, Lessa spoke as Lord Holder. "And where is it more appropriate to display skill and craft and beauty?" Moreta gestured toward the gaily caparisoned stalls and the richly colored tunics and dresses of the crowd. She removed her hand from his arm, partly to show her annoyance with his criticism, and partly to loosen her cloak. The chill of between had been replaced by the warmth of the afternoon sun. "Come now, Lord Lessa," and she linked her arm through his again. "Let us have no uncharitable words at your first gather as Lord of Ruatha, and my first outing since the winter solstice." They had reached the roadway and the stalls where people were examining wares and bargaining. Moreta smiled up at Lord Lessa to prove her firm intention of enjoying herself. He looked down at her, blinking and creasing his dark brows slightly. His expression cleared to a smile, still reserved but considerably more genuine than his stiff formality. "I fear I have none of my dam's virtues, Lady Moreta." "And all of your sire's vices?" "My good Lord Leaf had no vices," Lessa said very properly, but his eyes had begun to gleam with an amusement that proved to Moreta that the man had at least a vestige of his sire's humor. "The races haven't started yet?" Lessa missed a stride and glanced sharply at her. "No, not yet." His tone was wary. "We have been waiting for late arrivals." "There seemed to be a good number at the pickets. How many races?" She gave him a quick glance. Didn't he approve of racing? 10 races are planned, but the entries have been lighter than I had anticipated. You enjoy racing, Lady Moreta?" "I came from a runner hold in Caroon, Lord Lessa, and I have never lost my interest in the breed." "So you know where to place your wagers?" "Lord Lessa," she said in a determinedly light tone, "I never wager. The sight of a good race, well run, is always a pleasure and excitement enough." His manner was still uncertain, so she changed the subject. "I believe that we've missed the Eastern visitors." "The Bendon Weyrwomen and Weyrleader have only just left us." Lessa's eyes sparkled at having acted the host to such prestigious guests. "I had hoped to exchange news with them." Moreta's regret was sincere, but she was also relieved. The Bendon Weyrleaders did not like Orlith's fascination with Tuzeth, the Bendon Bronze, any more than she herself did. Such cross-Weyr interests were encouraged in young queens, but not in seniors. "Did Bendon's Lord Holder come, too?" "Yes." Pleasure tinged Lessa's tone. "Lord Shatter and I had only the briefest, but most congenial of talks. Most congenial. East and West don't often have much chance to meet. Have you met Lord Shatter? When I was in Istaweir, Moreta smiled back at Alessan, for Shatter of Bendon was undoubtedly the most popular Lord Holder on Pern. His warmth and concern always seemed intensely personal. She sighed. I really wish I'd been able to come sooner. Who else attends? She sighed. I really wish I'd been able to come sooner. Who else attends? The briefest of frowns crossed Alessan's face. At the moment, he said briskly, holders and craftmasters from Ruatha, Fort, Crom, Nabal, Tilloch, and High Reaches. A long journey for some, but everyone seems well pleased that the warm weather had held for the gather. He glanced about the crowded stalls, noting trades in the making. Tilloch's Lord Holder may arrive later with the High Reaches Weir leader. Lord Tolocamp rode in an hour ago and is changing. Moreta grinned in sympathy with Alessan. Lord Tolocamp was an energetic, forceful man who spoke his mind and gave his opinion on every topic as if he were the universal expert. As he did not have the least sense of humor, exchanges with him were apt to be awkward and boring. Moreta preferred to avoid his company whenever possible. But as she was now senior Weyrwoman, she had fewer excuses to do so. How many of his ladies came with him? 5. Alessan's voice was carefully neutral. My mother, Lady Oma, always enjoys a visit with Lady Pendra. Moreta had to choke back a laugh and turned her face slightly away. All Pern knew that Lady Pendra was angling to get Alessan to marry one of her numerous daughters, nieces, or cousins. Alessan's young wife, Suriana, had died the previous turn in a fall. At the time, Lord Leaf had not pressed his son to make another marriage, a fact that many had taken to mean that Alessan was not to succeed. As the Fort Hold girls were as plain as they were capable, Moreta didn't think much of Fort's chances, but Alessan would be obliged to marry soon if he wished his own bloodline to succeed. Would it please the Fort Weyrwoman for Lord Alessan to take a Fort Holder as wife? His voice was cold and stiff. You can surely do better than that, Moreta replied crisply, and then laughed. I'm sorry. It is not really a subject for levity, but you don't know how you sound. And how do I sound? Alessan's eyes glinted. Like a man sorely pressed in a direction he does not wish to travel. This is your first gather. You should enjoy it, too. Will you help me? Pure mischief played across his face now. How? You're my Weyrwoman. His face assumed a proper respect. Since Chagall has not accompanied you, I must be your partner. In conscience, I could not monopolize your time. Even as she spoke, Moreta realized that that was what she would rather like to do. There was a rebellion in him that attracted her. Most of it? His voice was wistfully pleading, quite a variance with his sparkling eyes and grin. I know what I have to do, but there'll be girls here from all over. Yes, a search has been conducted for my benefit. What else did you expect, Lord Alessan, when you're now such a suitable match? Suriana liked me, not my prospects, Alessan said in a flat, bleak voice. When that match was arranged, of course, I had none, so we could suit ourselves, and we did. So that explained why he had been allowed to grieve and defer a second marriage. Moreta hadn't thought Lord Leaf had so much compassion in him. You were more fortunate than most, she said, oddly envious. Once she had impressed a queen, personal choice had been denied her. Once she had impressed Orlith, their love compensated for many things. Love for another human paled in comparison. I was acutely aware of my good luck. In that quiet phrase, Alessan implied not only his loss, but his realization that he must discharge the responsibilities of his new rank. Moreta wondered why Chagall had developed a curious antipathy to the man. They were moving through the gatherers, past the stalls. Moreta sniffed deeply of the aromas of spicy stew and sweet fruit pies, the odor of well-tanned leathers, the acrid smell from the glass-blower's booth, the mingled smells of perfumes and garment herbs, the sweat of human and animal, and, above all, the pleasant excitement that permeated the atmosphere. Within the bounds of gathered propriety, I accept your partnering, provided that you like racing and dancing. In that order, since the one comes before the other, yes. I appreciate your courtesy, Weyrwomen. His tone was mock formal. Have the Harpers arrived yet? Yesterday, Lessa grimaced. They do eat, don't they? They talk. There are enough of them, however, to keep the dancing square filled until dawn, now that your queen has graced it, and our ever-jovial Master Harper has promised to dignify our gather with his presence. Moreta frowned at yet another undercurrent in Lessan's speech. Didn't he like Tyrone? The Master Harper was a big, hearty man with a robust bass voice that he allowed to dominate every group he sang in. He favored the rousing ballads and stirring sagas that best displayed his own talents, but that was his one conceit, and Moreta had never considered it a flaw. But then, herself only lately the Weyrwoman, she had not seen as much of him in his capacity as Master Harper of Pern as had Lessan. She didn't think she would like to antagonize Tyrone. He has a beautiful voice, she said non-committally. Is Master KPM coming? So I believe. Shells, thought Moreta to herself at Lessan's terse reply. With the exception of Lord Shatter, Lessan apparently did not share any of her preferences among the leaders of Pern. She'd never heard of anyone who didn't like Master Healer KPM. Could Lessan fault the man for failing to mend his wife's broken back? Is that sort of exercise good for Orlith at this time, Moreta? Demanded Lord Tolocamp, bearing down on them suddenly. He must have been following their progress along the roadway to have intercepted them so neatly. She's not due to clutch for another 10 days. Moreta stiffened, annoyed both by the question and the questioner. Orlith flew with great precision, Lessan said, an ability well appreciated by Ruatha. Lord Tolocamp checked, coughed, covering his mouth belatedly and plainly not understanding Lessan's reference. She's thoroughly shameless, Moreta said. Whenever there's a new audience for her tricks, she's never so much as bunged a claw. Yes, well, Lady Pendra is just over here, Moreta, Tolocamp went on with his usual ponderous geniality. Lessan, I would like you to become better acquainted with my daughters. At the moment, Lord Tolocamp, I am obliged to become better acquainted with the Weyrwoman, as Chagall is not here as your escort. Your daughters, Lessan looked over at the young women, who were talking placidly with some of his subordinates, seem well suited. Tolocamp began to huff. A glass of wine, Moreta? This way. Lessan firmly propelled her away from Lord Tolocamp, who stood staring after them, somewhat surprised by their abrupt departure. I'll never hear the last of this from him, you know, Moreta said as she allowed herself to be hurried off. Then you can drown your sorrow in a bend in white wine I have chilling. He beckoned to a servitor, pantomiming the pouring of wine into a glass. Bend in white? Why, that's my favorite. And here I thought you were partial to Tillex. Moreta made a face. I'm obliged to assume a partiality for Tillek wines. I find them sharp. Soil's acid in Tillek. True, but Tillek ties its wines to Fort Weir, and it's far easier to agree with Lord Diatus than argue with him. Lessan laughed. As the servitor returned with 2 finely engraved cups and a small wineskin, Moreta glimpsed Lord Tolocamp, Lady Pendra, and Lady Oma, shepherding the daughters toward them. Just then a stentorian voice proclaimed the start of the runner races. "We'll never elude Lady Pendra. Where can we go?" Moreta asked, but Alessan was staring toward the race course. "I have a particular reason for wanting to watch that first race. If we hurry—" He pointed to the roadway that wound to the racing flats, but that path would not avoid the Fortean progression. "Short of calling on Orlith's assistance, we'd never make it, and she's asleep." Then Moreta saw the scaffold surrounding the wall being built at the southern edge of the forecourt. "Why not up there?" she pointed. "Perfect. And you've a head for heights." Alessan took her hand and guided her deftly through the guests and away from the Forteans. Those already standing by the unfinished courses of the wall made room for the Lord Holder and the Weyrwoman. Alessan put his goblet in her free hand and neatly jumped to the top course. Then he knelt, gesturing for her to hand up both wine cups. For just a moment, Moreta hesitated. Lamal had often chided her about the dignity expected of Weyrwomen, especially outside the precincts of the Weyr, where Holder, Crafter, and Harper could observe and criticize. Quite likely she had been stimulated by Orlith's outrageous exhibition. What affected dragon affected rider. It was a lovely, warm gather, just the respite she'd needed from her onerous responsibilities all turn. There was racing and bend and wine. There'd be dancing later. Moreta, Weyrwoman of Fort Weyr, was going to enjoy herself. "You should, you know," Orlith commented sleepily. "Hurry," Alessan said. "They're milling at the start." Moreta turned to the nearest dragon rider at the wall. "Give me a leg up, Relimiac, would you?" "Moreta." "Oh, don't be scandalized. I want to see the race start." She arranged her skirts and bent her left knee. "A good lift, Relimiac. I'd rather not scrape my nose on the stones." Relimiac's lift was not wholehearted. If Alessan's strong hands had not steadied her, she would have slipped. "How shocked he looks!" Alessan laughed, his green eyes merry. "It'll do him good. Blue riders can be so prim." She took her wine from Alessan. "Ah, what a marvelous view." Having observed that the race was not about to start, she turned slowly to appreciate the sweep of the land from the foot of Ruatha's cliff-hold, over the crude roofs of the decorated stalls, to the empty dancing square, the fields beyond, the walled orchards on each side, and then the slope that descended gradually to Ruatha's river, its source the ice lake high in the mountains above. True, the orchards were bare, the fields browned by what frost had fallen that turn, but the sky was a vivid green blue, not a cloud in sight, and the air was pleasantly warm. Favored with a long eye, Moreta saw that 3 laggard racers had yet to join the starters. "Ruatha's looking so gay," she said. "Generally, when I'm here, the shutters are all in place against thread, not a soul or beast in sight. Today it's a different place entirely." "We are often good company here," Alessan said. His eyes lay on the scene at the starting poles. "Ruatha is considered one of the best-placed holds. Fort may be older, but I think not so well laid out. The Harpers tell us that Fort Hold was thrown together as a temporary accommodation after the crossing." "A mere 1,400 turns, temporary. Whereas we of Ruatha have always been planners. We even have special accommodations for visiting race enthusiasts." Moreta grinned at him. She realized that they were both rambling on in excitement at the impending race. "Look, they're finally lined up." The mild breeze cooperated by blowing the churned dust of the racing flats away from the straggling line of cavorting beasts. She saw the white flag drop, caught her breath at the incredible leap as the animals surged forward. "This is the sprint?" she asked, trying to make out an early leader in the knot of nodding heads, bobbing bodies, and flashing legs. So close-packed were the runners that neither rider's hat colors nor saddle pads could be identified. "As is usual," Lessa replied absently, shielding his eyes with his hand to see better. "Good field, too. Spreading out, and I'd swear the leader is wearing Ruathan colors." "I hope so," Lessa cried in considerable excitement. Cheers and exhortations rose from nearby and drifted up from the race course. "Fort is challenging," Moreta said as a second beast separated from the pack. "And fast." "It has only to hold." Lessan's words were half threat, half entreaty. "It will." Moreta's calm assurance elicited a quick, disbelieving glare from Lessan, who remained taut with suspense until the winners passed the post. "It did." "Are you sure?" "Certainly. The poles are parallel to this vantage point. You've a winner. Did you breed it yourself?" Yes, I did. And it did win." He seemed to need her confirmation of his achievement. "It certainly did. A very respectable 2 lengths the winner, or I miss my mark. And I don't miss in racing. To your winner, then." She raised her goblet to his. "My winner." His voice was curiously fierce, and the light in his eyes became more defiant than triumphant. "I'll come with you to the finish," she suggested, noticing that the sprinters were finally pulling up in the stubble. "I can savor this moment just as fully in your company," he said unexpectedly. "And with no inhibitions," he added with a grin. "Dag's there. He's my herdsman, and this is as much his victory as it is mine. I won't detract from his moment. Then, too, it would be highly inappropriate for the gathering Lord Holder to caper about like a fool over a mere sprint win." Moreta found his admission of unlordly glee rather charming. "Surely this isn't your first winner?" "Actually, it is." He was searching the enclosure and suddenly beckoned peremptorily at a servitor, signaling for more wine. "Breeding for special traits was the project Lord Leaf assigned me 8 turns ago." Lessan went on in a more conversational tone, though his voice still carried an edge. "A well-established Pernese tradition is breeding." 8 turns ago?" Moreta gave Lessan a long look. "If you've been breeding since then, surely this can't be your first winner?" "A race, yes. The quality Lord Leaf wished me to perpetuate was stamina for long-distance carting, combined with more efficient use of fodder." "More work out of fewer animals for less food?" Moreta didn't find that hard to believe of the old lord, but she stared at Lessan with confused respect. "And out of that breeding you got a sprint racer?" "Not intentionally." Lessan gave her a rueful smile. "That winner is from a strain of rejects from the original project. Tough, hardy, good doers even on poor feed, but small-bodied and thin-boned. They don't eat much, and everything they consume goes into short spurts of energy. 50 dragon-length sprint distances, to be truthful. Over the 90-length mark, they're useless. Give them half an hour's rest, and they can repeat that sort of winning performance. And they live long. It was Dag who saw the sprint potential in the scrubs." "But, of course, you couldn't race the beasts during your father's lifetime." Moreta started to chuckle at Lessan's deception. "Hardly," Lessan grinned. "I imagine that your winnings today, an untried beast in its first race, will be substantial." "I should hope so, considering how long Dag and I have succored that wretched creature for just such an occasion as this." "My sincerest congratulations, Lord Lessan." Moreta raised her newly filled goblet. "For putting one over on Lord Leaf and winning your first race at your first gather. You're not only devious, you're a menace to racing men." "Had I known you were such a race enthusiast, I'd have given you odds. Spectator, not speculator. You'll race it next at Fort's Gather? Considering its capability, I could race in the last sprint today and be sure of its winning. But that would not be courteous. The gleam in his eyes suggested that if he weren't Lord Holder, he would not have felt any such restraint. At that, most will assume it a lucky win. Only the one race in it, like as not. Lessan's voice imitated the pitch and inflection of the confirmed racer, querulous and skeptical. So I shall get it to whatever gathers we can reach. I like winning. It's a new experience. His candor surprised her. Are you sure your sire didn't know what you were about? Lord Leaf always struck me as a man who had firm control of everything that occurred in his hold, in the entire West. Lessan gave her a long, hard look, mulling her remark. Do you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had found out. We, Dag and I, took such extraordinary precautions. We thought we'd covered every possibility of discovery. Then Lessan shook his head, chuckling. You wouldn't believe the lengths to which we went, but you could be right. The old lord could have known. I expect he wouldn't have named you successor on your merits as a breeder alone. What else have you been up to? Lessan winked at her. The Weir commands my services, lady, not my secrets. I've found one out. Shall I... Moreta paused, suddenly aware that their laughing exchanges were being closely observed. Why shouldn't she laugh at a gather? She gave Relimiac a stern glare, and the Blue Rider looked away. Noting her change of expression, Lessan glanced about them and swore under his breath. Not even on a half-built wall in full sight of a gather, he said acidly. He swore again as he saw Lord Tolacamp and the women moving purposefully toward the wall. Shards, Moreta said. I will not have the racing spoiled by chit-chat and courtship. Look, we'll be able to see just as well from over there. She pointed to a slight rise in the field below the roadway. Then she gathered her skirts and started to pick a careful path down the pile of stones waiting to be set into the wall. And do collect that skin of white wine. Be careful, you'll break your neck. Lessan urgently signaled the servitor to hand over the wineskin. Then he was following her before anyone was aware of their intentions. Rocks shifting under their feet, Moreta and Lessan reached the roadway without mishap, then hurried behind the stalls and down the open field to the rise. When Moreta felt burrs pulling at her full skirts, she bundled them higher. No propriety in you at all today. Lessan shook his head at her undignified lope, though he was placing his elegantly booted feet with a care for rough ground. This is a gather, an informal occasion. You are not dressed informally. He caught her by the elbow as she tripped. That gown was not designed for cross-country scrambles. Ah, here we are. He came to an abrupt halt, an unimpeded view of the start and finish lines. Let me fill your goblet. Please. Moreta held it up. Why didn't I know that the Fort Weyrwomen liked racing enough to desert the forecourt and its pleasures? I've been at all Rathas gathers the past 10 turns. Up there, though. He gestured back to the forecourt. Of course, as befits my rank. The Mal didn't like me to roam the picket lines, which was where I generally was. Lessan grinned. Learning how to breed winners? Of course not. Lessan feigned shocked innocence. I was supposed to breed stamina, not speed. My gather duties were to assist our racecourse manager, Norman. Moreta lifted her goblet again. To the man who persevered and won the race. Lessan was quick-witted and grinned at her subtlety. Their eyes met in a candid gaze. Moreta felt a growing affinity for the new Lord Holder, and not only because of their mutual interest in race runners. His mind was unpredictable, certainly not in the pattern of the usual Lord Holder, if she compared him to Tolocamp, Ratoshagan, or Diatus. He was good company, with a fine sense of humor. If he danced as well as he did everything else, she might just monopolize him this evening. 2 more dragons arrived mid-air as she glanced up, away from Lessan's light green, compelling gaze. Then her eyes dropped slightly to admire Orlith, ensconced right above the main hold door, and she thought how well Orlith's golden hide complemented the window hangings on the top tier. Embarrassed, she looked away, aware that Lessan had been watching her. "A habit, really," she said with a self-conscious shrug. "Surely after 20 turns as partners. Are you already accustomed to being Lord of Rathahold?" "Not yet. I've only been—" Lessan broke off, his eyes on her face, noting her fond smile. "Even after 20 turns?" "Ah, look, the flag for the next race." She diverted his attention. One could never explain the bond to someone who wasn't a dragon rider. Impression was a private miracle, a very private miracle. Chapter 2. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.10.43. The second race was over a greater length, the winning poles having been moved down the field and farther apart to accommodate the larger number of middle-distance runners. "Have you an entry in this race, too?" she asked Lessan, as the runners charged away from the start. "No, I got either spindly sprinters or massive carters from my crosses. But one of my holders has a strong contestant. Blue with red hatching are the colors. Not that you can distinguish them." The field had already begun to stretch out when suddenly an animal in the middle of the pack fell, tripping 2 others. Moreta could never watch a bad tangle without apprehension. She was holding her breath as she silently urged each animal to its feet. 2 rose, one groggily shaking its head, the second running on down the field, riderless. The third made no effort to rise. Moreta picked up her skirts and began to run toward the fallen runner. It shouldn't have fallen. Orlith! Close-packed field. Tripped. Lessan kept pace with her, caught up in her concern. Not that close, and it wasn't a trip fall. She saved her breath for running, even when she had seen that the 2 riders were examining the fallen beast, and that handlers were running up from the starting line. "Orlith, what's wrong? Why doesn't it get up?" As she got closer, Moreta could see the sprawled beast's sides heaving. Its nose touched the ground, yet it made no effort to rise. That was unusual enough. Runners preferred to stand. "Did it break a leg, Orlith?" "It can't get its breath," one rider was saying to the other. "It's got a bloody nose." "Probably ruptured a vein falling. Just get it to its feet. Here, I'll help." The second rider began to tug at the bridle. "Orlith, wake up. I need you." "It should have got to its feet." "Lord Lessan, Lady Moreta." The first rider turned anxiously to them, and Moreta recognized the man as Helly, a capable herdsman and racer. "It cannot breathe," Orlith responded sleepily. She sounded a bit grumpy at being roused. "Its lungs are full of liquid." Moreta knelt at the animal's head, noticing the distressed flare of the nostrils, the bloody discharge. She felt for the pulse in its throat, weak and far too erratic for an animal that had only run a few dragon lengths before falling. Around her, men were shouting that the runner should be assisted to its feet. Several positioned themselves to heave. Moreta waved them off imperiously. "It can't breathe. No air is getting into its lungs." "Cut into its windpipe. Who's got a sharp blade?" "It's too late," Moreta said, as she peeled back the upper lip, exposing the whitened gums. The onlookers knew, as she did, that the animal was dying. From the finishing line, the sound of cheering drifted back to those circling the fallen. It gave one final sigh, almost apologetic, and the head rolled to the side.
"Ain't seen nothing like this before," the second rider said. "And I've been riding since I could tighten a girth." "You were riding it, Helly?" Alessan asked. "Yes, doing a favor for Vander. His jock was sick. I've never ridden it before." Seemed quiet. Helly stopped, considered. "Too quiet, now I think about it. Rode in the first race, and this one was all ready for me. Broke well at the start, as if it wanted to work." Helly's tone was a mixture of despair, anger, and surprise. "Could have been the heart," one of the onlookers suggested in a tone of broad experience. "That takes 'em sudden. No way of telling. Runner in good spirit one moment, dead the next. Takes people that way, too." Not, Moreta thought, with a bloody nasal discharge. "Here now," a loud voice cried. "What's the matter here? Why isn't this animal—" "Oh, Lord Alessan. Didn't know you were here." The race manager had pushed his way into the circle. "It's dead? Excuse me, Lord Alessan, but we do have to clear the track for the next race." Alessan took the shaken Helly by the arm. Moreta stepped to the man's other side, leading him through the pathway courteously made by the crowd. "I don't understand it. No, I don't." Helly was obviously in shock. Moreta realized that she still had the wine goblet and held it up to Alessan, who quickly unslung the wineskin and poured a full cup. Moreta gave it to Helly. The racer drank the contents in one gulp. "Helly, what happened? Did it plate its legs or something?" The stocky man, dressed in Ruathan colors, staggered as he realized who was assisting Helly. While trying to hold a pad of wet toweling to his forehead, he also attempted to bow to Alessan and Moreta, and staggered again. "Helly, what happened?" "Oh, sharts." The last was said in a low voice as a cart bearing the dead animal off the track rumbled into view. "Vander, are you all right?" Helly demanded. He handed Moreta her goblet and went to the stunned holder. Helly supported Vander in the wake of the cart. Moreta, Alessan by her side, watched the activity of gather races swirl and close behind the sad procession. Men, laden with tack or blankets or buckets of water, briskly moved toward the picket lines. The sound of urgent conversations and shouts was occasionally punctuated by the squeal of excited runners. "I cannot remember a respiratory illness that would result in swift death," Moreta said. "I'd have said the animal was only stunned by the fall and would have gotten to its feet," Alessan remarked. "How did you know what ailed it so fast?" "My family has always raised runners," she explained quickly, for it was not common knowledge outside the Weyrs that she and Orlith worked together in healing. "Your early training must have been remarkable. I thought I'd learned a thing or two about runners. If you bred that sprinter while looking for endurance stock, you have." Just then 2 runners, long-distance racers by the look of them, were led past, and Moreta kept her eyes on them until they mixed into the crowd. "Nothing wrong with them, is there?" "Oh, no. They look racing fit. Not so much as a nervous sweat on them." "Has it been crossing your mind that Vander's runner dropped dead of an illness?" "It crossed my mind," Moreta agreed, "but it's highly unlikely. Helly said the runner wanted to race. A sick one wouldn't. Could have been the heart." "Well, I'm not looking for trouble. Not today, at my first gather." Alessan frowned and turned slowly on his right heel, casting his eyes down the rows of picketed runners. "It has to be a fluke. I know Vander. His hold's a good day's ride south. He's been saving that particular runner for this race." Alessan sighed. "We can have a look at the rest of his string. They'd be picketed over here if I recall the assignments." Alessan took Moreta's arm, guiding her to the right. If the beast had been fit, Moreta thought, how could its lungs have filled so quickly? She considered asking Orlith, but she sensed that the queen had returned to sleep. Runners did not have the same priority with the dragon as they did with the rider. Alessan pulled Moreta to him suddenly as a rangy beast plunged past them, its eyes wild as it anticipated its race, the rider barely able to stay in the pad. Two handlers jogged along, at a distance respectful of the kicking range of an excited runner. Moreta watched its progress to the starting line. "Well?" Alessan's tenor voice asked in her ear. She was abruptly aware that she was still in his loose, protective embrace. No, that one seemed far from ill. She moved away from him. "And here's Vander's picket." Alessan counted them. "As I recall, he'd entered 7. Did you say you were from Karoon? This is a runner he bought from Karoon last turn." Moreta laughed as she let the runner sniff her hand. She stroked its head until it accepted her touch. Then she felt its warm ear for the breed tattoo. "No, it didn't come from my family's hold." Alessan grinned at her whimsy as he examined the other animals. "They're in good shape. Vander got here 2 days ago to rest them well before the races. I'll have a word with him later. Shall we get back to the races?" "Shells!" The shouts and movements of the crowd indicated that the next race had started. Alessan looked abashed. "Now you've missed another race." "I watch the racing because, in my exalted position as Weyrwomen, that is much more dignified than scrambling around the pickets, which is what I would rather do. Now that we're here, could I see your winner? I've a suspicion that only a sense of duty to your guest has kept you from checking it." The relief and delight in Alessan's eyes confirmed her guess. He had just indicated the proper direction when a short man with a heavy chest, well-developed arms, and thin shanks of a rider trotted toward them, his face wearing the broadest of smiles. "Lord Alessan, have you been looking for Squealer?" "I have indeed, Dag. Well done. Well done." Alessan shook Dag by the hand and thumped him across the shoulders. "A fine race. Perfect." Dag gave Moreta a stiffly correct bow. "You are to be congratulated on training a winner," Moreta said. Then she couldn't resist adding, "It's a few people could contrive against Lord Leaf." Dag's expression was one of shock, betrayal, and consternation. "Lady Moreta, I didn't." Alessan laughed and gave Dag a reassuring clout on the shoulder. "Lady Moreta's runner hold bread. She approves." "Where is this Squealer of yours, Dag? I very much want a closer look at such a success." "This way, lady. And now he's not all that much to look at close on, mind you." Dag began in the deprecating way of all devoted handlers. "Over to the right, if you would. I walked him cool, Lord Alessan, and washed him down with tepid water. Race didn't take a thing out of him. He could go again." Dag caught himself short with a startled glance at the Lord Holder and the Weyrwoman. "It's a full male, then?" Moreta asked, rescuing Dag from indiscretion. "That he is. On account of him looking so weedy, I always managed to convince the herdmaster that he was too young yet to be gelded, or too sickly, and shouldn't we wait a while? Then I'd sneak him off to another field." Turn after turn? Moreta was impressed by such devotion. "Squealer doesn't have any distinguishing marks to set him in a man's mind," Alessan said. "There he is." Suddenly, Moreta faced a scrawny, thin-legged, big-kneed, mid-brown runner, standing all by itself at the end of a half-empty picket line. In a pause during which she racked her brain to find something creditable to say about the beast, all she could see was the length of empty pickets. "He has a kind eye," she said, blurting it out. "Well placed in the head." As if Squealer knew he was under discussion, he turned his head and regarded her. Intelligence, too. Heart. Calm. Squealer ducked his head, seemingly agreeing with her points, so that all three laughed. "There really isn't much good you can say about Squealer," Alessan said, absolving her from further comment. He swatted the runner affectionately on the neck. "Squealer won his first race, Lord Alessan. That's all that needs to be said of him. May he win many more." "But not," Moreta added slyly, "all on the same day." Dag groaned and turned away with embarrassed mortification. Lord Lessa, had you expected many more entries? Moreta asked, gesturing toward the unused pickets.
Dag, you were assisting Norman. Well, we did expect a fair turnout, what with fine weather over the past 7 days, and plenty of holes to shelter strings on the road. Come to think on it, I'd expected Lord Retishigan to sail his sprinter up, that one he's been winning with all season. That herdsman of his was boasting at their gather. I'm not sorry that we didn't get to pit Squealer against the best in the West, but perhaps Retishigan's absence ensured his win. It did no such thing, Dag protested vehemently, and then realized that he was being teased. He's cooled off now. I'll just take him back to the beast hold above.
Starting line or finishing? Lessa asked Moreta.
Let's see if we can get in a finish. They moved at a leisurely pace for people wishing to see an imminent finish, but their path took them between pickets, and that pleased Moreta as well.
I wonder why Retishigan didn't come.
His absence is a boon. Moreta did not try to mask the acid edge to her voice.
Perhaps, but I'd have liked to pit Squealer against that sprinter of his.
For the joy of beating Retishigan? Well, I'd approve of that.
Southern Bowl is beholden to Fort Weir, isn't it? That doesn't mean I have to like him. Yet you drink that sour wine Lord Diatus makes.
Moreta had opened her mouth to reply when she was suddenly drenched with water. A colorful and original string of invective in Alessan's angry voice told her that he had not escaped the slops.
Who has distressed you?
Orlith's response was immediate, and as Moreta stood there, eyes closed against the water draining from her hair, she needed the moral support of her queen. "I'm only wet," Moreta stolidly informed her queen.
"The sun is warm. You will dry fast."
"Only wet," Alessan roared. "You're soaked." The erring handler, belatedly discovering that he had launched a full bucket of dirty water at the Weyrwoman and the Lord Holder, who didn't ought to be strolling along picket lines when everyone else was off watching the races, proffered Moreta a towel, but the rag had been used for many purposes and merely compounded the problem. Alessan was shouting for clean water and fresh clothes and the location of a vacant tent. The commotion was sufficient to attract everyone not engrossed in the race just starting. Assistance was offered, and people began running here and there on Alessan's orders, while Moreta stood, her beautiful new brown and gold gown plastered to her body. She tried to reassure the mortified handler that she took no offense, all the while knowing her long-awaited afternoon of racing was doomed. She might just as well summon Orlith and go back to the Weir. She might get her death of cold going between, in the soggy ruins of her gathered dress, but what choice had she now?
"I know this is not what you're accustomed to, Moreta," Alessan was saying, pulling at her sleeve to get her attention. "But it's clean and it's dry, and will do to watch the rest of the races. I can't be sure if my mother's ladies or my sister can get your gown and cloak dry by evening, but I am certain that suitable gowns will be displayed in the hold for your consideration when the races are over."
Alessan was holding out a clean brown shift in one hand, sandals, and a pretty belt of colored cords in the other. He was gesturing toward the race manager's striped tent when the handler rushed up with clean, steaming water in his bucket and a bundle of clean towels draped over his shoulder.
"Come, Moreta, do let us set things to rights."
The softly spoken appeal and the very real distress evident in Alessan's eyes and manner would have swayed a character far more obdurate than Moreta's. "And yourself, Alessan?" she asked courteously as she bundled her soaking skirts for the short walk to the tent. The right side of Alessan's gather finery was soaked. "You, I fear, took the brunt. I'll dry out in the sun while we watch the races." His sly question was part entreaty. "I'll be quick." She took the fresh clothing and let the handler place the bucket and clothes in the tent. Then she entered, dropping the flap. Her undershift was wet as well, so she was pleased that the brown shift was woven of a sturdy fabric. Her hair was gritty from the slop water,
which had been used to sponge down a runner's dusty legs. She buried her head quickly in the clean water, washed her face and arms thoroughly, making lavish use of the supply of cloths. She was dressed and outside the tent, just as the cheers announced the finish of the 4th race. "Now I believe that you were once a holder, lass," Alessan said with a soft chuckle. He handed her a full goblet of wine. "The bendon did not get wet." "Well, that's luck." The handler bobbed an approach, apologizing and bowing, and generally so abasing himself that Moreta cut him short by remarking that worse things had come flying out of a picket line, and she was grateful it was no more than dirty water. Alessan escorted her toward the finish line. "Last one was a sprint. Only 5 entries," he mentioned as they walked. "And Squealer wasn't entered?" She laughed as Alessan gave her a pained look, imitating Dag. The next races were exciting enough to make up for those she had missed, and to blot out the tragedy of the second. She and Alessan, looking far less the lord of the hold with his fine clothes puckered and soiled, found themselves vantages near the finish and sipped wine. They made private bets about winners when Moreta refused to allow Alessan to mark her with the Weyrwomen. She enjoyed, too, being right in the midst of the racing crowd, as she had so often been as a young girl in Karoon, in the company of her childhood friend, Talpan. She hadn't thought of him in turns. An enterprising baker passed among the finish-line crowds with a tray of hot, spiced rolls. Moreta hadn't realized how hungry she was until the aroma wafted over to her. "I'm host today," Alessan said, noticing her reaction. He took her arm, and they pushed their way through to the baker. The flaky pastry was stuffed with a savory mix, and Moreta quickly devoured 3 rolls. "Don't they feed you in the weir on a gather day?" Alessan asked. "Oh, the stew-pot's always simmering in the cavern," she replied, licking her fingers appreciatively. "But stew wouldn't taste half as good as these spiced rolls do right now." Alessan was eyeing her, a curious expression on his face. "You're not at all what I expected in Weyrwomen, Moreta," he said in a candid tone that captured her complete attention. Wearily she wondered what Chagall had said of. Alessan went on. "I got to know Leroy rather well. She usually stays on for a word with the ground crews." "I would if I could," Moreta said, countering his tacit criticism. "But I have to return to the weir immediately after fall." "Have to?" Alessan's right eye quirked high. "Did you never wonder who takes care of dragon injuries?" She spoke more sharply than she intended, because she had been able to forget that they would rise to fall in 2 more days, and more dragons might be injured. "I thought that the weir must have the best of the healers, of course." Alessan's reply was so formal that Moreta regretted the quick retort. She laid her hand on his arm, hoping to restore the ease of their relationship. "I never realized it might be you." He smiled and covered her hand with his. "What about another spiced roll before someone else eats them all?" "Lord Alessan," Dag came rolling up to them. "Runel's going on about Squealer being a sport. I told him the breeding, but he won't take it from me." Alessan's expression became pained, and he closed his eyes briefly. "I was hoping to avoid Runel this gather." "You done pretty well with everyone else, Lord, but I can't do this for you." Alessan inhaled the breath of one resigned. "Who's Runel?" Moreta asked. The 2 men regarded her with astonishment. "You mean you've escaped Runel?" Amusement chased resignation from Alessan's expression. "Well, you must meet him at least once." Dag made a sound, half protest, half fear. "And the race is due to start," Alessan reminded Dag. "Weyrwomen? That's the only thing, short of fall, that will halt Runel's recitations." By now, Moreta was intrigued. "He's over there, with those cronies of his." Dag pointed. Moreta noted first that the 3 men stood isolated by a clear space from any immediate neighbors. 2 were holders by their badges, one from Fort and the other wearing Ruathan colors. The third was a wizened herdsman whose clothes reeked of his craft, despite the fact that they looked well-brushed. The tallest of the men, the Ruathan holder, drew himself up proudly as he noticed Alessan's approach. He spared Moreta only a passing glance. "About that sprinter of mine, Runel," Alessan began briskly, addressing himself to the herdsman. "I bred the beast myself, 4 turns ago, out of the sprint mare Dextra, Lord Leaf's, by Vander's brown stallion Evest." Runel's expression altered dramatically. He threw back his head and unfocused his eyes, wide-opened. "Alessan's sprinter, Squealer, won the first sprint race at the Ruathan Gather, 3rd month, 43rd turn of the 6th pass, bred by Alessan out of Dextra, 5 times winner at sprint races in the West. Leaf by Vander's Evest, which was 9 times winner over sprint distances. Dextra's sire, twice winner by Dimnall out of Tran, 19 times winner. Dimnall by Ferrex out of Crick. Ferrex—" "There he goes," Dag said to Moreta in an undertone, shaking his head ruefully. "He just keeps on." "And on and on. He'll recite the lineage of Squealer back to the crossing," Alessan murmured, standing with hands clasped in front of him, and seeming to give Runel the courtesy of his attention. "He's only good with Western racing, though," Dag added critically. "He's eidetic? I've heard about them, but I've never heard one personally." "Just give him a name of a racer and he's away. Trouble is, he has to start at the beginning." "Isn't he starting at the end with Squealer's win today?" Runel's voice had settled into the sing-song of winners, sires, and dams. "The latest race is his beginning, Lady Moreta." "Does he go to all the gathers?" "Those he can get to." Dag shot Alessan a look. "I would be surprised if the Lord Holder knows half the races Runel attends," Moreta thought to herself. "He's not much good otherwise, that's certain," Alessan said, unconcerned. "My father saw that the oldest sons were well apprenticed. Runel's memory serves a purpose." "Bore you to death, it would," Dag muttered unappreciatively, glancing over his shoulder at the race flats. "It's starting." Reprieve was the overwhelming emotion. "Race," he said in a loud voice directly at Runel. Runel's companions began to tug at his arms. "Race, Runel. Race is starting." Runel came out of his recitation trance and looked about in surprise. "Race is starting, Runel," the fort holder said reassuringly as he began to guide the eidetic toward the finish line. Alessan drew Moreta to one side, and Dag scurried behind the Lord Holder while the trio marched off. Moreta could not help but see that a path cleared before Runel more quickly than if Alessan and she had wished passage. "You should hear him on the begats." "As you have?" "Indeed I have, at every birth feast." Alessan spoke with feeling and rolled his eyes upward. "I'd have thought the man would be more valuable in the Harper Hall than in a hold." "My father had the good sense to prevent that." "Why, with that memory?" "Because his granduncle was a harper here, and remembered more than was prudent on too many occasions." Alessan grinned with malice. "I think my grandsire made sure to turn the trait to less, shall we say, remunerative topics. I believe there have always been blood relations in the Harper Hall, undoubtedly in the records rooms, scanning hides and committing them to memory before the ink fades completely." They found a place at the line and observed the hotly contested finish of the 6th race. As they passed the wait for the next race, they overheard bits and snatches of conversations. References to the new Lord Holder and the quality of the gather were in the main complimentary, though Moreta enjoyed Alessan's discomfiture at some of the candid remarks. The weather dominated most discussions. "Too warm too soon. We'll melt this summer. Can't say as I mind mild days instead of rain and blizzard, but it ain't natural. Upsets the rhythm of the turn. My herds won't settle with insects hanging on and the warm pestering 'em. Terrible cases of sores. Beasts don't want to eat, don't want to move. Muddle and moan together, they do. A bit of frost would do us the world of good. Freeze down those tunnel snakes. Breeding fierce they are this year, with no cold to lay 'em. Can't decide to shear now for a short crop and give 'em relief from the heat, or let 'em lose condition panting under long hair. We needs us some snow. We needs it to kill what grubs beneath the soil, what sucks life from our good seed, and what makes a field sour. We needs frost and snow in good measure. You ought to be relieved, Lessa, that all they complain about is the weather. After all, no holder expects the Lord Holder to be able to change the weather. The Weyrs do that, you know. She pulled her mouth down in a grimace that made him grin. The final race had a surprise ending, for 2 runners crossed the finish line right in front of Moreta and Lessa, without so much as a nose between them. The argument over which animal won grew so heated that Lessa came forward to mediate, dragging Moreta with him. To settle what could have been a nasty situation, Lessa loudly proclaimed that he doubled the purse so that neither contender would be disappointed for the fine excitement they had provided the gather. That was just the right decision to end the race meeting on a high note. Owners, riders, handlers, and spectators dispersed from the flats in the best of all spirits. "You're a sensibly generous man, Lessa." "I thank you, Lady Moreta." "Ah, just in time," he said, and Moreta turned as a handler led up a big-boned, long-backed runner beast saddled with a thick pad in Ruathan colors. "My lady, your mount." "This is what your father expected you to breed?" "This is what I did breed for my father," Lessa replied with a broad grin. Squealer's type was a bonus. He gave her a leg up and waited while she hooked her leg on the broad pommel before he swung up behind her. "I think you prefer your Squealer," she said as the beast lurched forward at Lessa's urging. "There speaks the racing enthusiast, not the prudent holder." He turned his head left as they moved off across the stubble field, and Moreta knew that Lessa had only deferred the puzzle of the empty picket lines for the duration of the races. "It's not like Ratoshigan to miss a chance for Ruathan marks. They could sail right up the Ruathan River," Lessa said, giving her a tight smile for his inattention. "Suver, you know him from Southern Bowl, ought to have come short of fall, fire, or fog. I hadn't realized that the weather, for all your unwillingness to change it, was of such widespread concern." "There's no lack of people at this gather," Moreta said. The stalls were still doing a good business despite the numbers attracted by the racing. People had already begun to take places at the tables about the dancing square. The aromas of roasting meats wafted enticingly on the wind, the pungency of spiced wherry dominating. Lessa had ridden straight up across the field and now turned their mount up the roadway. Moreta glanced up to the fire heights, covered in sun-baking dragons. There seemed to be more, and she noticed Orlith flanked by another queen, Tamianth of the high reaches, judging by her size and color. "Some creatures like the sun and the warm," Lessa said. "Does all the sunning help them endure the cold of between?" Moreta shivered involuntarily, and Lessa's arms tightened about her. She rather enjoyed the unexpected intimacy. "When we fly thread, I'm grateful to the cold of between," she replied obliquely, her thoughts on the fall in 2 days. Then Lessa reined the beast up the ramp to the forecourt, its heavy feet clumping hollowly and alerting the guests there. Moreta waved cheerfully at Falga, the high reaches Weyrwoman. "Wasn't your new gown ready, Moreta?" Falga asked as she walked to meet them while Lessa halted their mount. "A new gown?" Lessa's startled question fell on Moreta's ears only. "You'll see it next gather, Falga," Moreta replied blithely. "This is my race-watching dress." "Oh, you and your races." Falga smiled tolerantly and turned back to the holders with whom she'd been talking. Suddenly, Tolocamp appeared, his genial smile not completely masking his disapproval of Moreta's dusty appearance. "I'll just slide off, thank you, Lord Tolocamp," she said, politely ignoring his offer of assistance. "If you'll follow me, Lady Moreta," Lady Oma said, breaking through the press of people and taking charge. Relieved to be able to retire gracefully from Tolokamp's critical gaze, Moreta followed Alesan's mother. In the instant her eyes met Lady Oma's, Moreta knew the woman disapproved of her as much as Tolokamp did, but more for upsetting her own plans for her son's afternoon entertainment than for Moreta's hoyden behavior. As they proceeded through the hall, splendidly decorated for the gather, and up the stairs into the hold's private corridors, Moreta felt the weight of Lady Oma's rebuke in her silence. In Lady Oma's own apartments, however, a variety of gowns, skirts, and tunics had been hastily assembled, and from the bathroom drifted the moist scent of perfumed water and the giggles of the girls who were preparing it. "Your gown has been cleaned, Lady Moreta," Lady Oma said, closing the door behind Moreta, "but I doubt it will be dry before the dancing." She cast a measuring glance at Moreta, ignoring the dusty brown shift. "You're thinner than I'd thought. Perhaps the rust." She indicated the garment, then canceled that suggestion with an impatient gesture of her hand. It was reminiscent of Alesan. "It is in no way comparable to your own gown. This green one is more suited to your rank." Moreta went to the rust dress, fingering the texture of the plain but soft fabric. She held it up to her waist and shoulders. The fit would be good through the body, though the skirt was short above her ankles. She glanced at the fine material of the green dress. She'd sweat in it, dancing the way she intended to dance for having lost part of her racing. The rust will do very well, and I'm grateful for the loan of it. She smiled around at the women in the room, trying to locate the donor, but no one met her glance. "This will be fine. I won't be long," she added, smiling again as she entered the bathing room and pulled the curtain across. She hoped they would all take the hint and leave. She lolled longer in the warm, scented water than she intended, easing muscles made tense by the afternoon's excitements. Only when she finally emerged and was rubbing her hair dry did she hear a noise in the outer chamber and realize that someone was waiting for her. "Lady Oma?" she called out, dreading the answer. "No, it's only Auchlina," an apologetic young voice replied. "Did you find the shift?" "I'm in it." "Do you need help with your hair?" "It's short enough to dry quickly." "Oh." Moreta smiled to herself for the chagrin in the young voice. "I'm distressingly self-sufficient, Lady Auchlina," Moreta said, pulling the rust dress over her head, "except that I cannot do up the back of the gown." She pulled the curtain aside as Auchlina rushed forward, nearly colliding with Moreta and almost collapsing with embarrassment at her awkwardness. Auchlina bore a marked resemblance to her brother, but none to Lady Oma, if indeed the woman was the girl's mother. The dark complexion, which suited Alesan, did nothing for the girl, yet she had a sensitivity in her face and a grace of movement that had its own appeal. And, Moreta noted enviously, thick, long black plates gleamed in the well-lit room. "I'm awfully sorry it's only me, Lady Moreta, but it's time to serve the roast, and with so many guests." Auchlina deftly settled the bodice to Moreta's hips and began lacing the back. "If I had been watching where I walked." "Oh, Marl wanted to sink into the ground with the slops, Lady Moreta. He rushed here to us with your gown and hovered in the washroom, fretting about the stains. You must have been furious to have a new gown ruined in the first wearing, before you had a chance to show it off or dance in it." Auchlina's voice reflected her awe, which was quite understandable, since she was obviously wearing a dress handed down from older sisters. "I shall dance much more easily in this." Moreta twitched experimentally at the rust skirts. "Alesan sent word that you had to be enticed with a gown pretty enough to make you stay for the dancing." "Oh?" "Oh!" Auchlina's eyes widened at her indiscretion, and she blinked back sudden tears, her expression very solemn. "He hasn't been to a gather, or danced, or sung, or been himself since Suriana died. Not even when he became Lord Holder. Tell me, was he pleased when Squealer won?" Ecstatic, Moreta smiled gently at the girl's obvious adoration of her brother. Creditable win, too. 5 lengths.
And he actually smiled? And enjoyed himself?
At Moreta's reassurance, the girl clasped her hands under her chin, her dark eyes shining.
I did see the start,
her expressive face clouded briefly, and heard the yells. I'll bet the loudest was from Lessa.
Did you see Squealer afterward? And you met Dag. Dag is never far from that runner. He's been so devoted. He knows so much about racing because he rode for Lord Leaf before he got so old. He can spot winners every time. He had faith in Lessan's breeding when everyone else thought he ought to give it up before Lord Leaf.
Ochlana broke off with a gasp.
I talk too much.
I've been listening. Moreta was not unaccustomed to outpourings of repressed emotions. I think Squealer is going to repay all the time and effort Lessan and Dag have put into him.
Oh, do you really think so?
The prospect brought a fresh spasm of delight to Ochlana.
Listen, the harpers have begun.
At the sound of music, the girl wheeled to the window, its metal shutters open to the darkening sky.
Well then, let's go dance. It's time to enjoy ourselves.
For a moment, Ochlana looked apprehensive, as if she wouldn't be allowed to enjoy herself. Younger members of Hold families were often saddled with the onerous duties of a gather, but Moreta would make it a point to see that Ochlana did dance. The girl smiled graciously and gestured for Moreta to precede her from the room. The corridors in the hall were empty, but drudges were opening the glow baskets arranged on the forecourt as Moreta and Ochlana hastened by. Moreta paused on the ramp to look up to the fire heights. Orlith slept, eyes closed, in the setting sun, likely to remain somnolent until the evening breeze chilled the air. Other dragons, their rainbow-colored eyes gleaming, watched the scene below.
Oh!
Ochlana's tone was a yip of delighted fear.
They are such awesome creatures.
She paused, then blurted out.
Were you terribly scared?
When I impressed? Very much so. The search reached my father's hold the very day of impression. I was scooped up and taken to Ista in a hurry, told to change, and then shoved onto the hatching ground before I knew exactly what was taking place. Orlith and Moreta could never suppress an exultant smile at the memory. Forgave me for being late.
Oh!
Ochlana expelled a long sigh of bliss. Moreta smiled, recognizing the girl's yearning to be found on search and to impress a queen dragon. Once, when faced with such envious yearnings, Moreta had felt unaccountable guilt over her good fortune at impressing Orlith, her friend, her sure consolation, her life. That reaction had gradually been replaced by the knowledge of the great gap between wish, fulfillment, and acceptance. So Moreta could smile kindly at Ochlana while her mind reached out to her sleeping dragon.
If my brother hadn't been my father's successor, he might have been a dragon rider,
Ochlana confided to Moreta in a sudden whisper. Really? Moreta was startled. She hadn't heard that Ruatha Hold had been approached for one of its sons, not since she joined the Weir 10 turns before.
Dag told me,
and Ochlana nodded her head vigorously to support her statement.
It was 12 turns ago. Dag said Lord Leaf was in a fury because Lessan was to be the heir, and though Lord Leaf told the Dragonriders they could have any other member of his hold, Dag said that no one else was acceptable to the dragons. How do dragons know?
Search dragons know, Moreta said in a mysterious voice, a rote reply after so many repetitions. Each Weyr has dragons who sense the potential in youngsters. Moreta deepened the mystery in her voice. There are folk, Weyr-born, who've known dragons and riders all their lives who don't impress, and complete strangers, like myself, who do. The dragons always know.
The dragons always know.
Ochlana's whisper was half prayer, half imprecation. She stole a quick look up the fire heights as if she feared the somnolent dragons might take offense if they heard. Come, Ochlana, Moreta said briskly. I'm dying to dance.
Chapter 3. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.11.43. To Moreta, of all the gathers she'd ever attended, the Ruathan gather at that moment of dusk evoked best what gathers should be. Folk from Weir, Hold, and Craft assembled to eat, drink, dance, and enjoy one another's company. The glow baskets on their standards cast patches of golden light on the crowded tables, on the dancers, on the clusters of people standing about talking, and on the circles of men near the wine barrels. The darting figures of children wove in and out of the light patches, and occasionally their laughter and shouts cut across the music and the stamping of the dancers. The smell of roasted meats and warm evening air, of dust and pungent glows, and wine reinforced all prospect of entertainment. 9 harpers graced the platform, and 5 more sat waiting their turns. Moreta couldn't pick out Tyrone, but the master harper might be circulating among the tables. Lessan might not like the master harper, but Tyrone would discharge his obligation to the new Lord Holder's first gather. Moreta and Ochlina had reached the edge of the onlookers, who parted while respectfully murmuring greetings as the two moved closer to the dance square. Having guided Moreta to the head table opposite the harper's platform, Ochlina would have left, but Moreta took the girl by the hand. When Lessan rose to his feet, gesturing for Moreta to sit beside him, she pulled Ochlina down too, ignoring the girl's protest. "There's room enough, isn't there?" Moreta asked, giving Lessan a significant glare. "She was so good about waiting for me." "Room enough, of course," Lessan replied graciously, motioning to the table's other occupants to adjust. As Moreta seated herself, Lessan peered at her, a frown beginning to pucker his brows. "Is that the best that could be supplied you?" He pinched at the sleeve with disapproval. "This suits me very well. Much better for dancing than mine, though I had many to choose from," she added hastily, as the reason for his frown became clear to her. "I think I should make it a practice to bring 2 dresses to a gather, one to see races in," she grinned mischievously up at him, "and one to be seen in." She gave her chin an arrogant tilt and pretended hauteur. Placated, Lessan smiled back at her and signaled for wine to be poured in her cup. "I've more of the Bendon white for you." He raised his cup in a quick toast. She had had not more than a sip when the harpers struck up a loud and lively dance tune. "Will you honor me with a dance, Weyrwomen?" Lessan asked, jumping to his feet and extending his hand. "Why else am I here?" She turned to Ochlina with a smile. "Guard my place and my cup." Then she took Lessan's hand and allowed herself to be spun onto the square, finding the beat of the measure and stepping out into the pattern with a strong man's body against hers and firm hands guiding her. She loved to dance, and though the Weir had musicians and songs in the evening from time to time, dancing was generally reserved for hatching festivities. Occasionally the blue and green riders indulged in wild acrobatics, usually when they were well into the wine after a bad fall or the death of a dragon and rider. But Moreta dreaded those dances. Leroy and Lamal had felt that such excesses purged the riders, but Moreta preferred to absent herself, taking flight on Orlith to be far from the maddening drumbeat and the posturing dance. But the gather's music soon exorcised those memories, and she was breathless by the time Lessan whirled her back to the table, both of them heartily applauding the harper's music, the sweet, uncomplicated, merry, familiar tunes. "I must dance now with Falga," Lessan said, seeing Moreta settled. "But save me another dance." "Did you enjoy dancing with Lessan?" Ochlina asked in a shy, wistful voice as she set the goblet of Bendon wine before Moreta. "Indeed I did. He's light on his feet and knows the dance well." "Lessan taught me to dance. When there's music in the hall, he always asks me at least once, but I don't expect he'll be able to tonight with so many other girls." "Then I shall find you another partner." Moreta turned to search out an idle Dragonrider. "Oh, I mustn't." Ochlina looked scared, and her eyes flitted nervously to the crowded square where a new dance was forming. "I'm expected to help with the guests." "You are?
by making sure of my comfort and guarding my bend in wine." Moreta smiled warmly at the child. "But you must dance tonight." "Moreta!" A firm hand clasped her on the shoulder, and she looked up at Beleriand, Bronze Nabeth's rider from the high reaches Weyr. "There's good music begging your step, and me." The bronze rider did not wait for her consent, but took her hand and pulled her into his arms, laughing down at her. "I knew you couldn't resist me." And he winked over Moreta's shoulder at the astonished Ochlana as he spun the Weyrwoman off to the square. Moreta did not miss the wistful, yearning expression on Ochlana's face, but then Beleriand had that effect on many women. He was handsome and tall, with a fine, strong body, sparkling dark eyes, a mobile expression, a ready laugh. He always had a quick remark and a fund of light gossip. Moreta and he had enjoyed a brief association when she'd first come to Fort Weyr, and she was certain that he was the father of her third child. She regretted that she had had to foster, but she had always been the healer, and that duty had priority. Though Beleriand was not the same caliber wing leader as Chagall, Moreta had hoped that Nabeth would have flown her queen during that crucial mating flight. But then the strongest, cleverest dragon flew the queen. That was the only way to improve the breed. Twice Chagall's Cadith had been strongest and fastest. Or so Moreta kept telling herself. Beleriand was in a good mood, not yet deep in his wine, for his words weren't slurred and his step was firm. He'd heard of her dousing, teased her about monopolizing the young Lord Holder, told her that her love of racing would be her undoing, and asked why Chagall was not there to protect his interests. "I never understood why you let Cadith fly your queen when she could have done much better with Nabeth, and I'd be Fort Weyr leader. I'm much more fun to be with than Chagall. Or so you used to tell me." By the intense gleam in his eyes and the sharp hold he took of her waist for the last figure of the dance, Beleriand was half in earnest, Moreta realized. Moreta reminded herself that Beleriand was always in earnest for the duration of any given encounter. A charming opportunist who didn't limit his activities to any one weir or hold. "What? You be Fort Weyr leader? You don't like that much responsibility." "With you as Weyrwoman, I'd have improved beyond all knowing. And it's only 8 more turns, and then we're all free to enjoy ourselves." He pulled her tighter still. "We did enjoy ourselves before, you know." "When didn't you enjoy yourself, Light Wing?" "True, and tonight is meant for enjoyment, isn't it?" She laughed and swung away from an embrace that had best be broken. Beleriand's attentions might be misconstrued by some. She owed Chagall her undiverted support, at least until the fall ended. As she made her way back to the table, Beleriand followed, smiling at Ochlana in imperturbable good humor. Moreta wished he hadn't followed her, noting Ochlana's breathless reaction as Beleriand smoothly set himself down beside the girl. "May I have the next dance with you, Lady Ochlana? Moreta will tell you I'm harmless. I'm also Beleriand, Bronze Nabeth's rider from the high reaches. May I have a sip of your wine?" "Oh, that's Lady Moreta's wine," Ochlana protested, trying to regain possession of the cup that Beleriand had seized. "She'd never deny me a sip of wine, but I'll drink to you and your big dark eyes." Schooling her own expression, Moreta watched Ochlana's, saw her blushing confusion at Beleriand's compliments. She could see the pulse of excitement beating in the girl's slender neck, her quickened breathing. Ochlana could not have been more than 16 turns. Hold bred, she'd be married off very soon to some holder or craftmaster to the east or the south, far from Ruatha, strengthening bloodlines. By the time the pass ended, Ochlana would have children, and this gather day would have been long forgotten. Or, perhaps, better remembered for Beleriand's attentions. She smiled when the harpers struck up a slow and stately dance, and Beleriand led the delighted girl onto the square. As most people felt their talents adequate to that dance, the tables had emptied. Lady Oma remained at one end, listening gravely to a prosperously dressed older woman. When both smiled indulgently toward the dance square, Moreta caught sight of a Lessa sedately guiding a young girl. The older woman's daughter, possible candidate for second wife. Lady Oma's faint smile was speculative. As Moreta made her own evaluation, the girl, pretty enough with dark curling hair, smiled simperingly up at a Lessa. Such an innocent would never attract a Lessa, now that as Lord Holder he could have his choice from any hold or hall on the continent. Then Moreta noticed Pern, a Fort Weir bronze rider, watching the dance. She'd thought Pern had been to Ista. "Is the Ista gather over so soon?" she asked him, surprised. "A bit disappointing, really, once they'd taken the animal away. No racing." Pern gave her a tolerant smile. "Nowhere near as many people as Ruatha." He nodded with satisfaction at the crowded dance square. "People weren't in such a festive mood, either. There's illness in Aigen, Karoon, and Telgar." "Runners?" The memory of the beast's unexpected fall flashed across her mind. "Runners? No. People. A fever, I heard. Master Capium was someplace about, I heard, though I didn't see him." "Ista's Weir leaders are well?" Fagal and Wimia had been good friends during her turns at Ista Weir. "And sent you their good wishes, as usual. Oh, by the way, I bear greetings for you from an animal healer named Talpen. Said he knew you from your father's hold." Strange, Moreta thought, moving on after exchanging pleasantries with the High Reaches riders, chatting with Pern. Until that day she hadn't been reminded of Talpen in turns, and now she even had greetings from him. The dance ended, and she tried to locate a Lessa for another with him. He was such a good partner. Then she saw him in the square, partnering a girl whose long black hair made Moreta think at first he was dancing with Ochlana. The girl turned slightly, and Moreta realized that he was doing his duty by yet another marriageable woman. She felt great sympathy for Lessa, remembering how bronze riders had besieged her before Orlith rose to mate 2 turns ago. Moreta drained her goblet, then went in search of more wine or a partner. She very much wanted to dance again, but paused by the nearest wine keg first. The barman quickly filled her cup, and she thanked him. At the first sip, she realized her mistake. This wine had an acid aftertaste. Tillich, not the rich, full mouth of the Bendon. She nearly spat it out. This dance was a short, wild hop, as much fun to watch for the people losing balance as to dance. When the harpers finished with a swirl, they added the chords that announced an intermission. It was the time for harper songs. Moreta half expected Tyrone to stride in, for he should be leading singer of a Ruathan gather, but the young master harper of Ruatha Hold and an older journeyman moved to the fore in his stead. When Moreta looked toward the head table, she saw a Lessa flanked by a pair of pretty girls, one of them a redhead. Lady Oma was certainly wasting no time at this gather. Disinclined to return to the head table, Moreta found an unoccupied stool. She enjoyed the first song, a rousing ballad, and joined in the chorus with as much verve as those around her. Fine voices near helped her find the harmony, for she didn't have a high enough voice to stay with the soprano line. Halfway through the second chorus, Moreta was conscious of Orlith's mind. "You do like the singing, too, don't you?" she sent to the Queen. "Singing is a pleasant occupation. It lightens the mind, and all minds are together." Moreta's voice faltered into a laugh, which she quickly suppressed, for it wouldn't do, even if she were the Weyrwoman, to laugh through a serious song. The harpers led the gather in 4 traditional songs, each one sung with increasing zest as the dancers recovered their breaths. The young Ruathan harper, an excellent tenor, sang an unfamiliar song that he announced he'd found while going through old records. The melody was haunting, and the interval between the notes unexpected. A very old song, Moreta decided, but a good choice for the tenor's voice.
Orlith liked it too. "Our tastes generally coincide," Moreta said. "Not always." "What do you mean by that?" "The harpers sing," Orlith replied, evading, and Moreta knew that she'd get no direct answer. Then the harpers asked for favorites from the audience. Moreta would have liked to request one of the Plains songs from her own Caroon, but it was a mournful tune unsuited to the mood of the evening. Talpan had often hummed it. Coincidence again. Talpan had often hummed it. Coincidence again. After the serenading, Alessan went up on the platform, thanking the harpers and offering compliments for their music and their presence. He enjoined them to make as free of Ruatha's wine as necessary to keep them playing until the last dancer surrendered the square. Everyone applauded loudly, cheering and thumping the tables and kegs to signify their appreciation of a lord holder who would not stint on his first gather. The cheering went on long past what was a courteous spate, and followed Alessan back to his table. The harpers began the next session with a circle dance that permitted Alessan to accompany both of the girls. Beleriand was on his feet with Ochlina again. Lady Oma seemed not to notice, so concentrated was her attention on Alessan's partners. Her throat dry from singing and cheering, Moreta was determined to find more of Alessan's Bendon wine. As she made her way to the head table, she was stopped by holders asking after Lerai and Holth, and expressing sincere regret that the Weyrwomen had not attended. "Pass the greetings on, Orlith. They'll like to know they were missed." After a pause, Orlith replied that Holth was just as glad that she didn't have to sit through a long night on a cold cliff. "You're not feeling the chill, are you?" Moreta asked anxiously. "The fire heights hold the sun heat, and Nabeth and Tamianth keep me warm. You should eat. You're always telling me to eat. Now you." The smugness in Orlith's tone Moreta found amusing, and merited, for the rough Tilloch wine was making her a trifle light-headed. She was aware of a belly rumbling, and she'd best get to the food before the circle dance ended. She detoured to acquire a full platter of spiced roast wherry, tubers, and other tempting morsels. As she was making her way to the head table and more of the Bendon wine, the circle dance ended. Alessan had no sooner bowed to his two partners when Lady Oma was introducing him to yet another girl. Then Moreta caught sight of Lord Tolocamp bearing down on her, and she moved off quickly at a tangent as if she hadn't seen him. His expression was grim, and she was not going to endure one of his lectures at a gather. She wended her way through the crowds, briefly considered stopping at the harpers' table, for they would have the best wine. But she decided she was no safer from Tolocamp in the harpers' company. Besides, they'd probably had enough of him since the Harper Hall was situated so close to Fort Hold. So, instead, she ducked behind the harpers' platform, standing a moment to accustom her eyes to the welcome darkness. As it was, she nearly fell over the pack saddles stacked behind the dais. She upended one, quite delighted with her solitude and escaping Tolocamp. Come the end of Pass, that man was going to be high-flying irritant, and she didn't think that Chagall was going to be able to handle him as well as he handled Fall. "This is good. You are eating," Orlith said. Moreta neatly folded a slice of the roast wherry and took a huge bite. The meat was as tender and succulent as its roasting odor had advertised. "It's beautiful," she told her queen. She ate eagerly, licking her fingers, not wishing to miss a drop of the juices. Someone stumbled around the corner of the platform, and Moreta, balancing her plate and cursing the interruption, slipped into the deeper shadow. Could Tolocamp have followed her? Or was this someone answering natural needs? "Alessan," Orlith told her, which surprised Moreta, for Orlith wasn't all that good on remembering people names. "Moreta?" Alessan sounded uncertain. "Ah, you are here," he added as she stepped forward. "I thought I saw you slip away to elude Tolocamp. I come laden with food and drink. Am I intruding on your privacy?"
You're not, if you happen to bring any more of that Bendon wine. Mind you, the Tillich you're serving is not bad. But it doesn't at all compare with the Bendon, and I hope you haven't mentioned the difference to anyone. What? And miss out on my share? And you brought more wherry. My compliments to your cook. The roast is superior, and I'm starving. Here, sit on a pack saddle. She pushed one toward him, and after emptying her cup of the inferior wine, held it out to him. More Bendon, please. I've a full skin here. Alessan poured carefully. But surely you must share it with your partners. Don't you dare. Alessan reached for her goblet in a mock attempt to retrieve the wine from her. That wasn't fair of me. You were doing your duty as Lord Holder, and very nicely, if I may say so. Well, I've done my duty as Lord Holder, and will now resume the responsibilities of being your escort. I will now enjoy the gather. Hosts rarely do. My mother, the good and worthy, and duty-conscious, has paraded every eligible girl in the West, with all of whom I have dutifully danced. They're not much on talking. By the way, speaking of talking, is that bronze rider who's been monopolizing Ochlana a kind and honorable man? Balerion is kind and very good company. Is Ochlana aware of Dragonriders' propensities? As every proper hold girl is. Alessan's tone was dry, acknowledging Dragonrider whims and foibles. Balerion is kind, and I have known him many turns, Moreta went on by way of reassurance. Ochlana's adoration of her brother was not misplaced if he troubled himself to speak to a Weyrwoman about a bronze rider who was paying marked attention to his sister. They ate in companionable silence, for Alessan was as hungry as Moreta. Suddenly the harpers struck up another tune, one of the sprightlier dances, more of a patterned run, requiring the lighter partner to be lifted, twirled, and caught. She recognized the challenge gleaming in Alessan's eyes. Only the young and fit usually attempted the toss dance's acrobatics. She laughed low in her throat. She was no timid adolescent, uncertain of herself, and no decorous hold woman, vitality and body drained by constant childbearing. She was the fighting fit rider of a queen dragon, and she could outdance any man, holder, crafter, rider. In addition, Orlith was encouraging her. Deserting the remains of her food and her wine, she caught Alessan by the hand and pulled him after her toward the dancing square, where already one pair had come to grief and lay sprawled, the subject of good-natured teasing. Weyrwoman and Lord Holder were the only pair to survive the rigors of that dance without incident. Cheers and clapping rewarded their agility. Gasping for breath and trying not to weave with the dizziness generated by the final spins, Moreta reeled to the sidelines. A goblet was put in her hand, and she knew before sipping that it would be the Bendon. She toasted Alessan as he stood beside her, chest heaving, face suffused with blood, but thoroughly delighted by their performance. By the shell, with the right partner, you can really show your quality, Falga cried as she walked up to them. You're in rare form tonight, Moreta. Alessan, best gather I've been to in turns. You've outshone your sire, who is, as of this moment, no longer lamented. He set a good spread, but nothing to compare to this. Saligar will be sorry he didn't come with me. The other dragon riders, with Falga, lifted their cups to Alessan. See you at Crom, Falga said to Moreta in parting, as the harpers began a gentle old melody. Can you move at all? Alessan asked Moreta, bending to speak quietly in her ear. Of course. Moreta cast a glance in the direction of Alessan's gaze and saw Lady Oma escorting a girl across the floor. I've had my shins kicked enough this evening. Alessan clasped Moreta firmly, his right hand flat against her shoulder blade, the fingers of his left hand twining in hers as he guided her out in the center of the square. As she surrendered to the swaying step and glide of the stately dance, Moreta had a brief glimpse of the smileless face of Lady Oma. She could feel Alessan's heart pounding, as hers still was, from the exertions of the previous dance, but gradually the thudding eased, her face cooled, and her muscles stopped trembling. She realized that she had not danced to this melody since leaving Karoon, since the last gather she had attended with Talpan, so many turns ago. "You're thinking of another man," Alessan whispered, his lips close to her ear. "A boy I knew, in Karoon." "And you remember him fondly?" "We were to be apprenticed to the same master healer." Could she detect a note of jealousy in Alessan's voice? He continued in the craft. "I was taken to Ista and impressed Orlith." "And now you heal dragons." For a moment Alessan loosened his grip, but only, it seemed, to take a fresh and firmer hold of her. "Dance, Moreta of Karoon. The moons are up. We can dance all night." "The Harpers may have other plans." "Not as long as my supply of Bendon White lasts." So Alessan remained by her side, making sure her goblet was full, and insisting that she eat some of the small hot-spiced rolls that were being served to the dwindling revelers. Nor did he relinquish her to other partners. The wine got to the Harpers before the new day. Even Alessan's incredible store of energy was flagging by the time Orlith landed again in the dancing square. "It has been a memorable gather, Lord Alessan," Moreta said formally. "Your presence has made it so, Weyrwomen Moreta," he replied, assisting her to Orlith's forearm. "Shells! Don't slip, woman. Can you reach your own weir without falling asleep?" His voice carried an edge of anxiety, despite his flippant words. "I can always reach my own weir." "Can she, Orlith?" Lord Alessan! The audacity of the man consulting her dragon in her presence. Orlith turned her head, her eyes sleepily golden. "He means well." "You mean well, Orlith says." Moreta knew that fatigue was making her sound silly, so she made herself laugh. She didn't wish to end the marvelous evening on a sour note. "Yes, my lady of the golden dragon, I mean well. Safe back." Alessan gave her a final wave, and then moved slowly through the disarray of fallen benches and messy tables, toward the deserted roadway where most of the stalls had been dismantled and packed away. "Let's get back to Fort Weir," Moreta said softly, reluctantly. Her eyes were heavy, her body limp with a pleasant, if thorough, fatigue. It took an effort to think of the pattern of Fort Weir's star-stones. Then Orlith sprang off the dancing square, the standards whipping about with the force of her back wing stroke. They were aloft, and Ruatha receding, the darkness punctuated by the last few surviving glows. Chapter 4. South Bowl and Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.11.43. "Well," KPM raised his head from the pillow he had made of his arms on the small wooden table in the dispensary. Fatigue and the tremendous strain disoriented him, and at first he couldn't identify the figure standing imperiously in front of him. "Well, Master Healer, you said you would return immediately to bring me your conclusions. That was several hours ago. Now I find you sleeping." The testy voice and overbearing manner belonged to Lord Ratoshigan. Behind him, just outside the door, was the tall figure of the Weir leader, who had conveyed KPM and Lord Ratoshigan from Ista's gather to Southern Bowl. "I sat down only for a moment, Lord Ratoshigan." KPM lifted his hand in a gesture of dismay, "to organize my notes." "Well?" The third prompting was a bark of unequivocal displeasure. "What is your diagnosis of these Retoshigan did not say malingerers, but the implication would have been plain enough, even if the anxious infirmarian had not repeatedly told KPM that Lord Retoshigan regarded any man as a malingerer who took his bread and protection but did not deliver a fair day's work in return. "They are very ill, Lord Retoshigan. They seemed well enough when I left for Ista. They're not wasted or scored." Retoshigan rocked from heel to toe, a thin man with a long, thin, bony face, pinched nostrils above a thin, pinch-lipped mouth, and hard, small eyes in dry sockets. KPM thought the Lord Holder looked considerably more unwell than the men dying in the infirmary beds. "Two have died of whatever it is that afflicts them," KPM said slowly, reluctant to utter the terrifying conclusion that he had reached before exhaustion had overcome him. "Dead? 2? And you don't know what ailed them?" Out of the corner of his eye, KPM noticed that Chagall had stepped back from the doorway at the mention of death. The Weir leader was not a man who tolerated injury or illness, having managed to avoid both. "No, I don't know precisely what ails them. The symptoms of fever, headache, lack of appetite, the dry, hacking cough, are unusually severe and do not respond to any of the commonly effective treatments." "But you must know. You are the master healer." "Rank does not confer total knowledge of my craft." KPM had been keeping his voice low, out of deference to the exhausted healers sleeping in the next room. But Retoshigan exercised no such courtesy, and his voice had been rising with his sense of indignation. KPM rose and walked around the table, Retoshigan giving way before him, backing out into the close night. "There is much we have forgotten through disuse," KPM sighed, filled with a weary despair. He ought not to have allowed himself to sleep. There was so much to be done. "These deaths are but the beginning, Lord Retoshigan. An epidemic is loose on Pern." "Is that why you and Talpan had that animal killed?" Chagall spoke for the first time, angry surprise in his voice. "Epidemic?" Retoshigan waved Chagall to silence. "Epidemic? What are you saying, man? Just a few sick—" "Not a few, Lord Retoshigan." KPM pulled his shoulders back and leaned against the cool stucco wall behind him. 2 days ago, I was urgently called to Eigen Seahold. 40 were dead, including 3 of the sailors who had rescued that animal from the sea. Far better that they had left it on its tree trunk. 40 dead? Retoshigan was incredulous, and Chagall stepped farther back from the infirmary. "More are falling ill at the Seahold and in the nearby mountain hold whose men had come down to see the incredible sea-going feline." "Then why was it brought to Ista Gather?" The Lord Holder was outraged now. "To be seen," KPM said bitterly. "Before the illnesses started, it was taken from the Seahold to Karoon for the herdmaster to identify. I was doing what I could to assist the Seahold healers when a drum message summoned me to Karoon. Herdmaster Sufer had people and animals sickening rapidly and curiously. The illness followed the same course as that at Eigen Seahold. Another drum message, and I was conveyed by Brown Dragon to Telgar. The sickness is there, too, brought back from Karoon by 2 holders who were buying runner stock. All the beasts were dead, and so were the holders and 20 others. I cannot estimate how many hundreds of people have been infected by the merest contact with those so contagious. Those of us who live to tell the Harper will thank Talpan's quick wits." KPM looked severely at Chagall, "that he linked the journey of the feline to the spread of the disease." "But that animal was the picture of health," Chagall protested. "It was." KPM spoke with dry humor. "It seemed immune to the disease it brought to Eigen, Karoon, Telgar, and Ista. Chagall defensively crossed his arms over his chest. "How could a caged animal spread disease?" Ratoshigan demanded, his thin nostrils flaring. "It wasn't caged at Eigen, nor on the ship when it was weak from thirst and its voyage. At Karoon, Master Sufer kept it in a run when he was trying to identify it. It had ample opportunity to infect people, and plenty of time." KPM despaired as he thought of how much time and opportunity. The healers would never be able to trace all the people who had seen the rarity, touched its tawny coat, and returned to their holds, incubating the disease. But I just received a shipload of valuable runners from Karoon." KPM sighed. "I know, Lord Ratoshigan. Master Quitran informed me that the dead men worked in the beast hold. He's also had an urgent message of illness from the hold at which the men and the beast halted overnight on the way from the coast." Ratoshigan and Chagall at last began to appreciate the gravity of the situation. "We're in the middle of a pass," Chagall said. "This virus is as indifferent to us as thread is," KPM said. "You have all those records in your craft hall. Search them. You have only to search properly." Chagall had never had an unfruitful search, had he, thought KPM, and suppressed his errant sense of to record the various and sundry ways in which men and women reacted to disaster, if he survived it. "An exhaustive search was initiated as soon as I saw the reports on the Eigen Sea-hold death toll. Here is what you must do, Lord Ratoshigan." "What I must do?" The Lord Holder drew himself up. "Yes, Lord Ratoshigan, what you must do. You came to seek my diagnosis. I have diagnosed an epidemic. As Master Healer of Pern, I have authority over hold, hall, and weir in these circumstances." He glanced at Chagall to be sure the weir leader was listening too. "I hereby order you to announce by drum that a quarantine exists on this hold and the one your beast handlers used on the way from the coast. No one is to come or go from the hold proper. There is to be no travel anywhere in your hold, no congregating." "But they must gather fruit and—" "You will gather the sick, human and animal, and arrange for their care. Master Quitran and I have discussed empiric treatments since homeopathic remedies have proved ineffectual. Inform your warder and your ladies to prepare your hall for the sick." "My hall?" Ratoshigan was aghast at the idea. "And you will clear the new beast holds of animals to relieve the crowding in your dormitories." "I knew you'd bring that subject up." Ratoshigan was nearly spitting with rage. "To your sorrow, you will find that the healer's past objections have validity." KPM vented his pent-up anxieties and fears by shouting down Ratoshigan's objections. "You will isolate the sick and care for them, which is your duty as Lord Holder. Or, come the end of the pass, you'll find you hold nothing." The passion with which KPM spoke reduced Lord Ratoshigan to silence. Then KPM turned on Chagall. "Weir leader, convey me to Fort Hold. It is imperative that I return to my hall as quickly as possible. You will wish to waste no time alerting your weir." Chagall hesitated, but it was not to speak to his dragon. "Weir leader?" Chagall swallowed. "Did you touch that animal?" "No, I did not. Talpan warned me." Out of the corner of his eye, KPM saw Ratoshigan recoil. "You cannot leave here, Master KPM," Ratoshigan cried, skittering fearfully to grab his hand. "I touched that animal. I might die, too." "So you might. You went to Istagather to poke and prod a caged creature that has exacted an unexpected revenge for cruelty." Chagall and Ratoshigan stared at the usually tactful master healer. "Come, Chagall, no time is to be wasted. You'll want to isolate those riders who attended Istagather, especially those who might have been close to the beast." "But What shall I do, Master KPM? What shall I do? What I told you to do. You'll know in 2 or 3 days if you've caught the sickness. So I recommend that you order your hold as quickly as possible. KPM gestured Chagall to lead the way to the courtyard where the bronze dragon was waiting. The great glowing eyes of Cadith guided the 2 men to his side in the pre-dawn darkness. Dragons. Chagall halted abruptly. Do dragons get it? Talpan said not. Believe me, Weir Leader, it was his primary concern. You're positive? Talpan was. No Weyrs, Watchwares, or Wherries have been affected, though individuals of all those species had contact with the feline at Eigen Seahold or Karoon Beasthold. Runners are seriously affected, but not herd beasts or the indigenous Weyrs and Wherries, since dragons are related. Not to Wherries. KPM did not bother to disagree, though in his craft the kinship was tacitly acknowledged. The dragon that took the feline from Eigen to Karoon has not become ill, and he conveyed it over 10 days ago. Chagall looked dubious, but he gestured for them to proceed to Cadith. The bronze dragon had lowered his forequarters for his rider and the healer to mount. Riding dragonback was one of the most enjoyable prerogatives of KPM's mastery, though he tried not to presume on that privilege. Gratefully, he settled himself behind Chagall. He had no compunctions about drafting Chagall and Cadith to convey him to his hall in this extreme emergency. The Weir Leader was strong and healthy, and might survive any contagion KPM carried. KPM's mind was too busy with all he must accomplish in the next few hours to enjoy the dragon's launching into air. Talpan had promised to initiate quarantine at Ista, to warn the East, and to isolate any who might have had contact with the beast. He would try to trace all runners leaving Karoon Beasthold in the past 18 days. KPM would alert the West and intensify the search of records. The fort drums would be hot tomorrow with all the messages he must send. The first priority would be Ruatha Hold. Dragonriders had attended Ista Gather and then flown in for a few more hours of dancing and wine at Ruatha. If only KPM had not succumbed to fatigue. He had already lost valuable time in which the disease would be innocently spread. Chagall's low warning gave KPM time to take a good hold of the fighting straps. As they went between, he did wonder if the awful cold might kill off any trace of the disease. They were abruptly above Fort Hold, fire heights, and gliding in for a fast landing in the field before the hall. Chagall was not going to stay in the company of the master healer any longer than he had to. He waited until KPM dismounted, and then asked the healer to repeat his instructions. Tell Birchar and Moreta to treat the symptoms empirically. I'll inform you of any effective treatment immediately. The plague incubates in 2 to 4 days. There have been survivors. Try to establish where your riders and weirfolk have been. The freedom to travel as they pleased had worked to the disadvantage of the Weyrs. Don't congregate. There's fall. The Weyrs do have their duty to the people, but try to limit contact with ground crews. KPM gave Cadith's shoulder a grateful thump. Cadith turned his gleaming eyes toward the master healer, and then, walking forward a few paces, sprang into the air. KPM watched until the pair went between, against the lightning eastern sky, the journey of a breath to the mountains beyond Fort Hold. Then he stumbled up the gentle slope toward the hall and the bed he was going to welcome. But first he had to compose the drum messages that must go out to Ruatha. The early morning air held a bit of dampness that suggested fog was on its way. No glow baskets were set in the forecourt of Fort Hold, and only the one in the entryway of the Harper Hall. KPM was surprised to see how much progress had been made on the annex of the hall in the 2 days. Then the watchware came snorting up to him, recognizing his smell and gurgling its greeting. KPM slapped affectionately at Burr's ugly head digging his fingers into its skull ridges and smiling at the happy alteration of its noise. Watch Weyrs had their uses, to be sure, but due to the freak of breeding that had perpetuated them, the creatures were so ugly that they revolted those who saw their debased resemblance to the graceful dragons. Yet the Watch Weyr was as loyal and faithful as any dragon, and could be trained to recognize those who were allowed to come and go with impunity. Legends said that Watch Weyrs had been used in the earliest holds as the last-ditch defense against thread, though how, since Watch Weyrs were nocturnal creatures that could not tolerate sunlight, KPM didn't know. Burr was quite young, only a few turns old, and KPM had cultivated an association with it since it had been hatched. He and Tyrone had made it strictly understood that they would not tolerate apprentice abuse of the creature. When thread fell on fort, KPM or Tyrone, whichever of the two masters was present, would take the Watch Weyr into the main entrance of the hall, to remind the young men and women that the Watch Weyr could provide an important function in that perilous period. If Burr's ecstatic welcome nearly knocked him off his feet, at least the greeting was sincere, and KPM was oddly touched by it. Burr bumbled along beside him, his chain rattling on the flagstone. He gave Burr a last drubbing across the scalp, and then ran up the stairs to open the heavy door of the hall. One dim glow illuminated the inner hall. KPM closed the door and moved quickly, so near his bed and much-needed rest. He went to the left in the main hall, through the doorway that led to the archives. Discordant snores surprised him, and he peered into the vaulted library room. Two apprentices, one with head pillowed on the records he had been examining, the other propped more comfortably against the wall, were vying unmusically. Annoyance warred with tolerance in KPM's mind. Dawn was near, and would bring Master Fortine to prod them to their labors and scold them for weakness. They'd be the better readers for his rebuke, and the rest. Suddenly KPM was too tired to answer the questions they would certainly tax him with if he did wake them. Quietly then, he took a sheet of well-scraped hide and composed a terse message for the drum master to broadcast to the weirs and the major holds, to be relayed to lesser holds and halls. He put the message on Master Fortine's writing desk, right on the page the archivist was using. Fortine would see it as soon as he finished his breakfast, which was usually early, so the news of the epidemic would be spread before noon. To the sound of the discordant snores, KPM dragged his feet to his quarters. He'd get some sleep before the drums started. Quite possibly he was weary enough to sleep through them for a while. He walked up the steps into the healers section of the Harper Hall. When the pass was over, he must really start the construction of a healer craft hall. He reached his room and opened the door. A mellow glow softly lit the chamber. A bowl of fresh fruit and a small wine jar had been placed on his bedside table, and his bed fur turned back invitingly. Desdra. He was once more grateful for her thoughtfulness. Tossing his pack to the corner, he sat on the bed, the effort of pulling off his boots almost beyond his remaining physical strength. He loosened his belt, then decided not to remove his tunic and pants. Too much effort required. He rolled onto the mattress and in the same movement jerked the fur over his shoulder. The pillow was remarkably welcoming to his tired, aching head. He groaned. He had left the drum messages. Fortine would know that he had returned, but not at what hour. He had to have sleep. He had been across Pern and up and down it. If he wasn't extra careful of his own health, he'd be a victim of the plague before he found out what it was. He staggered from his bed to his table. "Disturb me not," he printed boldly, and hanging on to the door to keep himself erect for that one last task, he pinned the note where it could not be missed. Then, when he sank into the comfort of his bed, he could relax into sleep. Chapter 5. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.11.43.
Moreta was certain that she had only been asleep a few minutes when Orlith woke her.
2 hours you have slept, but Cadith is in a frenzy.
Why? Moreta found it very difficult to lift her head from the pillow. It didn't ache, but her legs did. Whether from the dancing or from the wine, Moreta didn't know, and probably would not have time to discover if Chagall was in one of his moods.
A sickness in the land,
Orlith replied, sounding puzzled.
Chagall went first to see Kalan and woke him.
Woke Kalan? Moreta was disgusted as she pulled on the first tunic she could reach. The clothing was slightly damp, and her sleeping quarters were clammy. The weather must have changed.
There is a fine mist over the weir,
Orlith obligingly reported. Moreta shivered as she dressed. Why on earth should he wake Kalan? The man's been ill and needs his rest.
He is convinced that Kalan has brought the illness here.
Orlith sounded truly perplexed.
Kalan was in Aigen.
Kalan is often in Aigen. His friend is a green rider there. Moreta splashed water into her face, then rubbed the mint stick over her teeth. But it did little to improve the taste in her mouth. She ran her fingers through her short hair with one hand as she fumbled for a goru pear from the dish in her room. The tart fruit might neutralize the after-effects of all that Bendon wine.
Moreta!
Chagall's summons resounded from the entrance to her weir. Moreta had time to give Orlith's muzzle a swift caress before Chagall burst into the chamber. The queen blinked her eyes shut, feigning sleep. Chagall charged 10 paces into the weir and stopped, holding his hand up as if fending off an approach. A sickness is all over Pern. Men are dying, and nothing can be done. Runners are dying, too. No one must leave the weir. Chagall's eyes were wide with a genuine fear, and Moreta stared at him in surprise for a moment. Thread falls tomorrow, Chagall. The Dragonriders must leave the weir. Don't come close to me. I may have been infected, too. Moreta hadn't moved. Suppose you give me some details, she said, speaking calmly. That animal they showed off at Ista. It was infected with a deadly disease. It spread from Aigen to Karoon Beasthole to Telgar. It's even in southern Bowl. Men are dead of it in Lord Ratoshigan's hold, and he's been quarantined by Master KPM. So are we. Runners, you said? Moreta's breath caught in her throat, and she turned fearfully toward her dragon. Dragons? She'd touched that runner, and if she'd contaminated Orlith... No, not dragons. KPM said Talpan agreed they weren't affected. They had the beast killed. It hadn't looked sick to me. Tell me, please, how men could die in southern Bowl when that feline was still in Ista? Because there's an epidemic. It started when the seamen hauled that beast out of the water and brought it home. Everyone wanted to see it, so they took it to Aigen Hold, then Karoon Beasthold and Ista before this Talpan fellow realized it was a carrier. Yes, that's what KPM said. The feline was a carrier. And they displayed it at Ista Gather? No one knew. Not until this Talpan fellow came along and talked to KPM. He'd been to all the infected holes. Who, Talpan? No, KPM. Talpan's an animal healer. Yes, I know. Moreta held on to her patience because Chagall was obviously so rattled as to be incoherent. Nothing was mentioned of this at Ruatha Gather. Chagall gave her a patient glare. Of course, the truth wasn't known. Besides, who talks of unpleasant things at a gather? But I just conveyed KPM to his hall. I also had to convey Ratoshigan and KPM to Southern Bowl because Ratoshigan received an urgent drum message to return. He had deaths. He also from Karoon. They probably brought that sickness to the west. Chagall glowered and then shuddered violently.
KPM said that if I didn't touch the feline, I might not get sick. I can't get sick. I'm the Weyr leader."
He shuddered again. Moreta looked at him apprehensively. His hair was damp, pressed in a wet ridge about his forehead by his riding helmet. His lips were slightly blue and his skin very pale. "You don't look well." "I'm fine. I'm fine. I bathed in the ice lake. KPM said that the disease is like thread. Cold kills thread, and so does water." Moreta took up her fur cloak, which lay where it had fallen from her shoulders a scant 2 hours before, and approached him with it. "Don't come near me." He stepped backward, his hands extended to fend her off. "Chagall, don't be idiotic." She flung the cloak at him. "Put that about you so you won't get sick of a chill. A chill would make you more susceptible to whatever disease is about." She turned back to the table and poured wine, splashing it in her haste. "Drink this. Wine is also antiseptic. No, I won't come near you." She was relieved to see him settled, the cloak about his shoulders, and stepped back from the table so he could reach the wine. An utterly foolish thing to do. Plunge yourself into the ice lake before the sun is up and then travel between. Now sit down and tell me again what happened at Istagather, and where you went with KPM, and exactly what he said. She listened with half her attention to Chagall's more orderly recounting, while she mentally reviewed what precautions and measures she could take to ensure the health of the Weyr. "No good comes from the southern continent," Chagall commented gratuitously. "There's a very sound reason why no one is permitted there." "Permission has never been denied. I always understood that everything we need was taken over in the crossing. Now, what are the symptoms of the disease that's spreading?" Moreta recalled the bloody discharge from the dead runner's nose, the only external sign of its mortal distress. Chagall stared uncomprehendingly for a long moment, then collected his thoughts. "Fever. Yes, there's fever." He glanced at her for approval. "There are many kinds of fevers, Chagall." "Birchar will know then." "Fever," KPM said, "and headache and a dry cough." "Why should that be enough to kill people and animals?" "What remedies did KPM specify?" "How could he specify when he doesn't know what the plague is?" "They'll find out. They've only to search hard enough." "Oh, he said to treat the symptoms empirically." "Did he mention an incubation period? We can't just stay quarantined in the Weyr forever, you know." "I know. But KPM said we mustn't congregate. He really tore into Ratoshigan for the overcrowding in his hold." Chagall grinned unpleasantly. "We have been warning the holders, but would they listen? They'll pay for it now." "Chagall, KPM must have told you how long it takes the disease to incubate." The Weyr leader had finished the wine. He frowned and rubbed at his face. "I'm tired. I waited half the night for the master healer at Ratoshigan's. He said it incubates in 2 to 4 days. He told me to find out where everyone has been and to order them not to congregate. The Weyr has its duties, too. I've got to get some sleep. Since you're up, you make sure everyone knows about this. Tell them all just what they may have caught yesterday." He gave her a hard, warning stare. "I don't want to find out when I wake up that you've jollied people along." An epidemic is a far different affair from reassuring a rider with a wing-damaged dragon. And find Birchar. I want to know exactly what Kalan was ill of. Kalan didn't know, and Birchar wasn't in his quarters. Chagall didn't approve of that. Fully male and hold-bred, Chagall had never developed any compassion nor understanding of the green and blue riders and their associations. "I'll speak to Birchar." She had a fairly good idea she'd find him with Sigor, a green rider. "And warn the Weyr?" He rose, groggy with fatigue and the wine he'd taken on an empty stomach. "And no one's to leave the Weyr and no one's to come in. You be sure that the watch rider passes on that order." He waggled an admonitory finger at her. "It's a bit late to cry thread when the burrow's set, isn't it?" she replied bitterly. The gathers should have been cancelled. No one knew how serious this was yesterday. You transmit my orders straight away. Still clutching her fur around him, Chagall stumbled from the weir. Moreta watched him go, her head throbbing. Why hadn't they cancelled the gathers? All those people at Ruatha, and Dragonriders from every weir in and out of Ista and Ruatha. What was it Pern had told her? Sickness in Aigan, Karoon, and Telgar? But he hadn't said anything about an epidemic or deaths. And that runner of Vander's? Had Alessan mentioned a new runner from Karoon in Vander's hold? Thinking of the long picket lines on Ruatha's race flat, Moreta groaned. And all those people. How infectious would that runner have been at the moment of his death, when anxious riders and helpful spectators had crowded around it? She shouldn't have interfered. It was not her business. "You are distressed," Orlith said, her eyes whirling in a soothing blue. "You should not be distressed by a runner beast." Moreta leaned against her dragon's head, stroking the near eye ridge, calming her anxiety with the soft feel of Orlith's skin. "It's not just the runner beast, my love. A sickness is in the land, a very dangerous sickness. Where's Birchar?" "With Sagor, asleep. It is very early, and foggy." And yesterday was so beautiful. She remembered Alessan's strong arms about her in the toss dance, the challenge in his light green eyes. "You enjoyed yourself," Orlith said with deep satisfaction. "Yes, indeed I did," Moreta sighed ruefully. "Nothing will change yesterday," Orlith remarked philosophically. "So now you must deal with today." As Moreta chuckled over dragon logic, the Queen added, "Levi wishes to speak with you since you are awake." Yes, and Levi might have heard about an epidemic like this. She might also know how I'm going to break the news to the weir the day before fall. Since Chagall had gone off with her cloak, Moreta slipped into her riding jacket. Orlith had been correct, as always, about the weather. As Moreta left her weir and started up the steps to Levi's, the fog was swirling down from the ranges. Thread would fall tomorrow, fog or not, so she devoutly hoped the weather would clear. If the wind failed to clear the mist, the possibility of collision would be trebled. Dragons could see through fog, but their riders couldn't. Sometimes riders did not heed their dragons and found themselves in one-sided arguments with bare ridges. "Orlith, please tell the watch rider that no one, dragon rider or holder, is permitted into the weir today. And no one is to leave it either. The order is to be passed to each watch rider." "Who would visit the weir in such fog?" Orlith asked. "And the day after 2 gathers." "Orlith?" "I have relayed the message. Balgeth is too sleepy to question why." Orlith sounded suspiciously meek. "Good day to you, Hoth," Moreta said courteously as she entered the old weirwoman's quarters. Hoth turned her head briefly in acknowledgment before closing her eyelids and snuggling her head more firmly into her forelegs. The old queen was nearly bronze with age. Beside her, on the edge of the stone platform that was the dragon's couch, Levi sat on a heap of pillows, her body swathed in thick woven rugs. Levi said she slept beside Hoth, as much for the warmth the dragon had stored up in her from so much sunning over so many turns, as to save herself the bother of moving. The last few turns, Levi's joints rebelled against too much use. Repeatedly, Moreta and Master Capiam had urged the woman to take up the standing invitation to remove to the south to Istawir. Levi adamantly refused, declaring that she wasn't a tunnel snake to change her skin. She'd been in Fort Weir and intended to live out her turn with those few old friends who remained,
and in her own familiar quarters. "Hear you enjoyed yourself past the first watch," Leroy said. She raised her eyebrows questioningly. "Was that why Chagall was berating you?" He wasn't berating. He was bemoaning. "An epidemic's loose on Pern." Concern wiped the amusement from Leroy's face. "What? We've never had an epidemic on Pern. Not that I ever heard about. Nor read, either." Her movement restricted by her joint ailment, Leroy kept the Weyrs records to allow Moreta more time for her nursing. Leroy often browsed through the older records for the gossip, she said. "Shards, I'd hoped you'd read something somewhere, something encouraging. Chagall's in a rare taking, and this time with due cause." "Perhaps I haven't read far enough back for exciting things like epidemics." Leroy tossed Moreta a pillow from her pile and pointed imperiously at the small wooden stool set aside for visitors. "We're a healthy lot, by and large. Tend to break a lot of bones. Thread scores, occasional fevers, but nothing on a continent-wide scale. What sort of disease is it?" "Master Capiam has not yet identified it." "Oh, I don't like the sound of that." Leroy rolled her eyes. "And, by the egg, there were 2 gathers yesterday, weren't there?" The danger was not fully appreciated. Master Capiam and Talpan. "The Talpan, who was a friend of yours?" "Yes. Well, he's been an animal healer, you know, and he realized that the feline they had on display at Ista was the disease carrier." "The feline from the southern continent?" Leroy clacked her tongue. "And some bloody fool has been taking that creature here, there, and everywhere, showing it off. So the disease is also here, there, and everywhere, with riders, including our noble Weyr leader, all going to have a little peek." Chagall's story was a little incoherent, but he'd taken Lord Ratashigan to Ista to see the feline. Capiam had arrived from seeing what ailed Eigen Seahold, Karoon, and Telgar. "Great Pharanth." Moreta nodded. "Ista, of course." Then Ratashigan had an urgent drum message summoning him back because of illness, so Chagall conveyed him and Master Capiam. "How did the sickness get there so fast? The beast only got as far as Ista." "Yes, but it was first at Karoon Beasthold to be identified by Master Sufer, and no one realized that it was carrying sickness." "And because it's been an open winter, they've been shipping runners all over the continent," Leroy concluded, and the 2 women looked at each other gravely. "Talpan told Capiam that dragons are not affected." "We should be grateful for small mercies, I suppose," Leroy said. "And falls tomorrow. We'll have that over with before any of us fall sick. Incubation's 2 to 4 days. "That's not a big mercy, is it? But you weren't at Ista." Leroy frowned. "No, Chagall was. However, a runner fell in the second race at Moreta, and it shouldn't have." Leroy nodded, her comprehension complete. "And naturally you were close enough to go have a look. It died?" "And shouldn't have. Its owner had just received some new stock from Karoon." "Ooh!" Leroy rolled her eyes and sighed in resignation. "So, what medication does Capiam recommend? Surely he must have some idea if he's been flipping across the continent." "He recommends that we treat the symptoms empirically until he finds out just what it is and what the specific medicine is." "And what is it we treat empirically?" "Headache, fever, and a dry cough." "They don't kill." "Until now." "I don't like this at all," Leroy said, pulling her shawl across her shoulders and hunching into its warmth. "Though mind, we'd a harper here, though Lamal shoot him off for he was doleful, who used to say, 'There's nothing new under the sun.' A slim hope in these circumstances, but I don't think we can ignore any avenues of exploration. You just bring me up more records. Say the ones starting the last pass.
Fortunately, I hadn't planned on going anywhere this morning.
As Leroy only left her weir to fly with the Queen's wing, Moreta offered her a smile for her attempt to lighten the bad tidings.
Chagall's left it to you to tell the weir.
Those who are awake. And Nesso, Leroy snorted.
That's the right one to start with. Be sure she gets the facts right, or we'll have hysteria as well as hangovers by noontime. And since you're up, would you fix my wine for me, please, Moreta?
Leroy shifted uneasily.
The change in the weather does get to my joints.
She saw Moreta's reluctance.
Look, if you fix it, then you'll know I haven't exceeded the proper amount of Fellis juice.
Eyes sparkling with challenge, she cocked her head at the younger Weyrwoman. Moreta did not like Leroy to use much Fellis juice, and contended that if Leroy went south where the warmer weather would ease her condition, she wouldn't need Fellis juice at all. But Moreta did not hesitate. The clammy cold made her feel stiff, so it would certainly be making Leroy miserable.
Now, tell me, did you enjoy the gather?
Leroy asked as Moreta measured the Fellis juice into her tall goblet. Yes, I did. And I got down on the race flats and watched most of the races from a very good vantage point with Lord Alessan.
What? You monopolized Alessan when his mother and the mother of every eligible girl able to creep or crawl to that gather?
Moreta grinned. He did his duty with the girls on the dance square. And we, she added, smiling more broadly than ever, managed to stay upright in a toss dance. Leroy grinned back at Moreta.
Alessan could be quite a temptation. I assume he's got over the death of that wild one he married. Sad, that. Now, his grandfather, Leif's sire... Ah, no, you'll have heard all that.
Moreta had not, but Leroy's comment meant she was unlikely to.
I always chat Alessan up while the ground crews are reporting. Always has a flask of Bendon White with him.
He does he? Leroy laughed at Moreta's alert tone.
Don't tell me he tried it on you, too, at his own gather.
Leroy chortled and then assumed a masculine pitch to her voice.
I just happen to have one skin of Bendon White.
And she laughed all the more as Moreta reacted to the mimicry.
He's got a full cave of 'em, I'd say. However, I'm glad Leif gave him the succession. He's got more guts than that elder brother of his. Never could remember the man's name. Never mind. Alessan's worth 3 of him. Did you know that Alessan was searched?
And that Lord Leif refused. Moreta frowned. Alessan would have made a superb bronze rider.
Well, if the lad was to succeed, Leif was entitled to refuse. That was 12 turns ago, before you arrived from Ista. Alessan would have impressed a bronze, I'm sure.
Moreta nodded, bringing Leroy her Fellis juice and wine.
Your health,
she said ironically, raising the cup to Moreta before she took a careful sip.
Do get some rest today, Moreta, she said more briskly. 2 hours' sleep is not enough when there's fall tomorrow, and who knows how many Dragonriders will do stupid things, thanks to 2 gathers, let alone Capiam's unidentified disease.
I'll get some rest once I've organized a few matters.
I sometimes wonder if we did right, Lamal and I, monopolizing your healing arts for the weir.
Yes. Moreta's quick reply was echoed by Holth and Orlith.
Well, ask a silly question.
Leroy was reassured, and she patted Holth's cheek. Quite. Now, what records should I send you?
The oldest ones you can find that are still legible.
Moreta scooped up the pillow Leroy had loaned her and threw it back to the old Weyrwoman, who caught it deftly.
And eat something,
Leroy shouted as Moreta turned and left the weir. Wisps of fog were infiltrating the valleys, oozing toward the western rim of the bowl,
and the watch rider was standing within the forearms of his dragon, finding what protection he could from the elements. Moreta shuddered. She didn't like the northern fogs, even after 10 turns. But she hadn't liked the humidity of the southern latitude at Ista any better, and it was far too late to return to the comfortable climate of the highlands of Karoon. Was the disease in the highlands, too? And Talpan diagnosing it? How strange that he had been in her mind yesterday. Would the epidemic bring them together again? She gave herself a little shake and began the descent to the floor of the bowl. First she would see Kalan, then find Birchar, even if it meant invading the privacy of Segor's weir. Kalan was asleep when she reached the infirmary, and there was not so much as a bead of fever perspiration on his brow or upper lip. His fair skin was a healthy color, wind-darkened where the eyepieces left the cheek bare. Birchar had attended Kalan during the initial days of his fever, so Moreta saw no point in rousing the Blue Rider again. Folk were moving about the bowl by then, swirling fog about them as they began the preparations for the next day's threadfall. The shouts and laughter of the weirlings, filling Firestone sacks, was muted by the mist. Moreta thought to check with Weirling Master Feneldril to find out how many of the weirlings had drawn convey duty the day before. A rare animal in Ista might well have attracted some of them, despite their strict orders to convey and return directly. "Put some energy into the task, lads. Here's the Weyrwomen to see the sacks are properly filled for tomorrow's fall." Many Fort Dragonriders insisted that Feneldril was the one rider all Fort Dragons obeyed, a holdover from Weirling days under his tutelage. He did have an uncanny instinct, Moreta thought, if he could see her through the rolling fog. He appeared right beside her, a craggy-faced man with a deep thread scar from forehead to ear, and the lobe missing, but she had always liked him, and he was one of her first friends at Fort Weir. "You're well, Weyrwoman, and Orlith thrives? She's near clutching now, isn't she?" "More weirlings for you to tyrannize, Feneldril." "Me?" He pointed his long, curved thumb at his chest in mock dismay. "Me? Tyrannize?" But the old established exchange did not lift her spirits. "There's trouble, Feneldril." "Which one?" he demanded. "No, not your weirlings. There's a disease of epidemic proportion spreading over the southeast and coming west. I want to know how many of the weirlings were on convey duty yesterday, and where they took their passengers, and how long they stayed on the ground at Ista. The entire weir will be answering the same questions. If we are to prevent the epidemic spreading here, we'll need to know." "I'll find out exactly. Never fear on that count, Moreta." "I don't. But we must avoid panic, even though the situation is very serious. And Leroy would like to have some of the oldest records, the still legible ones, brought to her weir." "What's the master healer doing then with his time, and all those apprentices of his, that we have to do his job for him?" "The more to look, the quicker to find. The sooner the better," Moreta replied. Feneldril could be so parochial. "Leroy'll have her records as soon as the lads have finished sacking Firestone and had a bit of a wash. Wouldn't do to have stone dust messing up our records. You there, Mubarak. That sack's not what I'd call full. Top it off." Another of Feneldril's quirks was to finish one job before starting the next. But Moreta moved off, secure in the knowledge that Leroy would not have a long wait for her records. She went on to the lower caverns and stood for a moment in the entrance, noting how few people occupied the tables, most of those few obviously nursing wine heads. How awkward and inconvenient it all was, Moreta thought with a rush of distressed exasperation. For an epidemic to break out the day after 2 gathers, when half the riders would consider the news a bad joke and the rest wouldn't be sober enough to understand what was happening. And fall tomorrow. How could she tell the weir if they weren't available to tell? "If you eat, you'll think of something," came the calm, imperturbable voice of her dragon.
An excellent notion. Moreta went to the small breakfast hearth and poured herself a cup of claw, added a huge spoonful of sweetener, took a fresh roll from the warming oven, and looked around for a place to sit and think. Then she saw Peter Parr, the Weyr herdsman, sharpening his hoof knife. His hair was rumpled and his face sleep-creased. He was not really attending to the job at hand, which was honing an edge against the strop. "Don't cut yourself," she said quietly, sitting down. Peter Parr winced at the sound of her voice, but he kept on stropping. "Were you at Ista or Ruatha?" "Both, for my folly. Beer at Ista, that foully acid Tillich wine at Ruatha." "Did you see the feline at Ista?" Moreta thought it would be kinder to break the news gently to a man in Peter Parr's fragile state. Peter Parr frowned. "Master Talpan was there. He told me not to get too close, though it was caged and all. He sent you his regards, by the way." Afterward, Peter Parr's frown deepened as if he didn't quite trust his memory of events. "They put the animal down." "For a good reason." Moreta told him why. Peter Parr held the knife suspended, mid-strop, shocked. By the time she had finished, he had recovered his equanimity. "If it's to come, it'll come," he went on stropping. "That last drove of runner beasts we received in tithe," she asked, "from which hold did it come?" She sipped at the claw, grateful for its warmth and stimulation. "Part of Tillich's contribution." Peter Parr's expression reflected the relief he felt. "Heard tell at Ista that there's been an illness among runners at Karoon. Same thing?" The tone in Peter Parr's voice begged Moreta to deny it. She nodded. "Now, how can a feline that came from the southern continent give us, man and runner beast, a sickness?" "Master Talpan decided that it did. Apparently neither man nor runner beast has any immunity from the infection that feline brought with it." Peter Parr cocked his head to one side, contorting his face. "Then that runner beast that dropped dead at Ruatha races had it?" "Quite possibly." "Tillich doesn't get breeding stock from Karoon. Just as well. But soon as I finish my claw, I'll check the herds." He returned his hoof knife to its case, rolled up his strop, and shoved it into his tunic pocket. "Dragons don't get this, do they?" "No. Master Talpan didn't believe they could." Moreta rose to her feet. "But riders can." "Oh, we're a hardy lot, we Weyr folk," Peter Parr said pridefully, shaking his head that she would doubt it. "We'll be careful now. You wait and see. Won't be many of us coming down sick. Don't you worry about that now, Moreta. Not with fall tomorrow." One was offered reassurance from unlikely sources, Moreta thought. Yet his advice reminded her that one of the reasons Weyr folk were so hardy was because they ate well and sensibly. Many illnesses could be prevented or diminished by proper diet. One of her most important duties as Weyrwoman was altering that diet from season to season. Moreta looked about the cavern to see if Nessa was up. She had better not be laggard with the tidings to Nesso, who would relish disseminating information of such caliber. "Nesso, I'd like you to add spear leek and white bulb to your stews for a while, please." Nesso gave one of her little offended sniffs. "I've already planned to do so, and there's citron in the morning rolls. If you'd had one, you'd know. A pinch of prevention's worth a pound of cure." "You'd already planned to? You've heard of the sickness?" Nesso sniffed again. "Being waked up at the crack of dawn." "Chagall told you?" "No, he didn't tell me. He was banging around the night hearth, muttering to himself, half demented, without a thought or a consideration for those of us sleeping nearby." Moreta knew very well why Nesso imposed on herself the night hearth duty on a gather night. The prying woman loved to catch people sneaking in or out. That knowledge gave her a feeling of power. "Who else in the Weyr knows?" "Whoever you've been telling before you came to me."
and she cast a dark look over her shoulder at Peter Parr, who was trudging out of the cavern. "What did you actually hear Chagall saying?" Moreta knew Nesso's penchant for gossip, and also her fallibility in repeating it correctly.
"That there's an epidemic on Pern and everyone will die."
Nesso gave Moreta a look of pure indignation.
"Which is downright foolish."
"Master Capiam has declared that there is."
"Well, we haven't got one here."
Nesso pointed her ladle at the floor.
"Kalan's fine and healthy, sleeping like a babe for all he was woke up and questioned sharp. Holders die of epidemics."
Nesso was contemptuous of anyone not connected intimately with Weyrs.
"What else could be expected when so many people are crammed into living space that wouldn't suit a watch wearer?"
All of Nesso's indignation drained out of her. She looked up and saw Moreta's expression.
"You're serious?"
Her eyes widened.
"I thought Chagall just had too much wine." "Oh, and everyone here was either to Ista or Ruatha."
Nesso might love to gossip, but she was not stupid, and she was quite able to see the enormity of the situation. She gave herself a little shake, picked up the ladle, wiped it off with her clout, and gave the porridge such a stirring that globs fell to the burning blackstone.
"What are the signs?"
"Headache, fever, chills, a dry cough."
"That's exactly what put Kalan in his bed."
"You're sure?"
"Of course I'm sure. And for that matter, Kalan's fine. We're folk are healthy folk."
Nesso's assertion was as prideful as Peter Parr's, and a matter of some consolation to Moreta.
"And, saving your look-in on him yesterday afternoon, only Burchar tended him, but he was recovered by then. Mind you, I shouldn't go telling everyone sudden-like about the symptoms, as we'll have enough sore heads this morning, and it's an epidemic of wine they had last night. That'll be all."
She gave the porridge a final decisive poke, and turned fully toward Moreta.
"How long does it take this sickness to come on people?"
"Capiam says 2 to 4 days.
"Well, at least the riders can concentrate on fall tomorrow with a clear mind."
"There's to be no congregating, no visitors into the weir, and none to go out. I've told the watch rider so."
"Visitors aren't likely today in any case, with gathers yesterday and the fog so thick you can't hardly see the other side of the bowl. You'll find Burchar and Sigor's weir, you know."
"I thought that likely. Chagall's not to be disturbed."
"Oh?"
Nesso's eyebrows rose to meet her hairline.
"Does he fancy he's already got this disease, and thread falling tomorrow? What do I tell the wing leaders if they ask for him?"
"Tell them to seek me. He's not ill in any case, but he was conveying Master Capiam yesterday, and he's exhausted." Moreta left Nesso on that. By sleeping, Chagall would recover from the first flare of panic and be as eager as ever for the stimulation of a fall. He was always at his best, leading the Weyrs' fighting wings. Fog swirled around her as Moreta stepped out of the lower cavern. "Orlith, would you please bespeak Mouth for me and ask for a lift to her weir?"
"I'll come."
"I know you would, my love, but you are egg-heavy, the fog is thick, and by making such a request, I give them due notice of my coming."
"Mouth comes."
Something in Orlith's tone made Moreta wonder if Mouth had been reluctant to obey the summons. Mouth should have known that the Weyrwoman would not intrude unnecessarily.
"Mouth does,"
was Orlith's quick rejoinder, implying that the rider was at fault. No sooner had the Queen spoken than the fog roiled violently, and the green dragon settled herself right beside Moreta, so that the Weyrwoman need only to take one step. "Express my gratitude, Orlith, and compliment her on her flying."
"I did."
Moreta swung her leg over Mouth's neck ridge. She always felt a trifle strange when mounted on so much smaller a dragon than her great queen. It was ridiculous to think that she might be too heavy for the green, whose rider Sigor was a tall, heavily built man, But Moreta could never dispel that notion on the infrequent occasions when she rode the lesser dragons of the weir. Mouth waited a respectful moment to be sure that Moreta was settled, and then sprang lightly upward. Diving blind into the fog disoriented Moreta, despite her absolute faith in Mouth. "You would not worry on me," Orlith said plaintively. "I'm not that egg-heavy yet." "I know, love." Mouth hovered for a moment in the gray gloom. Then Moreta felt the lightest of jars through the dragon's slender frame as she landed on her weir ledge. "Thank you, Mouth." Moreta projected her voice loudly to give further warning to the weir occupants, then dismounted and walked toward the yellow gleam spilling from the weir into the corridor. She couldn't see her feet or the ledge. She looked behind her at the dragon, who appeared to be suspended in the fog, but Mouth's eyes whirled slowly with encouragement. "Don't come in here," Sigor called urgently, and his figure blocked the light. "Sigor, I really cannot stand out here in the fog. I gave you plenty of warning." This was not the time for a rider to be coy. "It's the illness, Moreta. Birchar's got it. He's terribly unwell, and he said I mustn't let anyone in the weir." Sigor stepped back as he spoke, whereupon Moreta walked purposefully down the aisle and into the weir. Sigor backed to the sleeping alcove, which he now guarded with outstretched arms. "I must speak with him, Sigor," Moreta continued toward the alcove. "No, really, Moreta, it won't do you any good. He's out of his head. And don't touch me either. I'm probably contaminated." Sigor moved to one side rather than risk contact with his weyrwoman. The incoherent mumbles of a feverish man grew audible during the slight pause in the conversation. "You see?" Sigor felt himself vindicated. Moreta pushed back the curtain that separated the sleeping quarters from the weir and stood on the threshold. Even in the dim light she could see the change sickness had made in Birchar. His features were now drawn by fever, and his skin was pale and moist. Moreta saw Birchar's medicine case lay open on the table and walked over to it. "How long has he been ill?" She lifted the first bottle left on the table. "He was feeling wretched yesterday, terrible headache, so we didn't go to either of the gathers as we'd planned." Sigor fiddled nervously with the bottles on the table. "He was perfectly all right at breakfast. We were going to Ista to see that animal. Then Birch says he has this splitting headache and he'd have to lie down. I didn't believe him at first." "He took sweatroot for headache?" "No, we took willow salic, of course." Sigor held up the bottle of crystals. "Then sweatroot?" "Yes, for all the good it did him. He was burning up by midday and then insisted on having this." Sigor read the label. "This aconite. I thought that very odd indeed, since I have been of assistance to him several times, and he told me off rather abruptly for questioning a healer. This morning, though, he asked me to make him an infusion of feather fern, which I did, and told me to add 10 drops of fellas juice. He said he ached all over." Moreta nodded in what she hoped was a reassuring manner. Aconite for a headache and fever? She could understand feather fern and fellas juice. "Was his fever high?" "He knew what he was doing, if that's what you mean." Sigor sounded defensive. "I'm sure he did, Sigor. He is a master healer, and Fort Weir's been fortunate to have him assigned to us. What else did he tell you to do?" "To keep everyone from visiting." He stared resentfully at Moreta. She did not blink or look away, merely waited until he had himself in control again. "Essence of feather fern, undiluted, every 2 hours until the fever abates, and fellas juice every 4 hours, but no sooner than 4 hours." "Did he think he had contracted the fever from Kalan?" "Birchar would never discuss his patients with me." "I wish he had this once." Sigor looked frightened. "Has Kalan taken a turn for the worst?" "No, he's sleeping quite naturally." Moreta wished that she could enjoy the same privilege.
I would like a few words with Birchar when his fever drops, Sigor. Do not fail to inform me. It's very important." She looked down at the sick man with conflicting doubts. If Kalan had the same disease that Master Capiam had diagnosed as an epidemic, why had he recovered when people in southeast Pern were dying? Could it be due to the circumstances of hold life? Were overcrowding in the holds and the unseasonably warm weather promoting the spread of the disease? She realized that her pause was alarming Sigor. "Follow Birchar's instructions. I'll see that you won't be troubled further. Have Mouth inform Orlith when Birchar may talk to me, and do thank Mouth for conveying me. I know that she was reluctant to disobey." Sigor's eyes assumed the unfocused gaze that indicated he was conversing with his dragon, but he smiled as he looked down at Moreta. "Mouth says you're welcome, and she'll take you down now." Dropping back to the bowl through the thick mist was an eerie sensation. "Mouth would not dare drop her Weyrwomen," Orlith said stoutly. "I sincerely trust not, but I cannot see my hand in front of my nose." Then the green dragon daintily back-winged to land Moreta in the same spot by the lower caverns from which she had taken off. The fog rolled in a huge spiral as Mouth spurted back to her weir. Not sweat root, Moreta was thinking, to bring a fever out of a body. Feather fern to reduce it. Aconite to ease the heart. That bad a fever. And Fellis juice for aches. Chagall had not reported aches in Capiam's symptoms. She wished she'd had a chance to talk to Birchar. Maybe she should see if Kalan was awake. "He sleeps," Orlith said. "You should sleep a while." Moreta did feel weary now that the stimulus provided by Chagall's startling announcement had worn off. What had begun as a mist was now an impenetrable fog. She could get lost trying to find the infirmary. "You can always find me," Orlith assured her. "Turn slightly to your left, and all you'll have to do is walk straight toward me. I'll have you back in the weir safely." "I'll just have a few hours' sleep," Moreta said. She needed the rest that had been interrupted by Chagall's precipitous entry. She'd done what she could for now, and she'd check on her medicines before she went up the stairs to her weir. She made the slight left turn. "Now just walk straight," Orlith advised her. That was far easier for the dragon to say than for Moreta to do. In a few steps she couldn't even distinguish the bright yellow light from the lower caverns. Then Orlith's mental touch steadied her, and she walked on confidently, the mist swirling in behind her and pushing away before each time she raised a knee. Kalan had recovered. Her mind dwelled on that thought. Even if Holders died, Kalan, the Dragonrider, had survived. Chagall had been very tired, hadn't slept when he burst in on her. Perhaps he had not got all his facts straight. No, Pern had said something about illness. Fall was tomorrow, and she'd had such a good day, with the exception of the runner beast's collapse. "Don't fret so," Orlith advised. "You have done all you can with so few people awake to tell. There is sure to be something in the records. Leroy will find it." "It's the fog, silly. It's depressing. I feel as if I'm moving nowhere forever." "You are near me now. You are almost at the steps." And soon enough for Moreta to be wary, she kicked the bottom step with her right foot. Behind her the mist surged. She found the wall with one hand, and then the frame to the storeroom. The tumblers of the lock were so old that Moreta often wondered why they bothered to use it. When the pass was over, she'd speak to one of the master-smiths. Now she didn't even need light, for there was a click as the tumblers fell into place. She heaved at the massive door to start it swinging on its hinges. Even the fog could not mask the compound odors released by its opening. Moreta reached up and flipped open the glow basket.
her senses pleasantly assailed and reassured by the pungent spiciness of stored herbs. As she moved farther into the room, she could identify the subtler fragrances and smells. She didn't need to uncover the central light. She knew where the febrifuges were stored. To her eyes, the well-filled shelves and the bundles of feather fern drying on the rack looked more than adequate, even if everyone in the weir were to come down with illness. She could very faintly hear the furtive slither of tunnel snakes. The pests had their own ways in and out of solid rock. She must get Nesso to put down more poison. Aconite was to the right. She must get Nesso to put down more poison. Aconite was to the right, a square glass container full of the powdered root, plenty of willow salic, and 4 large jars of Fellis juice. Chagall had mentioned a cough. Moreta turned to those remedies: Tussilago, comfrey, hyssop, thymus, ezeb, borrego. More than enough. When the ancients had made the crossing, they had brought with them all the medicinal herbs and trees with which they had eased illness and discomfort. Surely some would answer the problem of the new disease. She walked back to the door, closed the glow, resting her hand a moment on the door frame, smooth from generations of hands resting just as she did. Generations. Yes, generations that had survived all kinds of bizarre happenings and unusual illnesses, and would survive this one. The fog had not abated, and she could see the staircase as only a darker shadow. Her foot kicked the first riser. "Be careful," Orlith said. "I will." Moreta's right hand crept along the wall as she ascended. She seemed to be walking upward into nothing until her lead foot discovered the safety of the next step and the mist churned about her. But Orlith kept murmuring encouragement until Moreta laughed, saying she was only a few steps from her weir and her bed. For all of that, she nearly missed her step at the landing, for the light from her weir was diminished to a feeble glow. The weir was noticeably warmer. The golden dragon's eyes gleamed as Moreta crossed to caress her, scratching Orlith's eye ridges. She leaned gratefully against Orlith's head, thinking that Orlith exuded an odor that was a combination of all the best herbs and spices. "You are tired. You must get some sleep now." Ordering me about again, huh? But Moreta was on her way to her sleeping quarters. She pulled off tunic and trousers, and sliding into the furs, arranged them around her shoulders, and was very quickly asleep. Chapter 6. Ruatha Hold, Present Pass, 3.11.43. Alessan watched as the great dragon sprang into the air, with Moreta lifting her arm in farewell. The dragon glowed in the dark gray sky, and not from the feeble light of the dying lamp standards. Did her gravid state account for that luminescence? Then the phenomenon occurred for which Alessan waited. The golden, glowing queen and her lovely weyrwoman disappeared. A whoosh of air made the languid banners flutter. Smiling, Alessan took a deep breath, well satisfied by the high moments of his first gather as Lord of Ruatha Hold. As his sire had often repeated, good planning was the essence of success. True enough that good planning had resulted in his sprinter's win, but he had never counted on Moreta's company at the races. She had been such a spontaneous companion. Nor had he anticipated her dancing with him. He'd never had such an agile partner in the toss dance. Now, if his mother could find a girl in any way comparable to Moreta... "Lord Alessan." He swung around, surprised out of his pleasant reverie by the hoarse whisper. Dag scuttled out of the shadows and stopped, bolt still, 6 paces from him. "Lord Alessan." The anxiety in Dag's voice and the formal address alerted Alessan. "What's the matter, Dag? Squealer?" "He's fine, but all Vander's animals is down with the cough, hacking out their lungs, feverish and breaking out in cold sweats. Some of those picketed next to Vander's lot are coughing, too, and sweating.
Norman don't know what to make of it. It's so sudden. I know what I make of it, Lord Lessa, and so I'm going to take our animals, those that have been in the beast hold and ain't been near that lot in the pickets. I'm going to take 'em away before that cough spreads. Dag, I'm not. Now, I ain't saying, Lord Lessa. Dag raised his hand in a placatory gesture. But what the cough could be the warm weather and a change of grass. But I'm not risking Squealer. Not after him winning. Lessa suppressed a smile at Dag's vehemence. I'll just take our bloodstock up to the high nursery meadows, till they clear away. He jerked his thumb at the race flats. I've packed some provisions, and there are plenty of crevice snakes for eating. And I'll take that ruffian of a grandson of mine with me. Second only to Squealer in Dag's affections was his daughter's youngest son, Fergal, a lively rascal who was more often in the black records than any other holdling. Lessa had a sneaking admiration for the lad's ingenuity, but as Lord Holder he could no longer condone the antics that Fergal inspired. His most recent prank had so angered Lady Oma, involving as it did the smirching of guest linens, that he had been forbidden to attend the gather, and the punishment was enforced by locking the boy in the hold's cell. If I thought... Dag laid a finger along his snub nose. Better safe than sorry. Get along, then. Lessa longed for sleep, and Dag was plainly in an obstinate frame of mind. And take that dirty piece of laundry? Dag's grin was slyly infectious. Yes, that's an apt description. I'll wait for a message from you, Lessa, that all the visitors have gone and taken their cough with 'em. Dag's grin broadened, and he turned smartly on one heel, setting off toward the beast hold at such a clip that his bandy figure rolled from side to side. Lessa watched his departure thoughtfully for a moment, wondering if he gave Dag too much latitude. Perhaps the old handler was covering up some new prank Fergal had pulled. But a cough spreading through the pickets was not so easily dismissed. When he'd had some sleep, he'd have a word with Norman, see if they had discovered why Vander's runner had died. That incident bothered Lessa. But a cough hadn't killed the runner. Was it possible that Vander, keen to win at the gather, had ignored the signs of illness to bring his mid-distance runner? Lessa would prefer not to think so, but he knew well how the desire to win could grip a man. Lessa made his way back to the hold on the roadway, passing dark lumps of people rolled in sleeping furs. It had been a good gather, and the weather had held. A slight dampness in the dawn air heralded fog or mist, but the weather wouldn't be the only thing foggy that day. The hall, too, was crowded with sleepers, and he walked carefully so as not to disturb anyone. Even the wide corridor outside his apartment accommodated gatherers on straw pallets. He considered himself fortunate that his mother had not insisted he share his quarters. But then, perhaps, she had hoped that he would. He smiled as he closed the door behind him and began to strip off his finery. It was only then he remembered that Moreta had not retrieved her gather gown. No matter. That gave him an excuse to talk to her at the next fall. He stretched out on his bed, pulled the furs over him, and was asleep in moments. In what seemed like no time, he was being so vigorously shaken that for one disoriented moment he thought he was a boy again, being attacked by his brothers. "Lessa!" Lady Oma's indignant exclamation brought him to complete awareness. "Holder Vander is extremely ill, and Master Healer Scand insists that it is not from overindulgence. 2 of the men who accompanied Vander are also feverish. Your racecourse manager informs me also that 4 animals are dead and more appear to be sickening." "Whose animals?" Lessa wondered if Dag had known more than he'd admitted. "How should I know, Lessa?" Lady Oma had no interest at all in the runner beasts that were Ruatha's principal industry. "Lord Tollacamp is discussing it with..." "Lord Tollacamp presumes."
Alessan rolled out of the bed, reached for his trousers in a fluid movement, stuffed his feet into the legs, and pulled them up as he rose. He dragged a tunic over his head, slammed his feet into boots, kicking aside his discarded gather finery. He forgot about the sleepers in the hallway and nearly trod on an arm before he checked his haste. Most of those who had slept in the hall were awake, and there was a clear path to the door. Cursing Tolocamp under his breath, Alessan managed a smile for those who noticed his passing. Tolocamp was in the forecourt, an arm across his chest, propping the elbow of the other arm as he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Norman was with him, shifting anxiously from foot to foot, his face gaunt from a sleepless night. As Alessan strode out, Norman's face brightened, and he turned eagerly toward his own Lord Holder. "Good day to you, Tolocamp," Alessan said with scant courtesy, controlling the anger he felt at the older man's interference, however well-intentioned. "Yes, Norman?" He tried to draw the manager to one side, but Tolocamp was not so easily evaded. "This could be a very serious matter, Alessan," Tolocamp said, his heavy features set in a frown of portentous concern. "I'll decide that, thank you." Alessan spoke so curtly that Tolocamp regarded him with astonishment. Alessan took the opportunity to move aside with Norman. "4 of Vander's runners are dead," Norman said in a low voice, "and the other is dying. 19 beasts near them have broken out in sweats and coughing something pathetic." "Have you isolated them from the healthy?" "I've had men working on that since first light, Lord Alessan." "Lady Oma said that Vander's ill, as are 2 of his men?" "Yes, sir. I called Master Healer Scan to attend them last night. At first I thought that Vander was upset from losing his runner, but his 2 men are fevered. Now Helly's complaining of a terrible headache. As Helly don't drink, it can't be from last night." "Vander had a headache yesterday, didn't he?" "I don't rightly remember, Lord Alessan." Norman released a heavy sigh, pulling his hand across his forehead. "Yes, of course. You did have rather a lot to manage, and the races went off very well indeed." Alessan grinned, reminding Norman of the times when he had been his assistant. "I'm glad you think so, but—" Norman's attention was held by something in the road, and he pointed at a travel wagon. 4 runners led from its tailgate. "I'm worried about Q-Lan's leaving." Even as the men watched, one of the led horses coughed violently. "I told Q-Lan he hadn't ought to be traveling with that runner, but he won't listen to me." "How many decamped this morning?" Alessan felt the first stir of real apprehension. If a coughing illness spread through the hold, with the plowing only half completed. "Some dozen left first light, mainly wagon travelers. Their stock wasn't pastured near the racers. It's just that I know Q-Lan's one is sick." "I'll speak to him. You find out how many have started home. Tell some of the holders to report to me here as messengers. We'll retrieve our departed guests. No animals are to leave this hold until we know what causes that cough." "What about people?" "Since the one usually takes the other, no people. And I want to have a word with Master Scand about Vander, too." Q-Lan was not pleased to be halted. The animal only had a morning cough, he asserted, from the dust raised the night before and the change in grass. It'd be fine once it got moving. Q-Lan was anxious. He had 3 days' hard travel before he reached his hold. He'd left his next oldest son in charge and had doubts about the lad's capabilities. Alessan pointed out firmly that Q-Lan wouldn't want to bring an infected beast home to mingle with his healthy stock. Another day to find out what the ailment was would be well worth a delay. Tolocamp followed, reaching Alessan and his holderman in time to catch the end of the argument. The older lord's polite concern became an active anxiety, but he held his peace until Q-Lan and his handlers had turned back to the gather fields. "Are such drastic measures necessary? I mean, these people must get back to their holds, as I must return to mine."
A slight delay, Tolocamp, until we see how the animals fare. Surely you and your good ladies would be glad of a longer visit?"
Tolocamp blinked, surprised by Alessan's smiling intransigence.
"They may stay if they wish, but I was about to request you to drum Fort Weir for a conveyance. As you yourself said a few minutes ago, Tolocamp, this could be a serious matter. It is. Neither of us can afford to have a sickness run through our stock. Not at this time of the turn. Of course, we may find that it only affects the racers, but I would fault myself severely if I didn't take preventive measures now, before the infection can spread from the hold proper."
Alessan watched Tolocamp's obvious reflections over the merits of a delay.
"Qlan's one of mine, but I'd take it kindly if you would speak to those of your own hold who gathered with us. I'm not spreading alarm, but 4 racers dead and more coughing in the picket lines." "Well, now, thank you, Tolocamp. I knew I could count on your cooperation."
Alessan moved away swiftly before Tolocamp could muster an argument. He made for the kitchens where weary drudges were preparing large pitchers of claw and trays of fruit and sweetbreads. As he had hoped, he found Ochlina supervising. From the fatigue apparent on her face, she hadn't had any sleep.
"Ochlina, there's trouble," he told her quietly. "Sickness down at the flats. Tell Lady Oma that, until I'm sure what it is and how it can be cured, no one is to leave the hold. Her powers of persuasion and hospitality are required."
Ochlina's dark eyes had widened with alarm, but she controlled her expression and peremptorily called one of the drudges to task for spilling claw.
"Where's our brother, McCaffrey?" Alessan asked. "Asleep above?"
"He's gone. They left about 2 hours ago." Alessan rubbed his face. McCaffrey had had 2 runners in the racing.
"When you've spoken to Mother, send a messenger after them. The way McCaffrey travels, they won't have gone far. Say
that you have urgent need of McCaffrey's advice," Ochlina grinned.
Exactly. He gave her an affectionate pat on the shoulder. "And inform our other brothers that security is required for the hold proper."
By the time Alessan returned to the forecourt, Norman had arrived with a number of Ruathan holders. Alessan told them to find short swords and ride in pairs along the main roads, to turn back travelers on whatever pretext came to mind. The holders were ordered to use force where persuasion failed. His brothers, in varying stages of discontent, reported to him. He dispatched them to get arms and assist the messengers if need be, but to be sure that no one else left the hold. Just then Lord Tolocamp bustled out of the hall. He looked full of arguments.
"Alessan, now I'm not sure that all this fuss is absolutely necessary."
Echoing up from the south, the message drums of Riverhold could be heard plainly. As Alessan counted the double urgent salutation and heard the healer code as originator, he took a moment's pleasure in the astonishment on Tolocamp's face, but lost it as the meat of the message boomed out. Those who could not understand the code caught the fear generated by those who did. Drums were a fine method of communication, but too bloody public, Alessan thought savagely. "Epidemic disease," the drums rolled, "spreading rapidly across continent from Aigan, Karun, Telgar, Ista, highly infectious, highly contagious, 2 to 4 days incubation, headache, fever, cough, prevent secondary infection, fatalities high, medicate symptoms, isolate victims, quarantine effective immediately, runner beasts highly susceptible, repeat epidemic warning, no travel permitted, congregating discouraged, KPM. The final roll commanded the pass-on of the message.
"But there's been a gather here," Tolocamp exclaimed fatuously. "No one's sick but a handful of runners, and they haven't been at Aigan or Karun or anywhere."
Tolocamp glared at Alessan as if the alarm was somehow at his instigation.
Vander's sick, and 2 of his handlers. Too much to drink, Tolocamp asserted. It can't be the same thing. KPM just says the illness is spreading, not that it's here in Ruatha.
When the master healer of Pern calls a quarantine, Alessan said in a soft, angry voice, "It is my duty and yours, Lord Tolocamp, to respect his authority." Alessan didn't realize that he sounded very much like his sire at that moment, but Tolocamp was silenced. That was all the time they had to speak, for those who had understood the drum message were now searching for the 2 Lords Holder. "What's KPM talking about? We can't be quarantined. I've got to get back to my hold. I left stock near to berthing. My wife stayed at the cot with our babies." Tolocamp rallied, standing stolidly by Alessan's side, confirming the dreadful message and KPM's right to broadcast a quarantine restriction.
"Master KPM is not an alarmist. We'll have further details once that message is passed. This is just a precaution. Yes, a runner beast did die yesterday. Master Scand will tell us more. No one may be permitted to leave. Might endanger your own hold and spread illness further. A few days is not too much for health's sake."
Alessan answered almost by rote, letting the first panic roll over his head. He had already taken the first steps toward recalling people and to avert a mass exodus. He and Tolocamp did their best to quiet apprehension. Alessan rapidly calculated how much food he had in convenient storage. The gatherers would soon exhaust their travel rations. Assuming some people might catch Vander's illness, if it was KPM's epidemic, would it be better to house them in the hall or clear one of the beast holds? The hold's infirmary could accommodate no more than 20, and that with crowding. 4 dead animals, another dying, and Norman said 19 more were coughing. 24 animals out of 122 in 24 hours. The emergency had nothing to do with what he had been trained to meet. Nothing to do with the immemorial evil that ravaged Pern. As impartially as thread, this new and equally insidious menace would blight the inhabitants as thread could devastate the land. Fatalities high, the message had said. Were there no dragons to combat disease? Was this sort of disaster provided for in the hold records his father had always referred to?
"Here comes your healer, Alessan," said Tolocamp.
The 2 Lords Holder moved to intercept Master Scand before he reached the forecourt. The man's usually placid, round face was nearly purple with his exertions, his mouth thinned by annoyance. He was sweating copiously and blotting his face and neck with a none too clean cloth. Alessan had always thought Scand merely an adequate healer, suitable to attend the hold's large number of pregnancies and treat occasional accidents, but not up to a major emergency.
"Lord Alessan, Lord Tolocamp," Scand panted, his chest heaving. "I came as soon as I received your summons. Did I not hear drums? Did I not recognize the healer code? Is something the matter?"
"What ails Vander?" The sharpness of Alessan's question put Scand on his guard. He cleared his throat and mopped his face, reluctant to commit himself.
"Well, now, as to that I am perplexed, for he has not responded to the draught of sweat root which I prepared for him last night. A dose, I might add, that would have made a dragon perspire. It was ineffectual."
Scand blotted his face again.
"The man complains of terrible heart palpitations and of a headache that has nothing to do with wine because I was assured that he didn't indulge. He felt unwell yesterday, even before the races."
"And the other 2 men, his handlers?"
"They, too, are legitimately ill."
Scand's pompous speech had always irritated Alessan. Today he brandished his sweaty cloth in his affected pauses.
"Legitimately ill, I fear, with severe headaches that render them unable to rise from their pallets, as well as the palpitations of which Holder Vander complains.
Indeed, I am inclined to treat them for those two symptoms rather than sweat them, although that is the specific treatment for unidentified sudden fevers. Now, may I inquire if that message from the healer hall in any way concerns me?" Scand cocked his head inquisitively.
"Master Capiam has called a quarantine."
"Quarantine? For 3 men?"
"Lord Alessan," said a tall, lean man, wearing Harper blue. He had grizzled hair and a nose that had suffered from many an unexpected adjustment to its direction. His glance was direct and his manner quietly capable. "I'm Tuero, Journeyman Harper. I can give Master Scand the full text so that you can get on." Tuero jerked his head to the people milling excitedly in the forecourt. Just then, Ruatha's drummer began to relay the news onward to the large northerly and western holds, the instrument's deep reverberations adding to the general atmosphere of apprehension. Lady Oma emerged from the hall with Lady Pendra and her daughters. Lady Oma listened intently to the drum, then gave Alessan one long, steady look. She and the fort hold women converged on Harper Tuero and the healer, who was now dithering, his face-cloth hanging from his limp hand. For the first time in his life, Alessan had cause to be grateful for the unquestioning support of his blood kin, and even for the officiousness of Lord Tolacamp. A rider galloped back to request aid in bringing in one of the more aggressive holders with whom Alessan had already had trouble. Then McCaffrey's family wagon thundered in, scattering folk in the roadway. Alessan put him in charge of improvising shelters from gather stalls and travel wagons. It was one thing to doss down in a corridor for a night or grab a few hours' sleep in the hall, but quite another matter to be so cramped for 4 nights. Tolacamp was not the only one who failed to see the irony of that, as he countered McCaffrey's suggestions with some of his own. Alessan left the two to solve the housing problem so that he could accompany Norman to the race flats and survey the sick runners. People were already making small camps in the first of the fields. Despite his errand, it was a relief to Alessan to get away from the turmoil about the forecourt.
"Never saw anything bring down so many so fast, Lord Alessan." Norman had almost to run to keep up with Alessan's long-legged stride. "And I can't think what to do for 'em, if there is anything. Healer's message didn't say much about animals, did it?" His voice was bleak. "A runner can't tell you if it ails. It goes off feed and water. Not wagon beasts. They go till they drop." Both men looked across the fields where the hold's sturdy cart and wagon runner beasts grazed, the ones Alessan had bred to his sire's specifications. "Set up a buffer area. Keep racers and wagoners well separated." "I will, Lord Alessan, but the racers have been drinking up river of them." "It's a wide river, Norman. Hope for the best." The first thing Alessan noticed at the flats was that the manager had utilized the entire spread of picket lines. The healthy beasts were on the outside, well away from the cleared circle surrounding the sick ones. The coughing of the infected beasts was audible on the still, slightly chill air. They coughed, necks extended, mouths gaping, in hard, painful-sounding barks. Their legs were swollen, their hides dull and starring. "Add feather fern and thymus to their water, if they'll drink, Norman. Use a syringe to get fluid into them before they dehydrate completely. We might offer nettleweed, too. Some runners are smart enough to know what's good for them. Nettles, at least, are in plentiful supply." Alessan gazed out over the meadows where the annual battle to reduce the perennial had not yet started. "Any coughs among the herd beasts?" He swung in the other direction. "Truth to tell, I've had little time to think about them." Norman had the dedicated racer's almost contemptuous disdain for the placid herd creatures. "Harper told me the drums only mentioned runners." "Well, we'll have to slaughter herd beasts to feed our unexpected guests. I don't have enough fresh meat left after the gather." "Lord Alessan, did Norman began tentatively with a half gesture toward the cliff,
to the great apertures where the hold's animals were normally sheltered during threadfall. Lessa gave Norman a shrewd glance. "So, you were in on that?"
"Sir, I was," Norman replied staunchly. "Dag and I got worried when the cough started to spread. Didn't want to interrupt your dancing, but as the bloodstock had no contact with these... Look at that."
Shards. They watched as the leader in a team of 4 hitched to a big wagon collapsed in the traces, pulling its harness mate to its knees. "Right, Norman. Get some men up to take charge of that team. Use them as long as they last to haul carcasses. Burn the dead animals down there." Lessa pointed to a dip in the far fields, out of sight from the forecourt and downwind. "Keep track of the dead beasts. Reparations should be made." "I've no recorder." "I'll send down one of the fosterlings. I'll also want to know how many people stayed the night down here." "Most of the handlers stayed, and some keen ones like old Runel and his 2 cronies. Some of the breeders were in and out, not caring much for the dancing, after you were thoughtful enough to send a few kegs down here." "I wish we knew more about this illness. Medicate the symptoms," the drum said. Lessa looked back at the lines of coughing animals. "Then we give 'em thymus and feather fern, and nettles. Maybe we'll get a message from the master herdsman. Could be on its way from the east right now." Norman looked confidently in that direction. Help didn't usually come from the east, Lessa thought, but he clapped Norman reassuringly on the shoulder. "Just do the best you can." "You can count on me, Lord Lessa." Norman's quietly issued assurance heartened Lessa as he took the shorter way across the stubble field to the hold. Was it only the day before that he and Moreta had paused on the rise to watch the racing? She had touched Vander's dying runner. Lessa's stride faltered. The Weyr would have received the drum message before Moreta did. She would know by now the consequences of her act. She would also probably know better how to prevent falling ill herself. As did everyone of Ruatha Hold, he knew the Fort Weyrwomen by sight, but Lessa had always been on the fringes of such hold gatherings as she had attended since achieving her senior position in the Weyr. So he had thought her a distant, self-contained person, totally immersed in Weyr culture. The discovery that her fascination with racing was as keen as his own had been an unexpected delight. Lady Oma had rebuked him firmly at one point in the early evening for taking so much of Moreta's time. Lessa knew perfectly well that she meant that he was not making the most of the chance to meet eligible girls. He knew, too, that he must soon secure his bloodline, and so he had tried to be properly receptive until he saw Moreta slip behind the Harper's dais. By then he had had enough of stammering insipidity and timorousness. He had acquitted his duty as Lord Holder, but he was also going to enjoy himself at his first gather, in Moreta's company. And he had. Lessa had been raised to anticipate both just reward and just punishment. Momentarily, the thought that today's trials balanced yesterday's pleasures sprang to his mind, but was quickly rejected as juvenile. The situation at the racing flats observed, Lessa decided the next priority would be to send messages to those expecting the return of the gatherers to those holds outside the message drum system. Otherwise, he would have anxious people coming to the hold. Next, he'd have to discover who else had brought in new stock from Karoon, as Vander had done, whether the beasts were in holds or fields, and destroy them. He would also have to figure out how to deal with dissidents. The hold's one small cell might secure a small boy like Fergal, but not an aggressive holder. Tollecamp, who had been directing those spreading a tent over the half-walled southern addition, intercepted Lessa.
"Lord Lessa,"
the older man said, stiffly formal, his face expressionless, jaw clenched.
"While I realize that the quarantine affects me as well, I must return to Fort Hold. I will keep to myself in my apartment,
making contact with no one. If this, Tolocamp gestured toward the confusion in the roadway and gather fields, is occurring here, think of the turmoil caused by my absence from Fort Hold. My Lord Tolocamp, I've always been under the impression that your sons were superbly trained to take over any hold duties and perform them flawlessly. So they are. Tolocamp stood even more stiffly erect. So they are. I put Campen in charge when I left for your gather, to give him experience in assuming leadership. Good. This quarantine should afford him an unparalleled opportunity. My dear Lessa, this emergency is outside his experience, too.
Lessa gritted his teeth, wondering if he had underestimated Tolocamp's perception.
Lord Tolocamp, you are more familiar than I with the double urgent code sent by a master craftsman. Would you permit anyone to disobey it? No, of course not. But this is an unusual circumstance. Quite. Your son has no gather guests to deal with. Both men could see a group being shepherded back by 2 of Alessan's brothers and 6 men with drawn swords. Campen has the healer hall as well as the master harper to instruct him in the emergency. Alessan moderated his harsh tone. He must not alienate Tolocamp. He'd need Tolocamp's support with some of the older men in his hold who were not yet accustomed to taking orders from someone as young and untried in holding. As the drum message said, 2 to 4 days incubation. You've been here a day already, he added persuasively, glancing up at the noon-high sun. In another day, if you show no signs of discomfort yourself, you could discreetly return to Fort Hold. Meanwhile, you should set an example. Yes, well, hold one, hold all. Tolocamp's expression mellowed. It is true that it would be very poor discipline for me to break a quarantine. He became noticeably more amenable. This outbreak is probably confined to the racing flats. I never have followed the sport. A disdainful wave of his hand dismissed one of the major pastimes of Pern. Alessan did not take umbrage because a party of men now bore purposefully down on the 2 lords Holder, their expressions determined and anxious. Lord Alessan. Yes, Turvine. Alessan replied to the man, a crop holder in the southeastern corner of Ruatha. His companions were herdsmen. We've no drums near us, and we're expected back. I'm not one to go against healers' advice, but there are other considerations. We can't bide here. Macfar had noticed the deputation, and although Alessan gave Turvine his complete attention, he was aware that his brother had signaled several armed holders to converge. You'll bide here. That's my order. Alessan spoke forcefully, and the men backed off, looking uncertainly for support from Tolocamp. The fort holder stiffened, ignoring their tacit plea. Alessan raised his voice, projecting it beyond the group to those watching and listening from the roadway and the forecourt. The drums have decreed the quarantine. I am your lord holder. As surely as if thread were falling, you are under my orders. No one, no animal leaves here until that drum, Alessan jabbed his arm at the tower, tells us that the quarantine is lifted. In the silence that ensued, Alessan strode rapidly toward the hall door, Tolocamp in step beside him. You'll have to get messages out to prevent people coming in, Tolocamp said in a low voice when they were inside the hall. I know that. I just have to figure out how, without exposing animals or people. Alessan swung to the left, into the hold's office, where the bloody records he did not have time to peruse were stacked in accusing ranks. Although the office had been put to use as sleeping space during the gather, it was vacant, but sleeping furs were scattered about, their owners apparently having left them in haste. Alessan kicked several aside to reach his maps. He finally located the small-scale chart of the holding, on which the roads were marked in different colors for trail,
track, or path, and the holds similarly differentiated. Tollacamp exclaimed in surprise at the fine quality of the map. "I'd no idea you were so well equipped," he said with a want of tact. "As the Harpers are fond of telling us," Alessan said, with a slight smile to sweeten his words. "Fort Hold happened, but Ruatha was planned." He traced a forefinger up the northern trail to the dividing tracks that went northwest, west, and northeast, reaching 20 holds, large and small, and 3 mine holds. The main western trail through the mountains wandered with occasional hazards into the plateau. "Lord Alessan," he turned and saw Tuero at the door, the other Harpers behind him in the corridor. "I thought we might volunteer as messengers." Tuero grinned, which made his long, crooked nose slant even more dramatically to the left. "That's the subject of rather heated discussions outside. The Harpers of Pern are at your disposal." "I thank you, but you've been as exposed as anyone else here. It's the disease I wish to contain, not the people." "Lord Alessan," Tuero was smilingly insistent, "a message can be relayed." Tuero mimed putting something down quickly with one hand and taking it up in the other with a sharp pull. He walked quickly to the map. "Someone in this hold," he stabbed at the first one of the northern track, "could take a message to the next one, and so on, relaying instructions as well as the drum call." Alessan stared at the map, mentally reviewing the inhabitants of the holds and cots. Even the farthest settlement, the iron mine hold, was no more than 3 days' hard riding. Dag would have taken the fastest runners, Squealer's ilk, with him, but there would be beasts to make the first leg of the relay, and no risk to other stock if the runner returned to Ruatha. If the runner returned. "And as none of us has any reason to stay away from your bountiful hospitality, you can depend on us to return. Besides, this sort of thing is our duty." "A very good point," Tollacamp murmured. "I concur. So, may I leave it to you, Tuero, to organize the contents of the messages and instructions to be forwarded by this relay system of yours?" Drum messages went here, 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 and here. Alessan tapped the cardinal holds. "I doubt if they would have thought of communicating the bad news to the smaller places. 7 holds are capable of supplying runners for the relay, each covering outlying cot holds." "How fortunate that we are 7. Alessan grinned. "Indeed, Tuero. Let the Harpers spread the news that heralds are available. Our drummer is still in the drum tower, I take it. Well, then, his supplies are in those cupboards. Ink and hide and pen. Let me know when you're available. I've travel maps. I'll arrange mounts. You'll want to be quick about this business, or risk sleeping out. That's no novelty for Harpers, I assure you. And you might discover, if you can, who else brought in animals from Karoon over the past few weeks." "Oh?" Both Tuero's eyebrows lifted, expressing surprise. "Vander picked up new runners from a ship out of Karoon." "The drum mentioned Karoon, didn't it? We'll find out. This winter's lack of ice is not the blessing it seemed, eh?" "Not at all." "Ah, well, it's not ended yet." With a quick, courteous bow of his head, Tuero led his craft fellows off to the main hall. "Alessan, there is so much to be done, too, at Fort," Tollacamp pleaded. "Tollacamp, Forelli is in the drum tower and at your disposal." Alessan waved him courteously toward the tower steps and then left the office. Lord Leaf had once confided that the way to avoid arguments was to keep them from starting. Tactful withdrawal, he had called it. Alessan paused briefly in the shadow of the hall doors, observing the activity in the forecourt, along the roadway, and beyond. Tents had been raised, small fires had tripods, kettles hung above the flames, a new fire had been started in the roasting pit, and the spit reset.
From the east, a party of mounted riders and a string of runners were slowly walking up the road, the leader flanked by Lessan's next oldest brother, Dangle, and 2 Ruathan cot-holders, all 3 men with drawn swords. He'd asked Dangle where to put Bade, the reluctant crop-holder. Above the dip, where he told Norman to burn the dead beasts, a thin gout of black smoke hovered. Yes, anyone apprehended leaving the hold proper could serve on the burial detail. A rider, running his mount hard, galloped up the stubble field, clattering over the roadway, dodging tent and fire. The rider jumped down, looking anxiously about him. When Lessan stepped out of the shadow, the rider dropped his reins and ran to him. "Lord Lessan, Vander's dead." Chapter 7. Healer Hall and Fort Weir, present pass 3.11.43. The booming reverberated through KPM's head until he woke, clutching at his skull defensively. The drumming had even haunted his nightmares before he woke. He could hardly call the vivid scenes that had tortured him dreams, and his awakening was as much a protest against them as against the intrusive rhythms. He lay in his bed, spent with the effort of renewed consciousness. Another drum roll caused him to haul the pillows feebly over his head. Would they never stop? He'd no idea that the drums were so infernally loud. Why had he never noticed them before? The healers really deserved their own quiet precinct. He was forced to add his hands to his ears to obtain some relief from the throbbing. Then he remembered the messages that he had left to be relayed to all the major halls and holds. Had they taken so long to send them? It must be midday. Didn't the drum master realize how important a quarantine was? Or had some snide little apprentice mislaid the messages to allow time for his own sleep? The ache in his skull was like nothing KPM could remember. Intolerable. And his heartbeat had speeded up to the drum tempo. Highly unusual. KPM lay in the bed, his head painfully resounding and his heart doing its own peculiar, unsyncopated palpitation. Mercifully, the drums ceased presently, but neither his head nor his heart took any notice. Rolling to his side, KPM attempted to sit up. He must have relief from this headache. Swinging his feet to the floor, he levered his body up. A groan of agony was forced from him as he managed to sit upright. The pain in his head intensified as he staggered to his cupboard. Fellas juice, a few drops. That would do the trick. It never failed him. He measured the dose, blinking to clear his blurred vision, then splashed water into the cup and swallowed the mixture. He wove back to his bed, unable to remain perpendicular. He was panting from the slight effort, and realized that not only had the frantic beat of his heart increased, but he was sweating profusely from a simple few steps across his own room. He had had too much experience with sleepless nights and tight schedules to chalk up his condition to such things. He groaned again. He didn't have time to be sick. He ought not to have contracted the damnable disease. Healers didn't get sick. Besides, he'd been so careful to wash thoroughly in redwort solution after examining each patient. Why didn't the Fellas juice work? He couldn't think with a headache, but he had to think. There was so much to be done. His notes to organize, to analyze the course of the disease and the probability of dangerous secondary infections, like pneumonia and other respiratory infections. But how could he work when he couldn't hold his eyes open? Groaning again at the injustice of his situation, he pressed his hands to his temples and then to his hot, moist forehead. Shards! He was burning up with fever. He was aware that someone else was in the room before he heard the slight sound of entry. "Don't come near me," he said urgently, holding up one hand abruptly and uttering another cry of pain when his injudicious movement increased the ache in his head. "I won't." Desdra! An exaggerated breath escaped his lips. I had an apprentice posted at your door to listen for sounds, but I wouldn't let anyone disturb you until you'd slept yourself out." Her calm, unexcitable voice reassured him. "You've caught this fever of yours?" "There's an ironic justice in that, you know." KPM's sense of humor seldom left him. "There would be if you weren't the most sought-after man on Pern." "The quarantine isn't popular?" "You might say so. Drum Tower's been besieged. Fortine's been coping. My notes are in my pack. Give them to Fortine. He's much better at organizing than diagnosing. He'll have all I've discovered about this epidemic." Desdra glided across the floor and took the healer's note case from the pack. She flipped it open. "Which isn't much." "No, but I'll soon understand it all much better." "Nothing like personal experience. What do you need?" "Nothing. No, not nothing. I'll want water. Any fresh juice." "You cut off our supplies with that quarantine." "Then water will suffice. No one is to enter this room, and you are not to come farther than the door. Anything I ask for must be left on the table." "I'm quite prepared to stay in here with you." He shook his head and regretted the motion. "No, I'd rather be by myself." "Suffer in silence." "Don't mock, woman. This disease is highly contagious. Has anyone else in hall or hold contracted it?" "As of a half hour ago, no." "It's now?" KPM was simply unable to see the timepiece. "Late afternoon. 4. Anyone who is at either gather and returns here, which is forbidden by your drum message. Some wise ass will think he knows better. Anyone who comes is to be isolated for 4 days. 2 seem to be the usual incubation period, judging by the best reports. And your good self. Experience teaches. I don't know yet how long someone stays infectious, so we must be doubly wary. I shall keep notes on my symptoms and progress. They will be here in case. My, we are being dramatic. You've always maintained that I'd die of something I couldn't cure." "Don't talk like that, KPM." Desdra sounded more angry than fearful. "Master Fortine has apprentices and journeymen at the records round the clock." "I know. I heard their snores last night." "So Master Fortine surmised when no one could tell him your time of return. Unfortunately, Master Fortine must have only just retired himself, for he didn't get back to his desk until noon. He will want to see you." "He's not to come in here." "He'll doubtless prefer not to." Why wasn't the phallus juice taking effect? The palpitations of his heart were dramatic. "Tell Fortine, will you, Desdra, that sweat root has no effect and provides no relief. In fact, I think it is counterproductive. That's what they were using in Eigen and Karoon for the first stage of the illness. Tell Fortine to try featherfern to reduce fever. Tell him to try other febrifuges." "What? All on the same poor patient?" "You will have patience enough for the different remedies." KPM spoke from wretched certainty. "Go, Desdra. My head is a drum tower." Desdra was cruel enough to chuckle softly. Or maybe she thought she was being sympathetic. One never knew what reaction to expect from Desdra. That was part of her charm, but she'd never make master on the strength of it. She spoke her mind, and sometimes a healer had to be diplomatic and soothing. She certainly didn't soothe KPM, but he was relieved that she was in charge of him. He lay supine, trying to rest his head as lightly as possible on a pillow that had apparently turned into stone. He willed the pain to subside, willed the phallus juice to dispense its numbing magic. His heart thudded. Erratic heartbeat had been mentioned by many of the patients. He'd had no idea that the symptom would be so severe. He hoped it would subside when the phallus juice took effect. He lay for what seemed a very long time, and although the ache in his skull appreciably lessened, the palpitations did not. If he could just regain a normal heartbeat, he might be able to sleep.
He was very conscious of his bone-deep weariness and that he had not benefited from that nightmare-filled sleep. He reviewed the appropriate herbs to relieve palpitations: whitethorn, Adonis, glovecap, tansy, aconite, and decided on the latter, the old reliable route. His rising from the bed was accompanied by much effort and suppressed moans. Suppressed because KPM did not want apprentice ears to witness masterly weakness. It was enough that the master healer had basely succumbed. The grim details of his travail need not be advertised. 2 drops should suffice. It was a strong drug and must always be administered carefully. He remembered to secure a writing hide from his supply, gathered up ink and pen, and took all back to his bed, where he arranged his stool as his writing desk. Heart still pounding, KPM composed his first entries, carefully noting the day and the exact time. He was grateful to lie down again. He concentrated on his breathing, slowing it and willing his heart to slow. At some point in the exercise, sleep overcame him. Hoth is upset. He is angry, and so is Leroy. Orlith's concerned but apologetic tone roused Moreta from a profound slumber. Why didn't he stay asleep and leave the ordering of the weir to me? He says Leroy is too old to fly, and the plague kills the elderly first. Scorch him. This epidemic business has addled his wits. She dressed quickly, grimacing as she stuffed her feet into clammy boots. Leroy says that she must speak with the ground crews, especially at a time like this, to find out who gets ill and to spread the word. She says she can do so without unnecessary physical contact. Of course she can. Leroy had never been in the habit of dismounting to accept ground crew reports. She was not tall, and remaining on her queen gave her many advantages. Moreta raced up the stairs through the thick fog. She could hear Holth's agitated rumblings by the time she reached the weir entrance. Chagall's angry voice made her quicken so that she entered the weir in a burst of speed. "How dare you interfere with the Queen's wing?" she demanded, allowing her momentum to carry her right up to him. He spun around and, holding both hands up to keep her at a distance, backed off. Blinking with distress, Holth was swinging her head anxiously from side to side over Leroy. A weir leader was an unlikely source of danger for her rider. "How dare you upset Holth and Leroy?" Moreta shouted. "I'm not yet so decrepit I can't handle an hysterical bronze rider," Leroy retorted, her eyes snapping with anger. "You queens stick together, don't you?" Chagall shouted back, "against all logic and reason." Holth roared, and from the weir below, Orlith trumpeted. Then the fog resounded with dragon queries. "Calm down, Chagall. We don't need the weir in an uproar." Leroy spoke in a tense but controlled voice, her eyes catching and holding Chagall's. She might have retired as senior weirwoman, but just then she exuded the unmistakable authority of her many turns in that position. When Chagall looked away, Leroy glanced sternly at Moreta. The younger weirwoman spoke soothingly to Orlith, and the furor outside the weir subsided. Holth stopped her agitated head-swinging. "Now," Leroy folded her hands over the cumbersome record she was trying to keep in her short lap, "a fine time to be quarreling over small points. The weir needs undivided leadership now more than ever. We've a double threat to overcome. So let me tell you a few things, Chagall, that you seem to have overlooked in your very laudable concern for protecting the weir from this plague of KPMs. As of yesterday's gather, there can't be many of our Dragonriders who haven't been exposed to it. In fact, you're the most likely carrier, since you were actually in the infirmary at Southern Bowl, as well as at Ista, viewing that poor beast." "I never went into the infirmary, and I never touched the feline. I washed thoroughly in the ice lake before I returned to the weir." "So that's why your wits are slow. Too bad your tongue thawed first. Hold it, weir leader." Leroy's forceful tone and her stern face quelled a retort on the bronze rider's lips. "Now, while you slept, Moreta was busy. So was I." She hefted the heavy record in her lap. "The watch riders all know to deny the weir, not that anyone's likely to be flying in this fog after 2 gathers. The drum towers of Fort Hold have been booming all day. Peter Parr's checked the herds for sign of illness, which isn't likely since the last drove came from Tillich. Nessa has been busy talking to those sober enough to absorb information. Kalan continues to improve. Moreta, exactly what do you think is wrong with Perchar?" Moreta had never doubted that Leroy kept an ear on everything that occurred outside her weir, but the former Weyrwoman was too discreet to display her knowledge. "Perchar?" Chagall exclaimed. "What's wrong with him?" Quite likely what ailed Kalan. At Perchar's instructions, Sigor isolated him, and will himself remain weir-bound. Chagall began to sputter with the questions he wanted to ask. "If Kalan is recovered, Perchar should as well," Moreta continued reasonably. "Too sick." Chagall's hand went to his throat, then his forehead. "If KPM says 2 to 4 days before the onset of illness, you shouldn't be feeling ill yet," Leroy said bluntly but not unkindly. "You'll lead in tomorrow's fall. Holt and I will fly with the Queen's wing, and, as is my custom, I will receive ground crew reports. That is, if any ground crew are about. It's unlikely that Nabal and Crom will panic. A disease would have to be desperate indeed to seek victims in those forsaken holes. As is my custom, I shall remain on Holt, thus keeping to a minimum any possible contagion. It is essential to the main duty of the Weyrs to keep in contact with every holder. Without ground crews to assist us, we'd have twice the work. Do you not agree, Weir Leader?" Judging by the consternation on Chagall's face, he had not yet considered the possibility of inadequate ground crew support. "Not that it would matter if I did contract this plague of KPMs. As well as being elderly," Leroy cast a malicious glance at Chagall, "I'm certainly the most expendable rider." Holt and Orlith trumpeted in alarm. Even Cadith spoke as Moreta rushed to embrace Leroy, her throat suddenly thick at the casual remark. "You are not expendable. You are not. You're the most valiant of all the Queen riders on Pern." Leroy gently disentangled herself from Moreta's fierce grasp, then dismissed Chagall imperiously. "Go. All that can be done has been done." "I'll get Cadith settled," he said, leaving as if pursued. "And you settle yourself," Leroy said to Moreta. "I'm worth no one's tears. Besides, it is true, I am expendable. I think Holt would like to rest, and she can't until I do, you know." "Leroy, don't say such things. What would I do without you?" Leroy gave her a long, searching look, her eyes very bright. "Why, my girl, you do what you have to. You always will. But I'd miss you. Now, you'd best get down to the cavern. Everyone will have heard the Queen sounding off in Cadith's tizzy. They'll need to be reassured." Moreta stepped back from Holt's couch, and Leroy, abashed by the intensity of her feeling. "You're not worried because you touched that runner at Ruatha, are you?" "Not particularly," Moreta shrugged diffidently. "But I did, and it's done. My rash impulses always worried Lamal. Not half as much as your ability to deal with injured dragons pleased him. Now go, before they have too much time to fret themselves. Oh, and would you take this piece of harness to Trowel to be mended?" She chucked a roll of leather strap to Moreta. "Would never do for me to tumble off, would it? Such an ignominious end. Go on now, girl, and check your own harness. Routine is reassuring in times like these. I wish to continue my fascinating reading." Leroy made a comical grimace as she tugged the record volume into a more comfortable position. Moreta left Leroy's weir, her fingers finding the stretched length in the strap. She recoiled it. In a subdued mood, Moreta dutifully inspected her own harness, which she had oiled after the last fall and hung neatly on its pegs. "I did not like to wake you, but when Holt asked, I did. And you did exactly as you should. Hoth is a great queen. Orlith's eyes whirled brightly. And Leroy is marvelous. Moreta went to her queen, who lowered her head to accept her rider's caresses. This will be the last fall you fly for a while, she added, assessing the bulge in Orlith's belly. I will fly tomorrow. I can fly in need as well. Don't you fret about my riding Malth that short hop. I don't. I do wish you to know that I can always fly you. There could be no need so great to take you from your eggs, my love. Moreta stroked the bulges appreciatively. A good clutch, I think. I know. A degree of smug satisfaction tinged her tone. I'd best get down to the lower cavern. Moreta pulled her shoulders back, bracing against the stresses. Then she reminded herself that Weyr folk were hardy, not only in body but in mind. Each fall they faced the knowledge that some among them would suffer injury, possibly death. They endured the certainty with fortitude and courage. Why should an additional transient hazard dismay them? Why should something unseen appear more dangerous than the visible thread that scored? Chagall's apprehension was insidiously affecting her. There was even no surety that contact would result in illness. Kalan and Birchar, well, that could be dismissed as misfortune. Kalan so often visited Amuri at Aigen. At that, she was more likely to take ill than Chagall, after succoring that runner beast. Moreta took Leroy's strap. Then, with a backward look at Orlith, who was composing herself as comfortably as she could, she left the weir. The fog appeared to be thinning. It eddied about her more freely, and she could make out the full flight of stairs, although the lower caverns remained invisible until she was more than halfway across the bowl. When Moreta arrived, the lower cavern was already well populated. Most of the weir was about, in fact. Judging by the clutter of dishes and cups on the tables, a hearty meal had been consumed. Women and weirlings moved among the diners with claw pitchers, but not many wineskins were in evidence. The other queen riders, Lydora, Haura, and Kamiana, were at the raised table to one side of the dining area, their weirmates seated with them. Moreta's presence was noted, and conversation subsided briefly. She located Terral, who was busy at his leather mending, then made her way across the cavern, nodding and smiling to riders and weirfolk, feeling more at ease as she began to appreciate the receptive mood of the assembled. Leroy's neck strap needs a mend, Terral. We can't be losing her, the brown rider said, taking the strap and putting it on top of other work. Did we mishear the drums, Moreta? One of the younger brown riders asked in a voice suddenly too loud and brash. Depends on the strength of your morning headache, she said with a laugh, which drew a scatter of echoes. Claw or wine? Haura asked Moreta as she stepped up on the dais. Wine, Moreta said firmly, a choice that was greeted appreciatively by those nearby. It's her legs that wobble, someone suggested. The dancing was good at Ruatha, wasn't it? She took a sip of the wine and then looked out over the faces turned toward her. Who doesn't know what the drums have been relaying? Whoever slept through them heard the news from Nesso at the breakfast hearth, someone remarked from the center of the diners. Nesso brandished her ladle in that direction. Then you all know as much as I do. An epidemic's loose on Pern, caused by that unusual beast the seamen rescued in the current between Aigen and Ista Island. Runner beasts are affected, but Master Talpan says that watchwares, wherries, and dragons don't contract the disease. Master KPM hasn't a name for it yet, but if the disease originated from the southern continent, the odds are it'll be mentioned in the records. Like everything else, a wit called out. Consequently, it's only a matter of time before we know how to treat it. However, Moreta altered her voice to a serious tone. Master KPM warns against any congregating. He should have told us that yesterday. Agreed. We may have fall tomorrow, but I want no heroes. Headache and fever are the symptoms. Then Kalan had the plague?
It's possible, but he's hale again. A worried voice came from the eastern side of the cavern. What about Birchar? Caught it from Kalan, more than likely, but he and Sigor have isolated themselves, as you are probably aware. Chagall? An uneasy stir rippled around the cavern. He was fine 10 minutes ago, Moreta said dryly. He'll fly thread tomorrow, as we all will. Moreta? Tenure, green Tapis rider, rose from his table to speak. How long does this quarantine condition last? Until Master KPM rescinds it. She saw the rebellious look on Tenure's face. Fort Weir will obey. Before she finished that injunction, the unmistakable trumpeting of the queens was heard. No lesser dragon would disobey the queens. Moreta thanked Orlith for the timely comment. Now, in view of Birchar's indisposition, Declan, you and Malone share responsibility for the injured. Nesso, you and your team must be prepared to assist. Sapirin, can I rely on your help? Any time, Weyrwomen. Haura? The Queen Rider nodded, none too keen. Now, are there any other matters to be discussed? Does Holth fly? Haura asked quietly. She does, Moreta spoke in a flat voice. She would not have that right challenged by anyone. Leroy, as is her custom, will speak to the ground crews, keeping her distance up on Holth. Moreta? Terrell spoke up. What about ground crews? I know Nabal and Crom will turn out tomorrow, but what happens next fall? Over Tillich, and after that at Ruatha. If this plague spreads, and we've no ground crews. Time enough to worry about that in the next fall, Moreta said quickly, with an unconcerned smile. Ruatha, with all the gatherers there, crowded in. The Holds will do their duty as the Weyrs discharge theirs. An approving applause capped her restatement as she sat down, signaling that the discussion was at an end. Nesso stepped up on the dais with a plate of food. I think you should know, she said in a low voice, that all the drum messages sign Fortine as sender now. Not KPM? Nesso shook her head slowly from side to side. Not since the first one this noon. Has anyone else noticed that? Nesso sniffed in offended dignity. I know my duty, too, Weyrwoman. The headache didn't know when to quit, KPM decided, trying for another position in which to ease his aching skull and his feverish body. His clock was slow. He had another hour before he could take a fourth draught of Fellis juice. His heartbeat was more regular, thanks to the aconite. Carefully, the healer rolled onto his right side. He forced himself to relax his neck muscles, let his head sink into the fiber-filled pillow. He was certain he could count every strand within the case from its pressure on the sensitized skin of his cranium. To compound his misery, the drum tower began to transmit an urgent message. At this hour? Were they manning the drums on a 24-hour basis? Could no one sleep? KPM recognized that the message was being relayed to Telgar Weir, but that was as far as he could force himself to concentrate. An hour before he could take more Fellis juice. It was his duty to Pern not to be insensible as the disease followed its course with his resisting body. Sometimes duty was a very difficult task. KPM sighed again, willing his execrable headache to abate. He ought to have listened to that message to Telgar. How was he to know what was happening on Pern? How the disease was progressing? How could he think? Chapter 8. Fort Weir, Present Pass, 3.12.43. The next morning, when Orlith roused Moreta early, the fog had cleared from Fort Weir's mountain slopes. And to the northwest, toward Nabal and Crom? Moreta asked as she donned riding gear. Sweep riders gone out. He'll know, Orlith replied. Chagall? Awake,
and dressing. Cadith says he's well and rested.
And what does Moll say about Birchar? The conversation paused while Orlith inquired.
Mouth says the man feels worse today than he did yesterday.
Moreta didn't like the sound of that. If Birchar had been taking sweat root, the fever should have been sweated from his body.
Neither you nor the Weir leader are ill, Orlith remarked by way of encouragement.
Emerging from her sleeping quarters, Moreta laughed and went to throw her arms around her queen's neck, scratching the eye ridges affectionately. She couldn't help but notice the protuberances marring the curve of Orlith's belly. "Are you sure you should fly fall today?"
"Of course I can." Orlith craned her neck around to look at the bulges. "They will settle once I am airborne."
"Holt and Leroy?"
"They still sleep."
"Staying awake until the small hours, poring over records."
Orlith blinked.
When Moreta had returned the mended strap to Leroy after the Weir meeting, she found the old Weyrwoman deep in her studies.
"Weir folk don't get sick," she had said with considerable disgust. "Bellyache from overeating or drinking raw wines, thread score, stupid collision, knife fights, abscesses, kidney and liver infections by the hundreds. But sick? I've looked through 20 turns after the last fall." Leroy paused to give a great yawn. "Bloody boring. I'll read on, but only because duty requires. Dragonriders are a healthy lot."
Moreta had been quite willing to take that reassurance with her to bed. Though Nesso might have found it curious that Fortine was sending drum messages, Moreta logically concluded that KPM was sleeping off the exhaustion of his round of the afflicted holds. Chagall said that the man had been traveling for days. Chagall's excessive alarm over the epidemic was likely compounded by his innate antipathy for injury or minor ailments. The Weir leader had been overreacting. She felt more sanguine about her contact with the diseased runner. It had been so brief that she failed to see how she could be affected. Consequently, after a good night's sleep, Moreta was able to face fall in good heart as she stepped out in the brightness of a crisp, wintry day. Moreta preferred an early start on a fall day, that day especially, for with Birchar sick, she must check that the supplies for treating scored dragons had been set out properly. Declan, Malone, and 6 of the Weir folk were already setting up supplies in the infirmary. Declan and Malone were runner-hold bred, like herself. Searched the previous turn for Peliant's clutch, they had not impressed. Because Declan had proved himself useful to Birchar and Malone was young enough to impress again, the two had been allowed to stay on in the Weir. Even if Declan made a dragon rider, his skill would give Moreta much-needed assistance. A Weir never had enough healers for men and dragons. Declan, a thin-faced man of nearly 20 turns, brought Moreta a mug of claw while she checked his efforts. Moreta had briefly considered sending a Weirling to the healer hall for a more experienced healer to replace Birchar, but because of the quarantine and the efficiency shown by Declan and Malone, she decided the Weir would be well enough tended. Most riders knew how to treat minor scores on themselves and their dragons. She was serving herself from the porridge kettle when Chagall entered the cavern. He went straight to the dais and pulled all the chairs but one from the table. He sat down, beckoned to a sleepy Weirling, and when the boy would have mounted the dais, Chagall warded him off with a peremptory command. While those in the cavern watched with amused surprise, the boy brought the cup of claw and the cereal bowl, placing them carefully at the far end of the table. Chagall waited till the boy had gone before he collected his breakfast. Moreta felt impatience for such elaborate precautions. The Weir had enough on its mind with fall at midday. Out of deference to the Weir leader's authority, she kept her expression bland. Nesso had added something flavorful to the cereal, and Moreta concentrated on identifying the addition. Wing leaders and wing seconds began to arrive, to report the readiness of their wings to Chagall. They prudently observed his isolation. The 3 queen riders arrived together and sought Moreta.
She signaled a weirling to serve the women and replenish her claw. Kamiana, a few turns younger than Moreta, was her usual imperturbable self, her short, dark hair spiky from the bath, her tanned face smooth. Lydora, who had flown enough thread not to be unduly anxious, was clearly upset about something, but she had recently changed her weirmate, and her moods were often changeable. Haura, the youngest, was never at her best before Threadfall, but she always settled down once the Queen's wing went into action. "He's taking no risks, is he?" Kamiana said, after noting Shigal's segregation. "He did convey Capiam from Ista to Southern and Fort Hold. How's Birchar?" "Still feverish." Moreta's gesture intimated that this was only to be expected. "Hope there's no serious injuries." Kamiana aimed that remark at Haura, who was a capable, if unenthusiastic, nurse. "Holth will fly lead," Moreta said, reproving Kamiana with a glance. "She's valiant in that position, and we can all keep an eye on her. Haura and you fly as wingbacks. Lydora and I will do the upper level. Nabal and Crom may not be cursed with fog. Has a sweep rider gone out?" "Shigal's less likely to fly blind than any other weir leader I've known," Moreta told Lydora dryly. The weirling returned with the porridge and claw and served the weirwoman. Dragonriders began to arrive in groups, making their way to the breakfast hearth and then drifting to tables. The winged seconds moved about, checking their riders, giving instructions. All in a normal, perfectly routine fashion, despite Shigal, until the sweep rider came in. "The High Reaches rider says it's all clear to the coast," Adan announced in a cheerfully loud voice, peeling back his headgear as he strode to the hearth. "The High Reaches rider says," Shigal demanded. "You spoke to him?" "Of course." Adan turned round to the weir leader in surprise. "How else could I know? We met at—" "Were you not told yesterday?" Shigal, appearing to enlarge with anger, rose. He glared at Moreta with piercingly accusative eyes. "Were you not told yesterday that contact with anyone was forbidden?" "Riders aren't anyone. Other riders. Anyone. We must keep this disease from reaching Fort Weir, and that means staying away from everyone. Today, during fall, no rider of this weir is to approach any holder, any rider from High Reaches. Give any necessary orders a dragonback, preferably on the wing. Touch no one and nothing belonging to anyone outside this weir. Have I made my orders perfectly clear this time?" He ended his outburst with another searing look at Moreta. "What does Shigal think he can do to offenders?" Kamiana asked in an undertone meant for Moreta's ears alone. Moreta gestured peremptorily for Kamiana's silence. Shigal had not finished speaking. "Now," he went on in a stentorian but less forbidding tone that no one in the lower cavern could ignore, "we've thread falling today. Only dragons and their riders can keep Pern thread-free. That is why we live apart, in weirs, why we must keep apart, preserving our health. Remember, only dragon riders can keep Pern thread-free. We must all be equal to that task." "He really is rousing us for fall, isn't he?" Lydora said, leaning toward Moreta. "How long does he mean to keep us cooped up here?" Irritation colored her voice and sent a flush to her cheeks. Moreta gave the dark woman a long, measuring look, and Lydora caught at her lower lip. "Aggravating, to be sure, Lydora, but few gather loves are ever caught for long." She had accurately guessed the source of Lydora's discontent, and wondered who had caught the weirwoman's fancy at Ruatha Gather. Moreta looked away with apparent unconcern, but she thought again of Alessan and how much she'd enjoyed his company. She'd been showing off a bit, rushing to the runner beast's aid, trying to catch his attention. The scuffling of boot heels and bench legs on stone roused her from her momentary lapse. She rose hastily. Custom dictated that she receive last-minute instructions concerning the Queen's wing from Shigal.
She stopped a few feet from the dais before he looked toward her, his expression warning her to keep her distance. "Leroy insists on flying." "There's no reason to stop her. You'll remind her, of course, to stay mounted. She always does." Chagall shrugged, absolving himself of responsibility for Leroy. "Tend your dragons, then. Threadfall is slated for midday." He turned to beckon the wing leaders forward. "Is he complaining about Leroy again?" Kamiana asked, perversely forgetting her own objections. "Not really," Moreta replied, then made her way out of the cavern, the Queen Riders following her. Around the bowl, on the ledges or on the ground, riders were harnessing dragons, arranging firestone sacks on dragon necks. Others daubed oil on recent scars and examined rough patches on hide or wing membranes. Wing leaders and wing seconds were busy overseeing the preparations. Weirlings ducked around riders and dragons on errands. The atmosphere was busy, but not frantic. The bustle had the right tone to it, Moreta decided as she made her way to the far side of the bowl. The activity was routine, familiar, almost comforting when she considered the probability that elsewhere on Pern, men and beasts might be dying of the plague. "That is not a good thought," Orlith said sternly. "True, and not one to take into fall. Forgive me. There is no fault. The day is clear. We will meet Threadwell." Orlith's sturdy confidence imbued Moreta with optimism. The sun streamed in from the east, and the crisp air was invigorating after the clammy weather that had prevailed. A good deep frost now would be most beneficial, she thought as she climbed the stairs. Not too long a cold spell, just enough to freeze the pernicious insects and reduce the snake population. "I'll do Holt's harness first." "Leroy has help." Moreta grinned at Orlith's impatience. That was a good spirit in a dragon. As she entered the weir, Orlith was off her couch, her eyes sparkling, their whirl speeding up with anticipation. Orlith lowered her head. In a burst of affection and love for her partner and friend, Moreta flung her arms about the triangular muzzle, squeezing as tightly as she could, knowing that her strongest embrace would be as nothing to the husky beast. Orlith lowered her head. In a burst of affection and love for her partner and friend, Moreta flung her arms about the triangular muzzle, squeezing as tightly as she could, knowing that her strongest embrace would be as nothing to the husky beast. Orlith rumbled, and Moreta could feel the loving vibration. Reluctantly, she released Orlith. Briskly, then, she turned to the harness hanging on its wall pegs. As she arranged the straps, she ran the leather through knowing hands. The cold of between ate into equipment, and most riders changed harnesses 3 or 4 times a turn. Finding all was well with the leather, Moreta then examined Orlith's wings, despite the Queen's growing impatience to be up on the star-stone height, overseeing the final preparations. Next, Moreta checked the gauge on the Agenothree tank, made sure the nozzle head was clean, and strapped on the tank. Then Queen and rider moved out to the ledge. On the one above, Holth and Leroy were already waiting. Moreta waved to Leroy and received a jaunty salute. Settling her eyepieces, Moreta fastened her helmet, hitched back the cumbersome flamethrower, and mounted Orlith. With a mighty heave, Orlith launched herself toward the rim. "That's quite an effort, dear heart," Moreta said. "Once I am airborne, there is no effort." To allay Moreta's anxiety, Orlith executed a very deft turn and landed with precision near Cadith. The dragon was a good-sized beast, a deep, rich shade of bronze with green undertones. He was not the largest bronze in Fort Weir, but in his mating flights with Orlith, he had proved the most agile, daring, and energetic. Cadith looked up at Orlith and affectionately stroked his head on her neck. Orlith accepted the caress demurely, turning her head to touch muzzles. Then Chagall signaled the blue, green, brown, and bronze riders to feed their dragons firestone. Considering it was an essential step in the destruction of thread, Moreta could never take it as seriously as she ought.
She kept her face composed and eyes straight ahead, but she knew exactly the expression on the dragons' faces. Pensive, eyes half closed, as the dragon maneuvered Firestone to the grinding surfaces of sturdy teeth, taking the greatest care to set the rock just so before applying pressure. The force that would pulverize Firestone could also wreak considerable damage to a dragon's tongue. Dragons chewed Firestone cautiously. Once they'd stopped chewing Firestone, the 12 wings of dragons, green, blue, brown, and bronze hides glistening with health in the sunlight, the many-faceted eyes taking on the reddish-yellow battle hue, wings restlessly flicking and tails slapping on the rock of the rim, were a sight that never failed to inspire Moreta. Orlith shifted her feet, sat back on her haunches. Moreta thumped her shoulder affectionately and told her to settle. "They are ready. Their bellies are full of Firestone. Why are we not flying? Cadith?" Moreta was not one of those rare queen riders who could understand any dragon. Cadith turned his molten eyes on Orlith, and she steadied. Orlith was queen of the Weir, as senior queen, the most powerful dragon in the Weir, and since Fort was the first and biggest Weir on the planet, she and her rider were the preeminent partners. But when Thread fell, the Weir leader was in command, and Orlith had to obey Cadith and Chagall. So did Moreta. Suddenly, the farthest wing launched into the sky, high and straight. They would fly the high first westerly stack of the initial 3 wings. The second level wing moved out, then the third. Once all had achieved their assigned heights, the 3 wings went between. The north-south wings launched next for a cross-flight of the probable line of fall. They went between. The diagonal wings, who would start in the northwest, went aloft and disappeared. Chagall lifted his arm yet again, and this time Cadith bugled, as impatient to be gone as Orlith. The Weir leader would take his 3 wings east, to the line along Crom's plateau, where the leading edge of Thread was due. The Queen's wing took the final position, sweeping as close to the ground as they safely could. Their slower glide, their more powerful wings, gave them more flight stability in erratic wind currents. Now Cadith leaped from the rim, Orlith following so quickly that Moreta was jerked back against the fighting straps. Then they were gliding into position. Leroy on Holth had joined them, by what feat of acrobatics Moreta had not seen. Haura and Kamiana took their positions, and Lydora joined Moreta on the upper level. "Cadith says we go between." "You have the visual from him?" "Very clear." "Take us between, Orlith." Black, blacker, blackest, coldest beyond living things. Where is life when there is... The rugged mountains of Nabal were in the far distance, the sun warm on their backs in its cold season arc. Below lay the bony plains of eastern Crom, glistening in patches and streaks that suggested there had been frost or a heavy dew. Moreta's second glance was for Leroy and Holth, who were perfectly fine. Haura and Kamiana were aligned behind them to form the V. Above were the fighting wings, the highest stack mere motes on a slow western glide. At the other assigned points of the defense, 9 more wings were gliding toward the as yet unseen enemy. Now Moreta looked back over her shoulder. Much wind? Not enough to matter. Orlith veered slightly to the right and left, testing. Then Thread would make its entry on a slight slant, Moreta thought. There'd be more problems as they neared the mountains of Nabal, where drafts would complicate fall by sudden upward surges or drops. Thread fell at a faster rate during the cold season, and although the temperature was colder than it had been for recent falls that turn, the air wasn't frigid. It comes. Moreta looked back again. She saw that silvery smudging of a sky, a blurring that crept inexorably groundward. The fall of Thread. Leading edge. And Orlith began to pump her great wings, propelling them forward to meet the devastating rain. Moreta caught her breath as always exhilarated and apprehensive. She remembered to exhale as she settled against the fighting straps. Moments would pass before the high wings would close with thread. It would be minutes before she and the other queens might be needed. She spared another glance for Holth. "She flies well," Orlith confirmed. "The sun is warm on their backs, too." Leading edge was visible, and the sky ahead on either side was starred with quick bursts of flame. Moreta could see the stacks of dragons at their various altitudes covering the edge well. Then, from the pattern of dragon flame, she saw that the fall was uneven. There were gaps where no dragon breathed thread to char. "Cadith says the fall is ragged. Widen the formations. Second stack is closing. Southern wings have contact." Orlith would keep up her commentary until the Queen's wing was called to use its flamethrowers. Then her attention would be totally involved in keeping herself and her rider unscathed. "High level is dropping down now. No injuries." There rarely are, Moreta thought, not in the first few exciting moments of fall, no matter how badly it drops. The riders are all fresh, their dragons eager. Once they assessed the fall, thick or thin, racing or languid, then mistakes would occur. The second hour of a fall was the most dangerous. Riders and dragons lost their initial keenness. They overshot thread, or they misjudged. Falls don't always follow the pattern of the leading edge, particularly at the end of a pass. Cadith is checking. Cadith is flaming. Char! Excitement tinged Orlith's previously calm tone. He's between. Back again. Flaming. All wings are now engaged. First flight returns for second sweep. The wind yanked at Moreta's body, and she tugged briefly to settle the flamethrower strap on her shoulder. Now the wind carried with it tiny flecks of black, charred thread. On a stormy day, sometimes her eyepieces would be covered by a muddy film. They were under the first edge of fall now. "Nothing past the wings," Orlith said. Sometimes great gouts of thread would descend on the leading edge, and riders would be hard put to acquit their duty. Some older riders preferred the first drop to be heavy, swearing that the heavier the leading edge, the lighter the die-off. So many falls, so many leading edges, so many variations possible, and so many comparisons. No two accounts, even by riders in the same wing, ever seemed to tally. Old Lamal had told Moreta that the efficiency of the dragon was only hampered by his rider's ability to brag. However a rider flew, so long as no thread reached the ground, the flight was well done. The plains of Crom flowed beneath them. Moreta kept her eyes ranging ahead, as did Orlith, in a synchrony of alertness long perfected. Moreta now caught the overvision from Orlith as the dragon saw hers. Moreta often experienced the desire to dive on thread as the fighting dragons did, swooping down on the target instead of having to wait passively for stray thread to appear. Sometimes she envied the greens who could chew firestone. That effectively sterilized them, which was all to the good, or green dragons would overpopulate the planet. The danger was in the fight, but so was the excitement, and the golden queens could not indulge. Thread. Haura. Worth sees. Worth follows. Moreta watched as the younger queen veered, swung, and came up under the tangle of the deadly parasite. The flamethrowers spat. The ash dispersed in the air as Worth accomplished the brief mission. "They are all alert now," Orlith told Moreta. "Tell them to broaden the interval, since we're past leading edge. Kamiana is to stay with Leroy and Holth. We'll go south. Haura north." Obligingly, Orlith turned, gradually picked up airspeed and altitude. That was the hard part of fall, coursing back and forth. The rich, dark soil of the plateau held sufficient mineral nourishment to sustain thread long enough to waste fields that had been brought to fertility over hundreds of turns of careful husbandry. They were nearing the initial rank of hills and the first of Crom's holds. The symmetry of the windows with their metal shutters tightly closed was visible against the protecting hillside. As Moreta and Orlith passed over the burning fire heights, she wondered if all within the hold were healthy. "Ask the watchware, Orlith." "It knows nothing." Orlith's tone was a shade contemptuous. The Queen did not enjoy interchanges with the simple-minded beasts. "They have their uses," Moreta said. "We can check with all of them today. Chagall may not wish us to contact people, but we can still learn something." Orlith gained more altitude as the second fold of hills loomed. Rider and Queen kept the silvery shower in sight, angling from one edge of their appointed line to the other. Over the next plateau they saw Lydora and Eilith swinging along their route. "Cadith says to converge on Crom Hold," Orlith told her after several long sweeps. "Let's join them." Moreta thought hard of Crom's fire heights, chanted her talisman against Between, and on Blackest arrived in the air above Crom's principal hold. It was situated near a river, the first cascade of which could be viewed from the hold windows when unshuttered. The livestock that usually grazed the fields had been gathered in. Moreta remembered the gay and brave decorations on Ruatha's windows, and asked Orlith to speak to Crom's watchware. "It is only worried about Thread. Knows nothing of illness." Orlith sounded disgusted. "Cadith says the fall is heavy now, and we should be careful. There have been 3 minor scorings. All dragons are flaming well, and the wings are in order. Crossover." Moreta glanced at the spectacular display as all the fighting wings overlapped one another above Crom Hold. Too bad the holders couldn't see it. Crossover was a magnificent sight, but the concentration of the wings in one aerial position left many openings for Thread. Suddenly Orlith veered. Moreta saw the thread patch, saw the blue dragon heading for it. "We're in a better position," she cried, knowing that Orlith would warn off the diving blue. She flicked open the nozzle of the flamethrower, leaning well left in her fighting straps as Orlith came up under the tangle. She pressed the button. The gout of fire found its mark, but Moreta also had a blurred vision of blue wings and belly. "Too close, you fool. Who was that?" "Namen, rider of Jelth," Orlith said. "One of the young blues. You didn't singe him." A singe would teach him discipline, Moreta fumed, but was relieved that the young rider was unscathed. Reckless stupidity to fly so low. Didn't he see us? I'll have his eyes for polishing. More thread. Orlith was off at another tangent. Lydora had also seen the thread, and she was nearer. Orlith desisted. "Cadith is diverting from Crossover. The others are coming." The Queen's wing reformed, flying north, fanning out as gobbets of loose thread fell in a curious order caused by the dragon's distortions of the air currents. That was work indeed for the Queens. Moreta and Orlith were flying hard after this tangle, that patch, aware that Chagall had quickly redeployed sections of several wings to cover the upper levels. Crossovers were hard to avoid, with the different stacks of dragons flying at varying speeds, especially when the prime requirement was that wings maintain the proper altitude and interval. Then Chagall sent sweep riders north to make sure there had been no burrowing. The fall continued as the wings re-established their far-ranging patterns. Riders called for more firestone and set meetings with the weirlings riding supply. Moreta checked her flamethrower and found half a tank, and fall continued. More casualties were reported by Orlith, none serious, wing tips and tails. Orlith and Moreta flew a watching level over the first of the snow-tipped mountains along the irregular border between Crom and Nabal. Thread would freeze and shrivel on those slopes, but the Queens ranged while Chagall and Cadith ordered the wings between, to the far side and Nabal. Haura said that she and Leroy needed new fuel cylinders for their flamethrowers and were dropping down at the mine hold. "Leroy, please check with the watchware."
Holth says that the watchwares are all stupid and know nothing of any use to us. I'll keep on asking." Any landing was a strain for Holth, who was no longer agile. Moreta watched anxiously, but Leroy had allowed for Holth's incapacity and directed the old queen to a wide ledge close to the mine hold. A green weirling arrived from between, cylinders hanging on both sides of her neck. She landed daintily. Her rider detached one tank and dismounted. He ran toward Holth, upper forearm, clinging to the cylinder straps with one hand and the fighting leather with the other. The exchange of tanks was made as Moreta and Orlith glided over. Holth took several steps forward, leaning into the free air, and got in her first downward sweep. "They pace themselves. All is well," Orlith said. "Take us to Cadith." They went between and emerged above a rough valley just as a mass of thread split across the nearest ridge. "Tapeth follows." The green dragon, her wings flat against her dorsal ridge, fell toward the point of impact, her flaming breath searing the crest. Just when it looked as if the dragon would collide with the ridge, she unfolded her wings and swerved off. "Take us there." Moreta glanced down at the tank gauge. She'd need more to flood the ridge. No ground crew could get into the blind valley. Then they were above the sooted stone. Obedient to her rider's mental directions, Orlith hovered so that Moreta could flame the far side of the ridge. Tendrils of thread hissed and writhed into black ash. Methodically, she pumped flame into the area, widening the arc to be sure that not a finger-length of the parasite escaped. "We'll land a bit away, Orlith. I'll need another tank now." "It comes." Orlith landed easily. "I want to check that ridge. I couldn't see if it was shelf, sheet, or shale." Moreta released her fighting straps and slid down. Her feet, sore from the long ride and slightly numb despite the thick lining of her boots, were jarred by the impact of her jump. She slowly clambered on insensitive soles toward the blackened area, her finger ready on the flamethrower's ignition button. She began to sense the residual heat of the two flame attacks on the rock, and moved forward more slowly, as much to revive her cold feet as to be cautious. She never liked to rush in on a thread site, not on foot. However, it had to be done, and the sooner the better. Thread burrowed into any crevice or cranny. The eastern side of the ridge was sheer rock, unmarred by a split or crack to harbor thread. The western face was also a solid mass. Tapeth's flame must have caught the stuff on landing. Her feet were beginning to warm up as she made her way back to Orlith. Just then a blue weirling emerged. His claws were no more than a finger-length from the top of the protruding rock thrust. The next instant the blue back-fanned his wings to land. Orlith rumbled, and the blue shuddered at the queen's reprimand. The rider's expression altered abruptly from delight to apprehension. "Don't be clever, Terregal. Be safe," Moreta shouted at him. "You could have come out in the ridge, not on it. You've never been here before. Hasn't Feneldril drilled it into your skull to have airspace landing as well as taking off?" The young rider fumbled with the straps holding the tank to his blue dragon's side, as Moreta stormed over to him, still seething with the fright he had given her. "Caution pleases me much more than agility." She almost wrenched the tank from his hand. "Get down. To make up for your error in judgment, stay until the ridge cools. Check for infestation. There's moss just below. You know how to use a flamethrower? Good. What's left in my tank should suffice. But have your dragon call if you see anything moving on that ridge. Anything." An hour or so's cold watch with Fear as his companion would cool the young rider's ardor for fancy landings. No matter how often they were cautioned by the Weirling master and Weir leader, Weirlings inexplicably disappeared, and the older dragons grieved. The casualties were such a waste of the Weir's resources. She remounted Orlith, aware that the boy had taken a sentry's stance, but as close to the comfort of his blue dragon as possible. They looked shaken and forlorn. "Cadith calls." "We must be nearing the end of fall."
Moreta clipped back her fighting straps, remembering to tug them secure. Her harangue would lose its force if she came adrift on takeoff. "Beleriand rides." Moreta smiled as she told Orlith to get them airbound, to take them between, to join the wings. She wondered, in the blackest of cold, just how Beleriand had fared with Ochlana. Then they were on the western side of the Nabal Range, with thread falling thick and fast. Moreta had no time to express gratitude for the presence of the fresh dragons and their riders. Moreta and Orlith had just dispatched a low snarl of thread when Orlith announced abruptly, "The fall is over." As the Queen slowed her forward motion into a leisurely glide, Moreta leaned wearily into the fighting straps, the nozzle heavy in her tired hand. She felt the dull ache in her head from having to see too much at once, from having to concentrate on drift and glide and angle of the flame. Casualties? 33, mostly minor scorings. 2 badly damaged wings. 4 riders with cracked ribs and 3 with dislocated shoulders. Ribs and shoulders. That's bad flying. Yet Moreta was relieved at the total. But 2 wings. She hated having to mend wings, but she'd had lots of practice. "Beleriand hails us. Bronze Nabeth flew well." Orlith was admiringly craning her neck as the high reaches bronze matched their speed and level. Beleriand waved his arm in greeting. "Ask him if he had a good gather." Any diversion not to think of the thread-laced wings to be mended. "He did." Orlith sounded amused. "Caedus says we should get back to the injured wings at the weir." "First ask Beleriand what he's heard of the epidemic." "Only that it exists." Then she added, "Caedus says Dylanth is very badly injured." Moreta waved farewell to Beleriand, wishing that Chagall or Caedus, or both, did not consider Beleriand and Nabeth rivals. Perhaps they were. Orlith liked Beleriand's bronze, and Moreta thought it would be far more pleasant spending the interval with someone as merry as Beleriand. "Take us back to the weir." The utter still coldness of between acted as a bracer to Moreta. Then they were low over the bowl, Orlith having judged her re-entry as fine as that blue whirling had earlier. The ground was studded with wounded dragons, each surrounded by a cluster of attendants. The piercing cry of wounded and distressed dragons filled the air and imbued Moreta with the most earnest desire to reduce their keening to a bearable level. "Show me Dylanth," Moreta asked Orlith as the Queen swung in over the bowl. "His main wingsail is scored. I will soothe him." Pity deepened the Queen's tone as she circled as close as was prudent above the thrashing blue. Riders and weirfolk were trying to apply numbweed to the injured wing, but Dylanth was writhing with pain, making that impossible. As Orlith obligingly hovered, Moreta had a clear view of the crippled wing, its forestay tip flopping awkwardly in the dust. It was a serious injury. From elbow to finger joint, the leading edge of Dylanth's wing had taken the brunt of the havoc wrought by thread. The batten cartilages had wilted and were crumpled into the mass of the main wingsail. Moreta thought there was also some damage to the finger sail between the joint and batten ribs, where thread had glanced off as Dylanth had tried to take belated evasive action. More damage marred the lub side of the wing than the leech. The spar sail appeared relatively whole. Nor could she discern if the finger rib was broken. She devoutly hoped it wasn't, for without ichor to the head of the mainsail, the dragon might never regain full use and fold of his wing. Dylanth's injury was one of the worst a dragon could sustain, since both the leading and trailing edges of the mainsail were involved. Healed wing membrane might form keloid tissue, and the aileron would become less sensitive, imbalancing the dragon's glide. First, Moreta would have to sort the puzzle pieces of the remaining tissue and support it, hoping that there was enough membrane left to structure repair. Dylanth was young, able to regenerate tissue, but he would be on the injured list for a long time. Moreta saw Nesso bustling about in the group attending Dylanth. His rider, Fedurl, was doing his best to comfort the dragon, but Dylanth continually broke loose from his rider's grip, flailing his head about in anguish. Orlith landed just in front of the blue dragon. As soon as her hind feet met the ground, Moreta released the fighting straps and slid to the ground. Weirlings appeared to take the Agena 3 tank, her outer gear. "Where's Redwort to wash in?" she demanded loudly, more to mask the sound of the keening that beat between her ears. "Orlith, control him." The intensity of Dylanth's cries dwindled abruptly as the Queen locked eyes with the blue. His head steadied, and he submitted to his rider's ministration. The relieved Fedurl alternately entreated Dylanth to be brave and thanked Orlith and Moreta. "Half the noise is shock," Moreta said to Fedurl as she scrubbed her hands in the basin of Redwort. The solutions stung her cold fingers. "The lacerations are major. The wing sail is nothing but rags and shreds," said Nesso at her elbow. "How will it ever mend?" "We'll just see," Moreta replied, resenting Nesso for airing the doubts she herself entertained. "You can get me that bolt of fine, wide cloth and the thinnest basket reeds you've got. Where Declan and Malone?" "Declan's with Lerail. Sorth took a massive thread on his withers. Malone is somewhere or other with the dragon." Nesso was distracted by so many urgent requirements. "I've had to leave the injured riders with only their weirmates and the women to tend them. Oh, why did Birchar have to be sick?" "Can't be helped. Haura will be back shortly to help you with the riders." Moreta took a firm hold on her frustration and banished impatience as a useless luxury. "Just get me the cloth and the basket reeds. I'll want my table here in front of the wing. Send me someone with steady hands, oil, and thin numbweed, then get back to the riders. And my needle case and that spool of treated thread." As Nesso rushed off, shouting for helpers, Moreta continued her survey of the injured wing. The main wing bones were unscathed, which was a boon, but so much numbweed had been applied that she couldn't see if ichor was forming. Fragments of the leading sail dangled from elbow and finger joint. There might just be enough for reconstruction. Any shred would help. She flexed her fingers, which were still stiff from the cold flying of fall. Dylanth's keening was muted, but now another sound, a human one, penetrated her concentration. "You know I had my feeling. You know we've both been uneasy. I thought we weren't flying true." Fedurl's litany of self-reproach reached Moreta. "I should have held us between a breath longer. You couldn't help yourself. It isn't your fault, Dylanth. It's mine. You'd no airspace to dodge that thread, and I let you back in too soon. It's all my fault." Moreta rounded on the man to shock him out of his hysterics. "Fedurl, get a grip on yourself. You're upsetting Dylanth far more than—" Moreta broke off, suddenly noting the thread scores on Fedurl's body. "Has no one tended you yet, Fedurl?" "I made him drink wine, Moreta." A rider in soot-smeared leathers appeared from Dylanth's left side. "I've got numbweed dressings for him." "Then apply them." Moreta looked around in exasperation. "Where is Nesso now? Can't she organize anything today?" "How bad is Dylanth?" the rider asked, while capably slitting away the remains of Fedurl's riding jacket. Moreta now identified the slender young man as Adan, Fedurl's weirmate. He spoke in a low, worried voice. "Bad enough." She took a longer look at Adan, who was coping deftly with the dressings he wrapped about Fedurl. "You're his weirmate. Have you a steady hand?" A solicitous weirmate was preferable to no help, and certainly more acceptable to Moreta than Nesso's moaning and pessimistic outlook. Beads of ichor were beginning to seep through the numbweed on Dylanth's wingbone. "Where are my things, Nesso?" Moreta had taken but one pace toward the cavern to collect her requirements, when the stout headwoman floundered into view, laden with reeds, a pot of thin numbweed liquid, the jug of oil, and Moreta's needle-box. Behind her marched 3 weirlings, one of them carrying a hide-wrapped bolt of cloth as tall as himself, and a washing bowl, while the other 2 wrestled the table close to the blue dragon's wing. "Oh, a long time healing, if it heals whole," Nesso moaned in a dismal undertone while shaking her head. She took one look at the expression on Moreta's face and scurried off. Moreta took a long, settling breath, then exhaled and reached for the oil. As she began coating her hands against contact with numbweed, she issued instructions to Adan and the weirlings. "You, Diltan," she pointed to the weirling with the strongest-looking hands, "cut me lengths of that cloth as long as Dylan's leading edge. Adan, wash your hands with this oil and dry them, then repeat the process twice, just patting your hands dry after the third. We'll have to oil our hands frequently or get benumbed by the weed as we work. You, Mubarak," Moreta indicated the tall weirling, "thread me needles with this much thread." She held her oily hands apart to the required length. "And keep doing 'em until I tell you to stop. You, Begreal," she looked toward the third boy, "will hand me the reeds when I ask for them. All of you wash your hands in redwort first. We're going to support the wing underneath with cloth stitched to the wing bone and stretched from the dorsal to the finger joint," she told Adan, watching his face to see if he understood. "Then we must... If you have to get sick, Adan, do it now and get it over with. Dylanth and Fedural both will find it reassuring to have you helping me. Fedural knows you'll be the most loving and gentle nurse that Dylanth could have. Adan," she spoke urgently because she needed his help, "don't think of it as a dragon wing. Think of it as a fine summer tunic that needs mending, because that's all we'll be doing. Mending." Her hands oiled, she took the fine pointed needle from the weirling's hand, willing Adan to fortitude. "Orlith?" "I can only speak to his green, to Grath," Orlith said a bit tartly. "Dylanth needs all my concentration, and none of the other queens has returned to help." In the next second, however, Adan shook himself, finished washing his hands, and turned resolutely to Moreta. His complexion was better and his eyes steady, though he swallowed convulsively. "Good. Let's begin. Remember, we're mending." Moreta jumped up on the sturdy table, beckoned him to follow, and then reached for the first length of cloth. As Moreta made her first neat tacks along the dorsal, Dylanth and Adan twitched almost in unison. With Orlith's control and all the numbweed on the bone, Dylanth could not be experiencing any pain. Adan had to be anticipating the dragon's reaction. So Moreta talked to him as she stitched, occasionally asking him to stretch or relax the fine cloth. "Now I'll just fasten this to the underside. Pull to your left. The leading edge of the wing will be thick, no help for it, but if we can just save enough of the mainsail... There. Now, Adan, take the numbweed paddle and smear the cloth. We'll lay on it what wingsail fragments remain. This is a very fragile summer tunic. Gently does it. Mubarak, cut me another length. That tendon's been badly stretched, but luckily it's still attached to the elbow. Orlith, do stop him flicking his tail. Any movement makes this operation more difficult." Moreta was grateful when Dylanth's exertions abruptly ceased. Probably another queen had arrived to support Orlith. She thought she saw Chagall, but he didn't stop. He wasn't attracted to this aspect of threadfall. "Retaining that tendon is a boon," she said, realizing that her verbal encouragement to Adan had faltered. "I'll have those reeds now, Begreal, the longest one. You see, Adan, we can brace the trailing edge this way, using gauze as support. And I think there are enough fragments of membrane. Yes. Ah, yes. He'll fly again, Dylanth will. Slowly now, very gently. Let's lay the tatters on the gauze. Mubarak, can I have the thinner salve?
We'll just float the pieces, so." As she and Adan patiently restored the main wingsail, she could see exactly how the clump of thread had struck Dylanthe. Had Fedurl and the Blue Dragon emerged from between a breath earlier, Fedurl would have been bowled off Dylanthe by the searing mass. She must remember to point out to Fedurl that good fortune had attended their re-entry. They retrieved more sail fragments than she'd initially dared believe. Moreta began to feel more confident as she stitched a reed to the tendon. In time the whole would mend, although the new growth, overlapping the old, would be thicker and unsightly for seasons to come, until wind-blown sand had abraded the heavier tissue. Dylanthe would learn to compensate for the alteration on the sail surface. Most dragons readily adapted to such inequalities once they were airborne again. "Dylanthe will fly again," Orlith said placidly, as Moreta stepped back from the repaired wing. "You've done as much as you can here." "Orlith says we've done a good job, Adan," she told the Green Rider with a weary smile. "You were marvelous assistants, Mubarak, Diltan, Bagriel." She nodded gratefully to the 3 Weirlings. "Now we'll just get Dylanthe over to the ground weirs, and you can all collapse." She jumped down from the table and would have sprawled had Adan's hand not steadied her. His wry grin heartened her. She propped herself against the table edge for a moment. Nesso appeared, dispensing wine to Moreta first, and then the others. Dylanthe, released from Orlith's rigid control, began to sag on his legs, tilting dangerously to his right. Orlith reasserted her domination, while Moreta looked around for Fedurl. "He'll be no help to anyone," Nesso observed sourly as they all watched the Blue Rider sinking slowly to the ground in a faint. "It was the strain and his wound," Adan said as he rushed to his weirmate. Dylanthe moaned and lowered his muzzle toward his rider. "He's all right, Dylanthe," Adan said, gently turning Fedurl over. "A little sandy, and a lot drunk," Mubarak murmured as he signaled the other 2 lads to aid Adan with Fedurl. "The worst is over now," Adan said with brisk cheer. "He doesn't know what the worst is," Nesso muttered gloomily at Moreta's side as the Blue Dragon lurched away, supported on one side by Adan's Tigrath and Kalan, and Blue Rogeth on the other. It took Moreta a few moments to realize that Kalan and Rogeth should not be about. "Kalan?" "He volunteered," Nesso sounded peeved. "He said that he was fine and he couldn't stand being idle when he was so badly needed. And he the only one." "The only one?" Nesso averted her face from the Weyrwoman. "It was a command the Weyr could not ignore. An emergency, after all. He and Feneldril decided that he must respond to the drum message." "What drum message are you talking about, Nesso?" Abruptly, Moreta understood Nesso's averted gaze. She'd been overstepping her authority as head woman again. "Fort Hold required a Dragonrider to convey Lord Tolocamp from Ruatha to Fort Hold. Urgently. There is illness at Ruatha and more at Fort Hold, which cannot be deprived of its Lord Holder during such a disaster." Nesso blurted out the explanation in spurts, peering anxiously up at Moreta to gauge her reaction. "Master Capiam is sick. He must be, for it is Fortine who replies to his messages, not the Master Healer." Nesso grimaced and began to wring her hands, bringing them by degrees to her mouth as if to mask her words. "And there are sick riders at Aigan, Ista, and many at Telgar. There's fall in 2 days in the south. I ask you, who will fly against Thread if 3 Weyrs have no riders to send?" Moreta forced herself to breathe slowly and deeply, absorbing the sense of Nesso's babbling. The woman began to weep now, whether from the relief of confession or from remorse Moreta couldn't ascertain. "When did this drum message come?" "There were 2. The first one calling for a conveyance for Lord Tolocamp, just after the wings left for fall.
Nesso mopped at her eyes, appealing mutely to Moreta for forgiveness.
Cormier said we had to respond.
So you did. Nesso's blubbering irritated Moreta. I see that you could not delay until we had returned from Fall. Surely Cormier responded that the weir was at Fall?
Well, they knew that. But Feneldril and Kalan were here. No, there.
Nesso had to find the exact spot near the cavern.
So we all heard the drum message. Kalan said immediately that he could go. He said, and we had to agree with him, that since he had been ill of the fever, he was unlikely to contract it. He wouldn't let Feneldril or one of the weirlings or the disabled take the risk.
Nesso's eyes pleaded for reassurance.
We tried to ask Burchar about the danger of infection, but Sigor would not let anyone see him and could not answer for him. And we had to respond to Lord Tolakamp's request. It is only right that a Lord Holder be in his hold during such a crisis. Cormier reasoned that, in such an unusual instance, we were constrained by duty to assist the Lord Holder, even if it meant disobeying the weir leader.
Not to mention the Master Healer and a general quarantine.
But Master Capiam is at Fort Hold.
Nesso protested as if that sanctioned all.
And what will be happening at Fort Hold in Lord Tolakamp's absence I cannot imagine.
It was the happenings at Ruatha Hold that concerned Moreta more vitally, and the second drum message. What is this of sick riders? Did it come in on open code?
No, indeed. Cormier had to look it up in his record. We did nothing about that, not even forward it, for it didn't have the pass-on cadence.
Feneldril and Kalan said you should know. There are 45 riders ill at Telgar alone.
Nesso placed one hand on her chest in a dramatic gesture.
9 are very ill. 22 are ill at Eigen and 14 at Ista.
Nesso seemed obscurely pleased by the numbers. 81 riders ill of this epidemic? Despair and fear welled through Moreta. Riders ill? Her mind reeled. It was fall. All the Dragonriders were needed. Fort Weir was down 30 in strength from the last fall and 33 from this one. It would be a full turn before Dylance flew. Why this? Only 8 turns remained in this pass, and then the riders would be free of the devastation that Thread wrought on dragons, themselves, and Pern. Moreta shook her head in an effort to clear her thinking. She ought to have paid more heed to Chagall's agitated report of illness, instead of discounting the truth because it was unpalatable. She knew that Master Capiam was not in the habit of issuing arbitrary orders, but riders were healthy, fit, less susceptible to minor ailments. Why should they, in their splendid isolation, pursuing their historic occupation, be vulnerable to an infection rampant in crowded holds, halls, and among beasts? Yet, her rational self said, the damage was already spreading by the time Chagall brought her the news. Even she had already innocently compounded her involvement by showing off her sensitivity to impress Alessan. How could anyone at Ruatha Gather have realized the danger in approaching that dying runner beast? Why, when Talpan had correlated illness to the journeyings of the caged beast, she and Alessan had probably been watching the races. "You are not at fault," the tender, loving voice of Orlith said. "You did no harm to that runner beast. You had the right to enjoy the gather."
"Is there anything we should do about the other Weyrs, Moreta?"
Nesso asked. She had stopped weeping, but she still twisted and washed her hands in an indecisive way that annoyed Moreta almost as much. "Has Chagall returned?"
"He was here and went off looking for Leroy. He was angry."
"Orlith?" "They are busy, but unharmed." "Nesso, did you tell him about the drum messages?" Nesso cast a desperate look at Moreta and shook her head.
"He wasn't on the ground long enough. Really, Moreta."
"I see." And Moreta did. Nesso could never have brought herself to inform the Weir leader of such fateful tidings had there been worlds of time. Moreta would have to present the matters to Chagall soon enough.
a conversation that would cause more acrimony on a day when both had more problems than ours. "How is Sorth?"
"Well, now he's going to be fine," Nesso said with considerably more enthusiasm for that topic. "He's just over here. I thought you might like to check over my work."
The westering sun glinted off the Tooth Crag above Fort Weir, and the glare hurt Moreta's tired eyes as she looked in the direction Nesso pointed. The repair of Dylent's wing had taken far longer than she had realized. "There is still sun on your ledge, Orlith. You should enjoy it. Get the cold of between and fall out of your hide." "You are as tired. When do you rest?" "When I have finished what must be done," Moreta said, but her dragon's concern was comforting. Moreta scrubbed at her fingertips, which had become insensitive where numbweed had seeped through the oil. She rinsed her hands in redwort and dried them well in the cloth Nesso offered. A blue dragon wailed plaintively from his ledge, and Moreta looked up, worried. "His rider only has a broken shoulder," Nesso said with a sniff. "Torn harness." Moreta remembered another blue rider. "Orlith, that blue weirling, has he returned from the ridge?" "Yes, there was no thread. He reported to the Weirling Master. He wants to have a word with you about putting a very young rider at risk." The lad would have been in more risk continuing his antics, and I'll have words with the Weirling Master on another score. "Let's see Sorth," she said aloud to Nesso. "He's an old dragon. I don't think he'll heal well." Nesso babbled out of a nervous desire to regain favor in Moreta's eyes, for she didn't know that much about dragon injuries, and far too much about how she thought the weir should be managed. Moreta had also come to the conclusion at some point in the last few moments that she would have ordered someone to convey Lord Tolacamp had she been in the weir when the message arrived, despite any protest Chagall might have raised about breaking quarantine. Fort Hold would need Tolacamp more than Ruatha needed an unwilling guest. She wondered fleetingly if any were sick at Ruatha. If so, how had Alesan permitted Tolacamp to break quarantine? Sorth had taken a gout of tangled thread right on the forward wing finger, severing the bone just past the knuckle. Lerail was full of praise for Declan's assistance, belatedly including Nesso in his recital while she glared at him. They had done a good job of splinting the bone, Moreta noted professionally, tying reeds into position on well-numbed flesh. "Nasty enough," Moreta commented as Sorth gingerly lowered the injured wing for her scrutiny. "A fraction closer to the knuckle and Sorth might have lost tip mobility," Lerail said with laudable detachment. The man had a habit of clenching his teeth after he spoke, as if chopping off his words before they could offend anyone. "A soak in the lake tomorrow will reduce the swelling once Icor has coated the wound," Moreta said, stroking the old brown's shoulder. "Sorth says," Lerail answered after a pause, "that floating would feel very good. The wing would be supported by the water and not ache so much." Lerail was then caught between a grin and a grimace for his dragon's courage, and, to cover his embarrassment, he turned and roughly scratched Sorth's greening muzzle. "How many riders were injured?" she asked Nesso as they turned toward the infirmary. "With 81 sick of the plague, they might have to send substitutes." "More than there should be," Nesso replied, having recovered her critical tongue. Nesso hovered while Moreta made her expected brief appearance in the infirmary. Most of the injured riders were groggy with Fellas juice or asleep, so she didn't have to linger. She also seemed unable to extricate herself from Nesso's company. "Moreta, what you need right now is a good serving of my fine stew." Moreta was not hungry. She knew she ought to eat, but she wanted to await the return of Chagall and Leroy. In a brief flurry of malice, Moreta struck across the bowl to the lower cavern in a long stride that forced Nesso to jog to keep up. Annoyed with herself, Moreta silently put up with Nesso's fussing to make sure that the cook served Moreta a huge plate.
Nesso obsequiously cut bread and heaped slices on Moreta's plate before making a show of seating the Weyrwoman. Fortunately, before the last of Moreta's waning penitence was exhausted, one of the fosterlings came running up to say that Teleni needed Nesso right now. Giving birth, no doubt. She started labor at the beginning of fall. Nesso raised her eyes and hands ceilingward in resignation. We'll probably never know who the father was, for Teleni doesn't know. Babe or child will have some trace to go by. Wish Teleni well for me. Privately, Moreta blessed Teleni for her timing. She would have respite from the head woman, and a birth after fall was regarded as propitious. The Weyr needed a good dollop of luck. A boy, even of uncertain parentage, would please the Dragonriders. She'd have a stern talk with Teleni about keeping track of her lovers. Surely a simple enough task, even for so loving a woman as Teleni. The Weyr had to be cautious about consanguinity. It might just be the wiser course to foster Teleni's children to other Weyrs. It was easier to think of an imminent birth than tax her tired mind with imponderables such as sick riders in 3 Weyrs, a master healer who was not signing outgoing messages, the disciplining of a rider and a harper who disobeyed their Weyr leader, a wing-torn dragon who would be Weyr-bound for months, and a sick healer who might be dying. Mal says Birchar is very weak and Sigor is very worried, Orlith told her in a gentle, drowsy voice. We have decided that the woman has carried a male, Orlith continued. Moreta was astonished. Since Orlith very rarely used the plural pronoun, she must be referring to other dragons. How kind you are, my golden love. Moreta shielded her face with her hands so that no one in the cavern would see the tears in her eyes for her dragon's unexpected kindly distraction, and her everlasting joy that, of all the girls standing on Ista's hatching ground that day turns ago, Orlith had chosen the late arrival for her rider. Moreta? Startled, Moreta looked up to see Kermir, Kalan, and Feneldril standing politely before her table. It was I who insisted on conveying Lord Tolacamp, Kalan said firmly, chin up, eyes shining. You could say that I hadn't actually heard the Weyr leader's order of quarantine, since Rogeth and I were asleep in a lower Weyr. Outrageously, Kalan winked at Moreta. An older, Weyr-bred rider, he had not been best pleased when Chagall's Cadith had flown Orlith, making the much younger bronze rider Weyr leader in Lamal's stead. Kalan's discontent with the change in leadership had been aggravated by Chagall's overt disapproval of Kalan's association with the Eigen green rider, Amuri. Moreta tried to assume a neutral expression, but knew from Kermir's expression that she failed. You did as custom dictates. Moreta would allow that much latitude. The fort holder must be conveyed by this Weyr. You brought his family back? Indeed not, though I did offer. Rogeth would not have objected, but Lady Pendra decided that she and her daughters could not break the quarantine. Moreta caught Kermir's gaze again and knew that the harper was as aware as everyone else in the West as to why Lady Pendra would not break the quarantine. Moreta had great sympathy for Alessan's predicament. Not only was he still saddled with the fort girls, but all the other hopefuls of the gather were still at Ruatha. Lady Pendra said that she would wait out the 4 days. 4 days, 4 turns, Feneldril said with a snort, and it wouldn't change their faces or improve their chances with Alessan. Did you see Master Capiam, Kalan? Kalan's expression changed, reflecting annoyance and remembered offense. No, Moreta. Lord Tolacamp required me to set him down in the hold forecourt, so I did. But immediately Lord Campen and Master Fortine and some other men whose names I can't recall bore him off to a meeting. I wasn't admitted to the hall. To protect me, they said, from contagion. And they wouldn't listen when I explained that I'd had the plague and recovered. Before she could speak, the watch rider's dragon bugled loudly. Chagall and his wing had returned at last.
As Moreta rose hastily from the table, she could see the dust roiled up by the dragon's landing. "All are well," Orlith reassured her. "Cadith says the fall ended well, but he is furious that there were few ground crews." "No ground crews," she told the 3 men, by way of warning. Chagall came striding through the second dust cloud created as the dragons jumped to their weirs. The riders of Chagall's wing followed a discreet distance behind their weir leader. Chagall made directly for Moreta, his manner so threatening that Kalan, Kermir, and Feneldril tactfully stepped to one side. "Crom sent out no ground crews," Chagall shouted, slamming gloves, helmet, and goggles down on the table with a force that sent the gears skidding across the surface and onto the floor. "Nabal mustered 2 after Leroy threatened them. There was no illness at Crom or Nabal. Lazy, ignorant, stupid mountaineers. They've used this plague of KPMs as an excuse to avoid their obligations to me. If this weir can fly, they can bloody well do their part. And I'll have a word with Master KPM about those drum messages of his, panicking the holders." "There's been another drum message," Moreta began, unable to soften her news. "Ista, Eigen, and Telgar have sick riders. The Weyrs may find it hard to discharge their obligation." "This weir will always discharge its duty while I'm leader." Chagall glared at her as if she had disputed him. Then he whirled and faced those lingering at the dining tables of the cavern. "Have I made myself plain to you all? Fort Weir will do its duty." His declaration was punctuated by the sound that every rider dreaded, the nerve-abrading, shrill, high shriek of dragons announcing the death of one of their kind. Chamon, bronze rider of Eigen, died of fever, and his dragon, Helith, promptly went between. He was the first of 2 from that weir. During the evening, 5 more died at Telgar. Fort Weir was in shock. Chagall was livid as he hauled Kermir with him to send a double urgent message to the Healer Hall, demanding to know the state of the continent, what was being done to curb the spread, and what remedies effected a cure. He was even more upset when Fortine replied that the disease was now considered pandemic. The response repeated that there had been recoveries. Isolation was imperative. Suggested treatment was febrifuge rather than a diaphoretic. Judicious use of aconite for palpitations, willow salic or fellas juice for headache, comfrey tussilago or preferred local cough remedy. Chagall made Kermir inquire double urgent for a reply from Master KPM. The Healer Hall acknowledged the inquiry but sent no explanation. "Does anyone know," he demanded at the top of his voice as he rampaged back into the lower caverns, "if this is what Kalan had?" He glared at the stunned blue rider, his eyes brilliant with an intensity that was beyond mere fury. "What has Birchar been dosing himself with? Do you know?" Now he almost pounced on Moreta, where she sat. "Sigor tells me he has been using what Master Fortine suggests. Kalan has recovered." "But Chamon has died." His statement became an accusation, and she was at fault. "The illness is among us, Chagall," Moreta said, gathering strength from an inner source whose name was Orlith. "Nothing we can do or say now alters that. No one forced us to attend the gathers, you know." Her wayward humor brought grim smiles to several of the faces about her. "And most of us enjoyed ourselves." "And look what happened." Chagall's body vibrated with his fury. "We can't reverse the happening, Chagall. Kalan survived the plague as we have survived Thread today, and every fall the past 43 turns. As we have survived all the other natural disasters that have visited us since the crossing." She smiled wearily. "We must be good at surviving to have lived so long on this planet." The Weir folk and the riders began to take heart at Moreta's words, but Chagall gave her another long stare of outraged disgust and stalked out of the lower caverns. The confrontation had shaken Moreta. She was drained of all energy, even Orlith's, and it had become an effort to keep upright. She gripped the edge of her chair, trembling. It wasn't just Chagall's rage, but the unpalatable, unavoidable knowledge that she was very likely the next victim of the plague in the Weir. Her head was beginning to ache, and it was not the kind that succeeded tension or the stress and concentration of repairing dragon injuries. "You are not well," Orlith said, confirming her self-diagnosis. "I have probably not been well since I went to that runner's rescue," Moreta replied. "The Mal always said that runners would be my downfall." "You have not fallen down. You have fallen ill," Orlith corrected her, dryly humorous in turn. "Come now to the Weir and rest." "Curmir," Moreta beckoned the harper forward. "In view of Burchar's illness, I think we must demand another healer from the hall. A master healer and at least another journeyman." Curmir nodded slowly, but gave her a long, searching look. "Sir Pern is to contrive a support sling for Dylanth. We cannot expect Tagras to stand under his wing until it heals. Such sacrifices sour Weir mates." Moreta managed to rise, carefully planting her feet under her so as not to jar her aching skull. Never had a headache arrived with such speed and intensity. She was nearly blinded by it. "I think that's all for now. It's been a difficult day, and I'm tired." Curmir offered her assistance, but she discouraged him with a hand gesture and walked slowly from the lower cavern. Without Orlith's constant encouragement, Moreta would not have been able to cross the bowl, which, in the sudden chill of the night air, seemed to have perversely grown wider. At the stairs she had to brace herself several times against the inner wall. "So it's got to you," Leroy said unexpectedly. The older Weyrwoman was sitting on the steps to her weir, both hands resting on her walking stick. "Don't come near me. You don't see me rising from my perch, do you? You're probably contagious." However, Orlith appealed to me. I can see why now. "Get into your bed." Leroy brandished her cane. "I've already measured out the medicine you should take, according to that drum roll of 4 times. Willow salic, aconite, featherfern. Oh, and the wine has a dose of Fellis juice from my own stock. The sacrifices I make for you. Shoo, I can't carry you, you know. You'll have to make it on your own. You will. You always do. And I've done more than enough for one day for this Weir." Leroy's chivying gave Moreta the impetus to stagger up the last few steps and into the corridor of her weir. At its end she could see Orlith's eyes gleaming with the pale yellow of concern. She paused for a moment, winded, her head pounding unbearably. "I assume that no one in the lower caverns suspected you've been taken ill." "Curmir won't talk, though." "Sensible of you in view of the Eigen death. She'll make it, Orlith." Then Leroy waved her cane angrily. "No, you will not help. You jam the corridor with your egg-heavy belly. Go on with you, Moreta. I'm not going to stand on these chilly steps all night. I need my rest. Tomorrow's going to be very busy for me." "I hoped you'd volunteer. I'm not so lacking in sense that I'd let Nesso get out of hand. Go, get yourself well," she added in a kinder tone, heaving herself to her feet. Orlith did meet Moreta at the end of the corridor, extending her head so that Moreta could hang on to something to cross the chamber. Orlith crooned encouragement, love and devotion and comfort in almost palpable waves. Then Moreta was in her own quarters, her eyes fastening on the medicine set out on the table. She blessed Leroy, knowing what an effort it had been for the old Weyrwoman to navigate the steps. Moreta took the Fellis wine down in one swallow, grimacing against the bitterness not even the wine could disguise. How could Leroy sip it all day? Without undressing, Moreta slid under the furs and carefully laid her head down on the pillow. Chapter 9. Healer Hall, Present Pass, 3.13.43, Butte Meeting and Fort Weir, 3.14.43, Healer Hall, 3.15.43. KBM could not remain asleep. though he tried to burrow back into the crazy fever dreams as a more acceptable alternative to the miseries total awareness brought. Something impinged on his semi-consciousness and forced him awake. Something he had to do? Yes, something he had to do. He blinked bleary, crusted eyes until he could focus on the timepiece. 9 of the clock. Oh, it's me. Time for my medicine. A healer couldn't even be sick without responding to his professional habits. He hauled himself up on one elbow to reach for the skin on which he was recording his progress through the disease, but a coughing spasm interrupted him. The cough seemed to throw tiny knives at his throat. Such spasms were exceedingly painful, and KPM disliked them even more than the headache, the fever, and the bone ache. Cautiously, lest he provoke another coughing fit, he dragged the note case onto his bed and fumbled for the writing tool. Only the 3rd day. His illness seemed to have made each 24 hours an eternity of minor miseries. That day was mercifully 3/4 done. He could take little comfort in noticing that his fever had abated, that the headache was a dullness that could be endured. He placed the fingers of his right hand lightly on the arterial pulse in the left wrist. Still faster than normal, but slowing. He made an appropriate notation and added a description of the hearty, dry, unproductive cough. As if the note was the cue, he was racked with another fit that tore at his throat and upper chest like a tunnel snake. He was forced to lie in a fetal position, knees up to his chin, to relieve the muscle spasms that accompanied the cough. When it had passed, he lay back, sweating and exhausted. He roused enough to take his dose of willow salic. He must prescribe a cough remedy for himself. What would be the most effective suppressant? He touched his painful throat. What must the lining of his throat resemble? This is most humiliating, he told himself, his voice hoarse. He vowed to be far more sympathetic to the afflicted in the future. The drum tower began to throb, and the message stunned him, for condolences were being transmitted from Lord Tollcamp. What was he doing in Fort Hold when he should have remained at Ruatha? To the Weir leaders of Telgar and Aigen for the deaths of... KPM writhed on the bed, convulsed by coughing that left him weak and panting. He missed the names of the dead riders. Dead riders. Pern could ill afford to lose any of its Dragonriders. Why, oh, why hadn't he been called in earlier? Surely 9 people in the same sea-hold falling sick was an unusual enough occurrence to have warranted even a courtesy report to the main healer hall. Would he have appreciated the significance? KPM? Desdra's query was low enough not to have aroused him had he been asleep. I'm awake, Desdra. His voice was a hoarse caw. You heard the drums? Part of the message. The wrong part from the sound of you. Don't come any closer. How many riders died? The toll is now 15 at Aigen, 2 at Ista, and 8 at Telgar. KPM could think of nothing to say. How many are ill, then? His voice faltered. They report recoveries, Desdra said in a crisper voice. 19 at Telgar, 14 at Aigen, 5 at Ista, 2 at Fort are all convalescing. And at Hall and Hold? He dreaded her answer, clenching his fists to bear the staggering totals. Fortine has taken charge. Miranda and Tyrone are assisting. The finality in her tone told KPM he would not elicit any further information. Why are you in my room? He demanded testily. You know... I know that you have reached the coughing stage, and I have prepared a soothing syrup. How do you know what I would prescribe for my condition? The fool who treats himself has only a fool for a patient. KPM wanted to laugh at her impudence, but the attempt turned into one of the hideously painful, long coughs, and by the time it had passed, tears rolled down his cheeks. A nice blend of comfrey, sweetener and a touch of numbweed to deaden the throat tissues. It ought to inhibit the cough. She deposited the steaming mug on his table and was swiftly across the room by the door. "You're a brave and compassionate woman, Desdra," he said, ignoring her sarcastic snort. "I am also cautious. If at all possible, I would prefer to avoid the agonies which I have observed you enduring." "Am I such a difficult patient?" KPM asked plaintively, seeking more consolation than he could find in a mug of an odd-tasting syrup. "What cannot be cured must be endured," Desdra replied. "By which unkind words I assume that the records have not given up either an account or a remedy." Master Tyrone joined the search with all his apprentices, journeymen and masters. They proceed backward by the decade for 200 turns, and forward from the previous pass. KPM's groan quickly degenerated into a spasm that again left him gasping for breath. Each of the 200 bones in his body conspired to ache at once. He heard Desdra rummaging among his bottles and vials. "I saw an aromatic salve in here. Rubbed on your chest, it might relieve you, since you spilled most of that potion." "I'll rub it on myself, woman." "Indeed you will. Here it is." "Phew! That'll clear your sinuses." "They don't need it." KPM could smell the aromatic from his bed. Odd how the olfactory senses became acute in this disease. Exhausted by the last cough spasm, he lay still. "Are you experiencing the severe lassitude as well as the dry cough?" "Lassitude?" KPM dared not laugh, but the word was totally inadequate to describe the total inertia that gripped his usually vigorous body. "Extreme lassitude, total inertia, complete incapacity. I can't even drink from a mug without spilling half of it. I've never been so tired in my life." "Oh, then, you're proceeding well on the course of the disease." "How consoling." He had just enough energy for sarcasm. "If," and her emphasis teased him, "your notes are correct, you should be improving by tomorrow. That is, if we can keep you in your bed and prevent secondary infections." "How comforting." "It should be." His head was beginning to buzz again from the willow salic. He was about to commend Desdra on the efficacy of her cough mixture when a totally unprovoked tickle bent him double to cough. "I'll leave you to get on with it, then," Desdra said cheerily. He waved urgently for her to leave the room, then put both hands on his throat as if he could find some grip to ease the pain. He hoped that Desdra was being careful. He didn't want her to catch the illness. Why hadn't those wretched seamen left that animal to drown? Look to what depths curiosity brought a man. Butte Meeting, 3.14.43. Deep in the plains of Karoon, and far from any hold, a granite butte had been forced to the surface during some primeval earthquake. The landmark had often been used as an objective in whirling training flights. Just then, it was the site of an unprecedented meeting of the Weyr leaders. The great bronze dragons arrived almost simultaneously at the site, coming out of between, full lengths clear of each other's wingtip, utilizing their uncanny perceptions of proximity. They settled to the ground in an immense circle at the southern face of the butte. The bronze riders dismounted, closing to a slightly smaller circle, each rider keeping a wary distance from those on either side until Cadren of Bendon, who had an active sense of humor under any conditions, chuckled. "None of us would be here if we were sickening," he said, nodding to Sapirin, who had come in Chagall's place. "Too many of us have," Labal of Eigen replied. His eyes were red with weeping. Matenai of Telgar scowled and clenched his fists. "We have shared each loss," Saligar of the High Reaches said with grave courtesy, inclining his head first to Labal, Matenai, and Fagal of Esta. The other two bronze riders murmured their condolences. We have gathered here to take emergency measures which discretion keeps from the drum and which our queens are unable to relay, Saligar went on. As the oldest of the Weyr leaders, he took command of the meeting. He was also the biggest, topping the other bronze riders by a full head, and the breadth of him through chest and shoulders would have made 2 of most ordinary men. He was oddly gentle, never taking advantage of his size. As our Weyrwomen have pointed out, we cannot admit the losses and numbers of the ill that the Weyrs have sustained. There is too much anxiety in the holds as it is. They are suffering far more than we are. That's no consolation, Fagal snapped. I don't know how many times I warned Lord Fitzpatrick that overcrowding hold and cot would have dire consequences. None of us had this in mind, Cadren said. However, none of us had to run see the curious new beastie from the sea, or attend 2 gathers in one day. Enough, Cadren, Saligar said. Cause and effect are now irrelevant. Our purpose here is to discuss how best to ensure that the Dragonriders of Pern fulfill their purpose. That purpose is dying out, Saligar, Labal cried. What's the purpose of flying thread to protect empty holds? Why preserve nothing at the risk of our skins and our dragons? We can't even defend ourselves from this plague. Labal's dragon crooned and extended his head toward his distressed rider. The other bronzes rumbled comfortingly and moved restlessly on the warm sand. Labal scrubbed at his face, leaving white runnels where tears had wet his cheeks. We will fly thread because that is the one service we can provide the sick in the holds. They must not fear the incursions of thread from without, Saligar said in his deep, gentle, unhurried voice. We have labored too long as a craft to surrender Pern now to the ravages of thread because of a menace we can't see. Nor do I believe that this disease, however fiercely it spreads, however ruthless it appears, can overcome us who have for hundreds of turns defended ourselves from thread. A disease can be cured by medicines, defeated. And one day we will fly thread to its source and defeat it. Kalan, Rogeth's rider, has recovered from the plague, Sapiran announced in the silence following Saligar's statement. Kalan says that Master Capiam is on the mend. 2? Labal flung the number derisively back at Sapiran. I've 15 dead, 140 sick at Eigen. Some holds in the Mid-East no longer respond to their drum codes. And what of the holds which have no drums to make known their needs and the toll of their dead? Capiam on the mend, Saligar said, seizing at that hope. I have every faith in that man's ability to lick this. And more than those 2 must have recovered. Karoon beast holds still drums, and they were the hardest hit by the plague. High Reaches and Fort Weyrs have sickness, it is true, but the holds of Tillich, High Reaches, Nabal, and Crom have none. Saligar tried to catch Labal's despairing gaze. We have only 7 turns to go before this pass is over. I have lived under the scourge of thread all my life. Suddenly he straightened his shoulders, his face severe. I haven't fought thread as a dragon rider for nearly 50 turns to quit now over some fever and aches. Nor I, Cadren added quickly, taking a step toward the High Reacher. I made a vow, you know. He gave a short laugh. To Cusith, that we would see this pass through. Cadren's tone turned brisk. There's fall tomorrow at Karoon, and it has become the responsibility of all the Weyrs of Pern. Bendon has 12 full wings to fly. Eigen has 8. Anger brought Labal out of his despondency to glare fiercely at Cadren. Tymons, his dragon, bugled defiance, rearing back onto his haunches and spreading his wings. The other bronzes reacted in surprise, sounding off. 2 extended their wings and gazed skyward in alarm. Eigen will rise to fall. Of course your Weyr will rise, Saligar said reassuringly, raising his arm in an incomplete gesture of comfort. But our queens know how many Eigen riders are ill. Fall has become the problem of all the Weyrs, as Cadren said, and we all supply the muster from our healthy riders. Until this epidemic is over, the Weyrs must consolidate. Full wings are essential, since in many places we shall be deprived of ground crews for close encounters with thread. Saligar took a thick roll of hide from his pouch. With a deft flick of his wrist, the roll fell into 5 separate sections on the sand. Mindful to make no physical contact with the other leaders, Saligar slid a section to each of the other bronze riders. Here are the names of my wing leaders and seconds, since naming people seems to be a deficiency in our queens. I've listed my riders in order of their competence for assuming command of either wing or weir. Balerion is my choice of a personal successor. Then a rare and brilliant smile crossed the High Reacher's face. With Falga's complete accord. Cadren roared with laughter. Didn't she suggest him? Saligar regarded Cadren with mild reproof. It is the wise leader who anticipates his Weyrwoman's mind. Enough, Matenai called irritably. His dark eyes were angry under heavy black brows. He threw his list down to join Saligar's. Tigrel has always fancied himself a leader. He reminded me that he hadn't been to either of the gathers, so I'll reward his virtue. You're fortunate, Cadren said with no humor in his voice. He added his list to the others. Levin, Witter, and Hagrave attended both gathers. I've recommended Magent. He may be young, but he's got a natural flair for leadership that one doesn't often see. He wasn't at the gathers. Figal seemed unwilling to lose the sheets he unwound. It's all on these, he said wearily, letting them flutter to the sand. Leroy suggested me, Sapirin said with a self-deprecating shrug, though it's likely Chagall will make a change when he recovers. He was too fevered to be told of this meeting, so Leroy drew up the lists. Leroy would know. Cadren nodded. He went down on his haunches to pick up the 5 slips of hide, aligning them at the top before rolling. I shall be pleased if these can gather dust in my weir. He stuffed the roll in his pouch. It is, however, a comfort to have made plans, to have considered contingencies. Saves a lot of unnecessary worry, Saligar agreed, bending to scoop up the scraps into his long-fingered hand. I also recommend that we use entire wings as replacements, rather than send individuals as substitutes. Riders get used to their wing leaders and seconds. The recommendation found favor with the others. Riders get used to their wing leaders and seconds. The recommendation found favor with the others. It is, however, a comfort to have made plans, to have considered contingencies. Saves a lot of unnecessary worry, Saligar agreed, bending to scoop up the scraps into his long-fingered hand. I also recommend that we use entire wings as replacements, rather than send individuals as substitutes. Riders get used to their wing leaders and seconds. The recommendation found favor with the others. Full wings or substitutes is not the real worry, Labal glowered at the list as he assembled them in his hand. It's the lack of ground crews. Cadren snorted. No worry. Not when the queens have already decided among themselves to do that job. We've all been informed, no doubt, that every queen who can fly will attend every fall. Matenai's scowl was sour, and neither Labal nor Fagal appeared happy, but Saligar shrugged diffidently. They will arrange matters to suit themselves, no matter what, but queens keep promises. Who suggested using weirlings for ground crews? Matenai asked. We may have to resort to them, Saligar said. Weirlings don't have enough sense, Matenai began. Depends on their weirling master, doesn't it? Cadren asked. The queens intend, Saligar put in before Matenai could take offense at Cadren's remark, to keep the weirlings under control. What other choice have we in the absence of ground crews?
Well, I've never known a weirling yet who would disobey a queen, Fagal admitted. Sapirin, with Moreta ill, does Kamiana lead? No. Leroy. Sapirin looked apprehensive. After all, she's done it before. The Weir leaders murmured in surprised protest. Well, if any of your Weyrwomen can talk her out of it, we'd be very relieved. Sapirin did not hide his distress. She's more than done her duty by the Weyrs and Pern. On the other hand, she knows how to lead. With both Chagall and Moreta sick, the Weyr at least trusts her. How is Moreta? Saligar asked. Leroy says Orlith doesn't seem worried. She carries her eggs well, and she is very near clutching. It's as well Moreta is sick, or they'd be out and about Pern. You know how keen Moreta is on runners. Matenai snorted with disgust. This is not the time to lose an egg-heavy queen, he said. This sickness hits so fast and kills so quickly, the dragons don't realize what's happening. And then they're gone, between. He caught his breath, clenching his teeth and swallowing against tears. The other riders pretended not to see his evident distress. Once Orlith has clutched, she won't go until they've hatched, Saligar said gently to no one in particular. Sapirin, have you candidates safely at Fort Weir? Sapirin shook his head. We'd that yet to do, and thought there was worlds of time for search. Pick carefully before you bring anyone new into your Weir, Labal advised sourly. If the need arises, High Reaches has a few promising youngsters who are healthy. I'm sure an adequate number can be made up from the other Weirs. Saligar waited for the murmur of assent to go round the circle. You'll inform Leroy? Fort Weir is grateful. Is that all? Labal demanded as he turned toward his dragon. Not quite. One more point while we are convened. Saligar hitched up his belt. I know that some of us have thought of exploring the southern continent once this pass is over. After this? Labal stared at Saligar in total disbelief. My point. In spite of the instructions left to us, we cannot risk further contagions. Southern must be left alone. Saligar made a cutting gesture with the flat of his huge hand. He looked to the Bendon Weir leader for comment. An eminently sensible prohibition, Cadren said. Matenai flourished his hand curtly to show agreement and turned to Sapirin. Of course, I cannot speak for Chagall, but I cannot conceive why Fort would disagree. The continent will be interdicted by my Weir, I assure you, Fagal said in a loud, strained voice. Then we shall leave it to the queens to communicate how many wings each Weir supplies for fall until this emergency is over. We've all the details we need to go on. Saligar brandished his roll before he shoved it in his tunic. Very well, then, my friends. Good flying. May your Weirs... He caught himself, a flicker of uncertainty for his glib use of a courteous salutation not entirely appropriate. The Weirs will prosper, Saligar, Cadren said as he smiled confidently at the big man. They always have. The bronze riders turned to their dragons, mounting with the ease and grace of long practice. Almost as one, the 6 dragons wheeled to the left and right of the Red Butte to spring agilely into the air. Again, as if the unique maneuver had been many times rehearsed, on the third downstroke of 6 pairs of great wings, the dragons went between. Fort Weir, 3.14.43. At about the time the bronze Dragonriders were meeting at the butte, KPM had discovered that if he timed a fit of coughing, he could miss some of the incoming, more painful messages. Even after the thrumming of the great drums in the tower had ceased, the cadences played ring-around in his head and inhibited the sleep he yearned for. Not that sleep brought any rest. He would feel more tired when he roused from such brief naps as the drums permitted. And the nightmares. He was forever being harried by that tawny, speckled-coated, tuft-eared monster,
that had carried its peculiar germs to a vulnerable continent. The irony was that the ancients had probably created the agency that threatened to exterminate their descendants. If only those seamen had let the animal die on its tree trunk in the eastern current. If only it had died on the ship, succumbing to thirst and exhaustion, as KPM felt he was likely to do at any moment, before it had contaminated more than the seamen. If only the nearby holders hadn't been so bloody curious to relieve the winter's tedium. If wishes were dragons, all Pern would fly. And if KPM had any energy, he would apply it to finding a concoction that would relieve and preferably inhibit the disease. Surely the ancients had had to cope with epidemics. There were, indeed, grand paragraphs in the oldest records, boasting that the ailments that had plagued mankind before the crossing had been totally eliminated on Pern, which statement, KPM maintained, meant that there had been 2 crossings, not 1, as many people, including Tyrone, believed. The ancients had brought many animals with them in that first crossing: the equine, from which runners originated, the bovine for the herd beasts, the ovine, smaller herd beasts, the canine, and a smaller variety of the dratted feline plague carrier. The creatures had been brought in ova, or so the record put it, from the ancients' planet or origin, which was not the planet Pern, or why had that one point been made so specifically and repeated so often? Pern, not simply the southern continent. And the second crossing had been from south to north. Probably, KPM contemplated bitterly, to escape feline plague carriers that secreted themselves in dark layers to nourish their fell disease until unwary humans took them off tree trunks, days from land. Couldn't the ancients have stopped bragging about their achievements long enough to state how they had eradicated plague and pandemic? Their success was meaningless without the process. KPM plucked feebly at the sleeping furs. They smelled. They needed to be aired. He smelled. He didn't dare leave his room. What can't be cured must be endured. Desdra's taunt returned to him often. He was a healer. He would heal himself first, and thus prove to others that one could recover from this miserable disease. He need only apply his trained mind and considerable willpower to the problem. On cue, a coughing spell racked him. When he had recovered sufficiently, he reached for the syrup Desdra left on the bedside table. He wished she would look in on him. Fortine had, conferring 3 times from the doorway, seeking authority on matters KPM could not now recall. He hoped that his responses had been sensible. Tyrone had appeared, very briefly, more to assure himself and to report to the world that KPM was still part of it, than to comfort or cheer the sick man. Fort Hold proper had not been sullied by the plague, even though healers, master, journeyman, and apprentice, had journeyed to the stricken areas. 4 of Fort's seaside holds and 2 coastal crop holds had succumbed. The syrup eased KPM's raw throat. He could even taste it. Thymus was the principal ingredient, and he approved of its use on his person. If the disease ran the same course in him as it had in the cases he had studied, the cough ought soon to pass. If, by virtue of the strict quarantine in which he lay, he did not contract a secondary infection, pulmonary, pneumonic, or bronchial seemed the readiest to pounce on the weakened patient, then he ought to improve rapidly. Kalan, the blue rider from Fort Weir, had recovered totally. KPM hoped that the man had actually had the plague, not some deep cold, and his hope was substantiated by the facts that Kalan had a close friend in plague-stricken Eigen, and that the Weir healer, Birchar, and his green rider, Weirmate, were grievously ill at Fort Weir. KPM tried to censor his own painful thoughts of Dragonriders dying as easily as holders. Dragonriders could not die. The pass had 8 turns to go. There were hundreds of powders, roots, and barks and herbs to combat disease on Pern. but the numbers of dragons and their riders were limited. Desdra really ought to be appearing soon with some of the restorative soup she took such pleasure in making him consume. It was her presence he wished for, not the soup, for he found the long hours of solitude without occupation tedious and fraught with unpleasant speculations. He knew he ought to be grateful to have a room to himself, for the chances of further infection were thus reduced to the minimum, but he would have liked some company. Then he thought of the crowded holds, and he had no doubt that some poor sod there would dearly love to exchange with him for solitude. KPM took no pleasure in the knowledge that his frequent harangues to the Lord's Holder about indiscriminate breeding should prove so devastatingly accurate. But Dragonriders ought not to be dying of this plague. They had private quarters, were hardy, inured to many of the ailments that afflicted those in poorer conditions, were supplied with the top of the tithe. Eigen, Caroon, Ista, those Weyrs had had direct contact with the feline, and Fort, High Reaches, and Bendon riders had attended the gathers. Almost every rider had had time and opportunity to catch the infection. KPM had had severe qualms about demanding a conveyance of Chagall from Southern Bowl to Fort Hold, but on the other hand, Chagall had conveyed Lord Ratoshigan to Istagather for the purpose of seeing the rare creature on display, quite a few hours before KPM and the young animal healer, Talpan, had their startling conference. It was only after KPM had reached Southern Bowl and seen Lord Ratoshigan's sick handlers that he had realized how quickly the disease incubated and how insidiously it spread. Expediency had required KPM to use the quickest means to return to his hall, and that had been a dragonback with the Fort Weir leader. Chagall had taken ill, but he was young and healthy, KPM told himself. So had Ratoshigan. But KPM found a rather curious justice in that. Given the infinite variety of human personalities, it was impossible to like everyone. KPM didn't like Ratoshigan, but he shouldn't be glad the man was suffering along with his lowliest beast handler. KPM vowed, yet again, that he would have far more tolerance for the ill when he recovered. When, not if. If was defeatist. How had the many thousands of patients he tended over his turns as a healer endured those hours of unrelieved thought and self-examination? KPM sighed, tears forming at the corners of his eyes, a further manifestation of his terrible inertia. When, yes, when would he have the strength to resume constructive thought and research? There had to be an answer, a solution, a cure, a therapy, a restorative, a remedy. Something existed somewhere. If the ancients had been able to cross unimaginable distances to breed animals from a frozen stew, to create dragons from the template of the legendary fire lizards, they surely would have been able to overcome bacterium or virus that threatened themselves and those beasts. It could only be a matter of time, KPM assured his weary self, before those references were discovered. Fortine had been searching the records piled in the library caves. When he had had to dispatch journeymen and apprentice healers to reinforce their overworked craftsmen in the worst plague areas, Tyrone had magnanimously placed his craftspeople at Fortine's disposal. But if one of those untutored readers passed over the relevant paragraphs in ignorance of the significance, surely, though, something as critical as an epidemic would merit more than a single reference. When would Desdra come with her soup to break the monotony of his anxious self-castigation? "Stop fretting," he told himself, his voice a hoarse croak that startled him. "You're peevish. You're also alive. What must be endured cannot be cured. No, what cannot be cured must be endured." Tears for his debilitation dripped down his cheekbones, falling in time to the latest urgent drum code. KPM wanted to stop his ears against the news. It was sure to be bad. How could it possibly be anything else until they had some sort of specific treatment and some means of arresting the swift spread of this plague. Caroon Runnerhold sent the message. They needed medicines. Healer Gorby reported dwindling stocks of Borrego and aconite, and needed Tussilago in quantity for pulmonary and bronchial cases, Ilex for pneumonia. A new fear enveloped KPM. With such unprecedented demands on still-room supplies, would there be enough of even the simplest medicaments? Caroon Runnerhold, dealing as it did with many animal health problems, ought to be able to supply all its needs. KPM despaired afresh as he thought of smaller holds. They would have on hand only a limited amount of general remedies. Most holds traded the plants and barks indigenous in their area for those they lacked. What lady holder, no matter how diligent and capable, would have laid in sufficient to deal with an epidemic? To compound demand, the disease had struck during the cold season. Most medicinal plants were picked in flower, when their curative properties were strongest. Roots and bulbs gathered in the fall. Spring and flowering, autumn and earthy harvest were too distant. The need was now. KPM writhed in his furs. Where was Desdra? How much longer did he have to endure before the wretched lethargy abated? KPM? Desdra's quiet voice broke into his self-pitying ruminations. More soup. Desdra? That message from Caroon Runnerhold. As if we had only one febrifuge in our pharmacopoeia. Fortine has compiled a list of alternatives. Desdra was impatient with Gorby. There's ashbark, box, Aesop, and thymus, as well as Borrego and featherfern. Who's to say one of them might not prove to be specific for this? In fact, cement of great reach